Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1305 Dealing with. On the way, Chen Shitao finally remembered to find out about Yang Kai's background, and after making indirect remarks, she learned that Yang Kai was not a disciple of Shadow Moon Palace, or even a disciple of a big family, but lived in a place called Dragon Cave Mountain. On the small mountain top, there is a sense of self-reliance as a king. To put it simply, Yang Kai is a martial artist who has no family, no background, and no backer, and only relies on himself. There are many such warriors in any place. There will inevitably be some problems on the road. Secondly, there is no good cultivation environment and cultivation resources, and the cultivation speed is not fast. Thirdly, if they are bullied, no one can help them out. Therefore, generally speaking, this kind of warrior has no future. Although the number is huge, those who are truly successful in cultivation are extremely rare, and those who are successful in cultivation are all recruited by various sects and families. For someone like Yang Kai who has cultivated to the second level of Saint King, it is already considered extraordinary. So when she learned about this, Chen Shitao admired Yang Kai greatly, but Wang Yuhan showed disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Yang Kai has been like this for the rest of his life. But it is absolutely impossible to reach the level of the virtual return mirror. Not only Chen Shitao admired Yang Kai very much, but even her younger brother Shen Fanlei was also very interested in Yang Kai. The young man is actually very nice, and he doesn't have a deep mind. He looks full of vitality and energy, even if he is injured, he is still the same. Asking Yang Kai about what happened in the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai picked up some irrelevant things to talk about, but the other party listened with great interest and asked some questions at the right time. After getting along the way, the atmosphere was actually quite harmonious. The four of them, except for that Wang Yuhan who made Yang Kai somewhat displeased, the other three were relatively easy to get along with. Half a day later, the six of them finally left Burial Valley. Up until now, Yang Kai hadn't found any traces of those special beings in the corpse cave, which made him heave a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter should be closed for the time being. Another day later, a small mountain range appeared in front of him, and there were several peaks in that small mountain range. Although the aura of heaven and earth was not too rich, it was not thin either. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart moved and he stopped, shouting to Chen Shitao and the others. They clasped their fists slightly and said, "Guys, although I don't know where you are going, let's say goodbye to you here for the time being. My companion and I still have some things to deal with, so we have to stay here for a few days." Stay for a few days? Chen Shitao's eyes lit up. Just in time. We also want to rest for a few days. As you have seen, Fanlei and senior brother Wang haven't recovered from their breath adjustment after being injured. Why don't we all take a rest here? You rest here too? Yang Kai frowned slightly. What? Could it be that brother Yang doesn't welcome you? Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai reproachfully. Where? This is not my property. It's just an unowned mountain range. Naturally everyone can go down. That's good. Chen Shitao smiled, and since younger brother Yang came from Sky Fate City, he must be going back to Sky Fate City by then, right? Well, it's natural. This place is not close to Sky Fate City. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to fly by your Imperial Envoy Star Shuttle alone. If you encounter something on the way and delay it, it may take more time, longer. Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully. I don't know if Miss Shen has any good ways to save us this time. Is there any good way I can use the space magic circle? Of course. Younger brother Yang probably doesn't know that there is a space magic circle that leads directly to Tianyan City in Black Crow City, which is 5 days away from here. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai couldn't help but turned his head to look at Yang Yan, only to find that she was bewildered, obviously not understanding about it. Is my concubine still able to deceive you? Chen Shitao pursed her lips and smiled. Black Crow City is a city without an owner and does not belong to any faction. Not everyone can use it, but Fanlei seems to know a senior who guards the space magic circle. If he has him as a guarantee, it will definitely be fine for Brother Yang to use it, but it will take a lot of effort to use it. Crystal is the price. Sheng Jing is fine, as long as it can be used. Yang Kai looked happy, and quickly looked at Shen Fanlei. Shen Fanlei grinned. Brother Yang, don't worry, I used to do a little favor to a senior guarding the space magic circle. It's okay to ask him to accommodate, not to mention, Brother Yang is not someone of unknown origin. So, Brother Chen will be troublesome then. Yang Kai quickly thanked, and after finishing speaking, he looked at the few small peaks below and said, then let's stay here for a few days, and then come together after we are done. Go to Black Crow City. Shen Shitao and the others naturally had no objection, and immediately flew towards the small mountain range. Although Shen Shitao and Luing were not injured in the battle with the Silver Night Thunder Beast, they had consumed a lot of Saint Yuan and had little time to recover along the way. They must also adjust their breathing. As for Shen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan, they needed to heal their injuries as soon as possible. So these four people searched for one of the small mountain peaks and flew over, and soon disappeared. And Yang Kai and Yang Yan flew to another remote mountain peak. After a while, the two arrived at their destination, and Yang Kai immediately urged Sheng Yuan to open up a temporary residence in the mountainside. With Yang Kai's current cultivation level, opening up such a place naturally does not take much effort, just a cup of tea, and a simple stone mansion has been formed. Entering the stone mansion, Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn. Yang Yan seemed to have sensed something, and followed behind him without saying a word. All the way to the innermost part, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged. Is there something wrong with Xiao Xiao? Yang Yan asked hastily. Since the stone puppet devoured that piece of Sun True Essence, it has been kept by Yang Kai. Yang Yan doesn't know what is going on with the stone puppet now, but Yang Kai's sudden stay here must be related to this matter. It's not a big problem, but if this continues, stone puppet won't be able to bear it. Yang Kai sighed lightly. I guessed it. In fact, even if you don't tell me, I will let you stay for a few days and deal with Xiao Xiao and Taiyang Zhenjing. Yang Yan immediately took out some self-refined things from the space ring, and then began to arrange them in Shifu. The truth of the sun is very important, and she doesn't dare to take it lightly, so before letting the stone puppet come out, she must set up a restraint, otherwise once the breath leaks, it may cause some trouble. With her formation skills, it is very easy to arrange some restrictions to isolate the breath. Half a day later, the entire Shifu was covered by layers of invisible restrictions. Only then did Yang Kai wave his hand and release the stone puppet from the black book space. As soon as the stone puppet appeared, the temperature in the entire stone mansion rose steadily, but the stone puppet itself became as red as fire, emitting heat enough to distort the sight from all over its body, and its body showed signs of melting. An expression of unbearable pain emerged on the stone puppet's face, and its eyes were extremely red. The violent heat of the true sun essence is simply not something it can resist. Stone puppet's ability to persevere until now is all due to its own talent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately took out the 10,000-year ice jade platform, and the cold air rippling out, instantly neutralized the high temperature in the stone mansion, making this place normal. Yang Kai poured another Saint Yuan into the stone puppet's body, and the stone puppet stood up staggeringly as if it had received some order, opened its mouth, and the true sun essence was spit out immediately, just falling on the ice jade platform. He remained steady. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, waved at stone puppet, waited for it to walk in front of him, and carefully checked its situation. Fortunately for Yang Kai, although the stone puppet looked a little damaged, it was not serious, and it should be able to recover as long as it took a while to recuperate. This made Yang Kai feel relieved, and at the same time, he became more and more optimistic about the potential of the stone puppet. Passing a divine sense to it, telling it that it can refine the rare ores in its abdomen at will, repair itself, and Yang Kai put away the stone puppet again. In the corpse cave before, the stone puppet devoured 7 or 8 hill-like holy crystals and rare ores. I don't know if the holy crystals have any effect on the stone puppet, but those rare ores are definitely useful to the growth of the stone puppet. Yang Kai will not be stingy either. I believe that after the stone puppet absorbs the essence of those ores, there should be no serious problems. Getting a piece of sun essence is more valuable than getting more ore. After dealing with the matter of stone puppet, Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan. How to do this? If stone puppet can't keep it for a long time, we can't bring it back to Longshe Mountain at all. It's enough to refine a special container. Yang Yan seemed to have made a plan, and replied calmly after hearing the words. What materials do you want? Naturally, it's an ice-type material. This 10,000 Xi Ice Jade Terrace is the best material. Don't worry, I have a solution, but it's a little troublesome to refine, and it will take at least 10 days. 10 days, no problem, it won't be too easy for them to heal their wounds. Yang Kai smiled slightly, got up immediately, and left the 4 space rings collected from the corpse cave to Yang Yan. The storage in the space ring should be able to meet the needs of Yang Yan, refining the special container. Not wanting to disturb Yang Yan anymore, Yang Kai walked out on his own, came to the outer layer of Shifu, and sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and brought out the king-level refining furnace, and his divine sense probed inside. He couldn't help being surprised and delighted. When collecting the Sun True Essence before, Yang Kai used the artifact spirit, but the artifact spirit seemed a little weak in the face of the Sun True Fire's attack, and was injured by the Sun True Fire. To be continued. This text is provided by Fiction Bar at Fuyun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search novels and join us. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1306 Persuasion. Yang Kai thought that things would be very troublesome, but when he looked at the artifact spirit at this moment, he found that it was sleeping in the refining furnace. Although the injury was still there, it was not as serious as Yang Kai imagined, and it seemed to have absorbed a ray of sunlight. The real fire is being refined by itself. That ray of real fire from the sun is visible to the naked eye, within Qiling's body, swimming like a small snake, extremely slender, but no matter how it rushes left and right, it can't be separated from Qi spirit's bondage, and is still trapped by Qiling. The fire spiritual power in the spiritual body gradually assimilated. Qiling actually looked like a blessing in disguise. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, this time he collected the true sun essence. These 2 right-hand men were injured, which really made him very depressed. Now that the artifact spirit is fine and the stone puppet is fine, Yang Kai naturally put it down and kept going. Carrying the heart. Artifact spirit has become like this. For the time being, I am afraid that it is impossible to use the refining furnace to temper the Keel Dragon Ball, so Yang Kai simply sat on the spot, adjusting his breath while checking the harvest of this trip. In addition to the large amount of holy crystals and rare minerals stored in the 4 space rings thrown to Yang Yan, there are also many such things in the stone puppet's stomach. Originally belonged to Ji Yu Yangzong's secret code of exercises and many secret treasures. Needless to say, the secret treasures must be handed over to Yang Yan to deal with. Many of those secret treasures must be repaired before they can be used again. Moreover, he does not need other secret treasures to enhance his combat power, so he naturally does not pay attention to them. As for those secret exercises, he was interested in taking a look. After all, Ji Yu Yangzong is not inferior to such great powers as Zontianmeng and Leitezong for more than 2,000 years, and the secret codes of exercises possessed by the sect must not be too bad, let alone those placed in the secret cave. I am afraid it will be extremely difficult. It may be related to the inheritance of the lineage of Ji Yu Yangzong. After some inspection, Yang Kai was secretly startled. He found that, as he had guessed, all of these exercise secrets were high-quality goods, and any one of them would arouse the interest of many warriors, and some of the ancient Yangzong secret techniques were of a very high grade. It is also quite subtle and profound, and I am afraid that even warriors at the peak of the Void Return Mirror will be greatly moved by it. With the capital that Yang Kai has now, there is no need to waste time and energy to practice these things. Of course, if you have enough time, you can still choose 1 or 2 sets of secret skills to practice. Chance of survival. At the very least, Yang Kai is really interested in several of these secret techniques. But when he remembered that he had to cultivate the golden blood thread, the dragon bone and the dragon ball, and the space power, and the glass beads that Dai Yuan gave him were waiting to be processed, Yang Kai could only put out the thoughts in his heart and silently put away these secret exercises and wait for him to use them in the future. Although he didn't intend to cultivate, but reading the profoundness of the secret codes of several sets of exercises, it still inspired him a lot, especially the set of exercises for body training. Yang Kai was the most excited. It was the first time he knew that there was actually a method in the world dedicated to tempering the body and exercising the physique. The reason why his physical quality is so strong is that on the one hand, it is because of the large amount of demon energy that was born in the proud golden body before, which gave him some physical qualities of the demon race. On the other hand, it is also because of the various opportunities he has obtained over the years his physical strength. But after thinking about it, the proud golden body art that he obtained when he was just practicing should also be a way to refine the body, but the set of proud golden body art created by the great demon god can't compare with the secret treasure of Ji Yu Yangzong. It's not that the great demon god's aptitude is not enough, but that he has only cultivated to the Saint King realm until his death, and has not yet left the Tongshuan continent. Naturally, he cannot compare with this great sect that has been passed down for countless years in terms of knowledge and experience. Yang Kai didn't know the grade of this body training method of Ji Yu Yangzong, but after comprehending it, I can also know that the grade is not low. I am afraid it is a set of priceless treasures. Such a set of exercises can be cultivated, and with his identity as a virtual alchemist to assist in refining some pills for tempering the body, it must be difficult to practice. It will get twice the result with half the effort, and the first few layers will not waste too much time. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer thought about it, but sat cross-legged on the spot, continuing to temper his golden blood threads, while taking time to comprehend the mysteries of this body training technique. Time flies, 7 or 8 days have passed. During this period, this small mountain range was extremely calm, and nothing happened. It is no wonder that this place is close to the burial valley, and no one would come here in normal times. If it was 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, the situation would definitely be very different at that time. There will be many warriors going to the depths of Burial Valley with the idea of treasure hunting, and there will be quite a hot lottery here. But now, although there are people who will enter the Burial Valley, there are not many people who go there, except those who have established goals like Shen Shitao and others, that is, some fledglings who want to break out of the world. Most of these people, they all fell into the Burial Valley and could not return safely. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in front of the stone mansion. Suddenly his expression changed. He looked up and looked not far away. There, a blue rainbow was quickly approaching this place, and the visitor did not intend to hide his tracks. Yang Kai naturally, it was obvious at a glance that the imperial envoy Xing came was Chen Shitao. Immediately calmed down Sheng Yuan in his body, and waited quietly. After a while, Shen Shitao flew closer, turned around, and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. After so many days of meditation, Chen Shitao has obviously recovered. At this moment, she looks like a peach blossom, with water flowing in her eyes, and her whole body is full of amorous feelings. I couldn't help being shocked. Miss Shen. Yang Kai didn't mean to get up. He nodded to her as a greeting, and raised his brow slightly, looking at Miss Shen's face. It seems that there is no serious problem. Shen Shitao pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Lao Yang remembers that my concubine was not injured at all, but the Sheng Yuan was consumed a lot before, and now she has recovered. Well, that's good. I don't know what's the matter with Miss Shen coming here. Are you planning to leave? Not yet. Shen Shitao slowly shook her head. Although Fan Lei's injuries this time are not serious, they are not serious. I'm afraid he will stay here for a few more days. It's just right. I need a few days of work here. My concubine came here this time to thank Brother Yang for his kindness twice before. The first time is fine. I don't have to worry about my life, but if there is no Brother Yang for the second time, I'm afraid it will be really difficult for us to live. Leaving buried Shang Valley, I will keep this kindness in my heart. If Brother Yang is useful in the future, I will come to Gantianzong to say hello. I will definitely not refuse. When she said these words, her face was serious, obviously sincere. Yang Kai smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, I didn't do much, I just helped you get out of trouble. I was able to come out alive, thanks to your good strength. The Silver Night Thunder Beast is not sure to kill you without restraint, only then took the initiative to retreat. Is that so? Chen Shitao frowned, as if she was a little puzzled. If that was the case, then the Silver Night Thunder Beast shouldn't have provoked them in the first place. So when she was recovering these days, she had been thinking about this issue. I really don't understand why the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly retreated on its own initiative. After much deliberation, she could only guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai, but now that she was probing, Yang Kai still categorically denied it, which made her wonder whether the retreat of the Silver Night Thunder Beast was really what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai didn't intend to talk about this issue in detail, but said lightly, as for thanking you, there is no need. When you go out, there are always times when you encounter difficulties. Since we have known each other once, we should support each other. Maybe next time Yang needs Miss Shen's help when she has something to do. A somewhat charming smile appeared on Shen Shitao's pretty face, and she said with joy in her eyes, it's really a concubine's blessing to know Brother Yang. Do you still think I am a person with great luck? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Hee. Shen Shitao laughed tenderly. Although there is no basis for this statement, I firmly believe in it. If it wasn't for your luck, how would I have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now? Quote. Forget it, whatever you think. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, not trying to defend himself. Actually, Shen Shitao opened her mouth, a little hesitant to speak, with a hesitant expression. Yang Kai immediately knew that she should have some inconvenient things to tell him, so he pretended to be listening. Seeing this, Shen Shitao said slowly, "Actually, this time I came here, one is to thank you, and the other is to ask Brother Yang if you have any plans to enter the sect." Enter the sect? Yang Kai raised his brows and said with a smile, "Could Miss Shen want me to enter Qian Tianzong? It's easy to talk to a smart person like Brother Yang." Shen Shitao smiled like a flower, nodded and said, "I really have this idea. After all, you have been practicing alone all this time, without the guidance of a famous teacher, let alone the protection of a sect. I can't see any disadvantages, but if you wait until your cultivation level goes further, there will be some situations that Brother Yang can't handle." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that what she said made sense. For example, the unique power of the void returning mirror expert. Yang Kai had never heard of this information before he fought against the martial artist brought by Xie Hongwen, because he did not have an elder to tell him this. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so passive back then. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Shen Shitao seemed to have been inspired by something, and continued, "Besides, since you can cultivate to the second level of the Saint King, your aptitude is not low, and with the current level, you can enter Qian Tianzong, it's still no problem. After half a year, our Qianshan sect will have a trial. At that time, it will be open to the entire Gloom Star. No matter who it is, as long as it passes this trial, it will be able to enter the sect." To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1307 Warning, Happy New Year everyone. Of course, when you first enter the sect, the status and treatment will definitely not be too high, but with your cultivation level, as long as you complete a few sect tasks, you can become an inner sect disciple. I don't know if Brother Yang has the intention participate in this trial. If you have one, I can find you a trial token. After finishing speaking, Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai earnestly, as if she really wanted to become a fellow student with him. After all, Yang Kai's strength is not low. Once he becomes a fellow sect, he can be justifiably invited when he goes out to travel in the future. Under her gaze, Yang Kai murmured, and didn't intend to refuse immediately. This made Shen Shitao's expression startled, as if he felt that there was something going on, and when he was about to hit the iron while it was hot, Yang Kai said, "Miss Chen has some good intentions, I'm here, I understand, but I have no plans to enter any sect for the time being." Shen Shitao's expression darkened, a little surprised by Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai explained with a smile, "If I'm really alone, it doesn't matter if I enter a sect, but Miss Shen also saw that I have companions." "You mean that Yang Yan girl?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's not just her alone, there are other people, about dozens of them." Dozens? Shen Shitao was stunned. Well, and their cultivation bases are uneven. There are Void Return Mirror, Saint King Realm, and even Divine Ascension Saint Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Is that so?" Shen Shitao murmured, and then laughed. "No wonder you refused. Since Brother Yang has concerns about this, I won't say much." Although Shen Shitao was a little disappointed not being able to invite Yang Kai to participate in the trial, but since it was the reason, she would not go to make things difficult for others, so she chatted with Yang Kai for a while, then left and returned to the not far away another small mountain. After she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes flashed as if he was contemplating something, then his eyes flashed, staring at a certain place in the void, and said lightly, "After watching for so long, have you noticed what?" There seemed to be a faint wave of breath coming from the void where the voice fell, but it disappeared in a flash, and there was nothing unusual about it. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Why is it that since Brother Wang is here, he still needs to be invited by Yang to show up? Hearing Yang Kai's name calling like this, there was a sudden ripple in the void, and a strange figure appeared on the spot, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, not daring to say, "How did you see my trace?" While speaking, he took away the cloak-shaped secret treasure on his body, stared at Yang Kai, and said in a deep voice, "My concealing breath is a high-grade virtual treasure, you can't see the flaws." Void-level high-grade secret treasure. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Brother Wang has a good secret treasure, but this secret treasure is not low-grade, but with your strength, you can't use it in its entirety." Power. It just so happens that Yang is very sensitive to other people's prying eyes, hee. Some skills. Wang Yuhan snorted coldly, her body was exposed, but she didn't show the slightest embarrassment. "Brother Wang is not healing over there, what are you doing here?" "If I hadn't noticed Brother Wang's aura, I might have attacked just now." A faint smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. My injury has healed, and I came here with no malice but curiosity. Wang Yuhan replied lukewarmly. If you're just curious, then it's fine. If Brother Wang has any opinion on me, you might as well say it directly. If you can change it, you can change it. If you can't, Brother Wang, just be patient. I don't have any objections to you. Wang Yuhan's face darkened, and he suddenly smiled lightly, but you rejected Miss Shen's proposal, which is a wise move. Although your strength is not low, but you can enter a big sect like Qian Tianzong, it's still not enough. Maybe I've let down Miss Shen's good intentions and I can't explain it, and then I won't look good at that time. That's my business, don't bother Brother Wang to remember. Well, if Brother Wang has nothing else to do, please go back. I'm just going to use the space magic circle of Black Crow City with my companions, and it will naturally happen at that time. Left. That's the best. Wang Yuhan nodded expressionlessly, cupped her fist slightly, and wanted to leave from here. Yang Kai suddenly said again, by the way, I don't like being spied on secretly, this time it's fine, if there is a next time. How are you doing? Wang Yuhan turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai smiled secretly, the power of the divine consciousness in the sea of consciousness suddenly churned, and suddenly shrouded towards Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, he felt a breath of death rushing towards him. When he was about to fight back, he found that feeling disappeared all of a sudden, and Yang Kai was still sitting there. Looking at him with a smile, it seems that he hasn't moved any hands or feet at all. Wang Yuhan's expression immediately became suspicious, and his back was covered with cold sweat. After a while, he turned his head and flew into the distance. What is it to be jealous of me? It's really inexplicable. Yang Kai murmured. He naturally knew why Wang Yuhan didn't like him very much, and he also knew why he hid from the side. But he didn't have any thoughts about Chen Shitao at all. After leaving Black Crow City this time, everyone might never see each other again. This Wang Yuhan was a little nervous. Although he knew that he was not a good person, Yang Kai did not remind Chen Shitao. After all, Yang Kai is too lazy to do such things as a villain behind his back, and Chen Shitao is not an ignorant woman, so he probably does not need to remind him. Can clearly see the essence of Wang Yuhan. For him, as long as he can use the space magic circle of Black Crow City, he doesn't want to intervene in other things, but since the other party came to spy, Yang Kai naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Sending and receiving did not have any impact on Wang Yuhan, but Yang Kai had secretly planted the seeds of fear in his heart. If there is any conflict with him in the future, as long as this spiritual seed is stimulated, Wang Yuhan will be a lamb to be slaughtered. With Yang Kai's current powerful divine sense, it is natural for no one to notice such tricks on a Saint King 3rd layer warrior, unless there are warriors above the 2nd layer returned to void who personally inspect Wang Yuhan's sea of consciousness, only then would it be possible to find the seed of divine thought and destroy it. The probability of this kind of thing happening is very small. Yang Kai is not worried. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt that he had neither revealed his strength nor his feet just now, so he closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to focus on his own affairs. 3 days later, Shen Fanlei and others, who were healing and adjusting their breath, left the customs one after another, and Yang Yan had already handed over something that looked like a ring to Yang Kai. The ring was icy cold, and it looked like it was made of some ice-cold materials. It came out, and Yang Kai also detected a breath of 10,000 years of ice jade from it. Looking inside, Yang Kaidang found that the Sun True Essence that made him helpless was stored in it, and there were many restrictions around it, gathering a lot of ice-cold power to restrain the spread of the Sun True Fire. This ring is somewhat similar to a space ring, but its capacity is extremely small, only within a radius of 3 feet. It should be a secret treasure specially refined by Yang Yan to store the true essence of the sun. With such a thing, Yang Kai wouldn't worry about the aura of Sun True Essence being exposed, and it could be easily transported. After checking it out, he was overjoyed to put it away, and praised Yang Yan fiercely. She is unparalleled in the sky, not on earth. Yang Yan gave Yang Kai a hard look. After finishing the work here, after reuniting with Chen Shitao and the others, I learned that they were almost ready to leave. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them immediately rushed towards Black Crow City. Along the way, Wang Yuhan changed from his previous enthusiasm and became taciturn, and intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Yang Kai a lot, when no one was paying attention, looking at him with a weird look. Shen Shitao and the others were unaware of this, and told Yang Kai about the situation in Black Crow City in detail on the road. Through her explanation, Yang Kai learned that because the geographical location of Black Crow City is somewhat special, it cannot be controlled by any force, because the place where it is located is the Jidao Gate, Kei Hezong, and Wuji Pavilion. At the junction of the middle powers, the three powers fought for the ownership of Black Crow City for many years, but each family killed or injured some disciples, but they still couldn't get the city. In the end, I don't know what kind of agreement the three families reached, but they didn't care about this city, and no one would interfere with the affairs of Black Crow City. With such a move, the Black Crow City has produced a considerable force on its own. This city, headed by the city lord, has attracted many powerful warriors to sit in it. With the help of some nearby mine veins, it has also survived in the cracks of the three parties, down. Moreover, there are many cities like Black Crow City in the entire Gloom Star. Most of the reasons are because some forces are at a stalemate, unable to decide the ownership of the city, and let the city fend for itself. As a result, the city itself has formed a force. And such a force is extremely attractive to some helpless warriors. Through solicitation, they can occasionally recruit some powerful warriors to join. This kind of city is generally called a free city. There are 800 if not 1,000 on Gloom Star, because it does not have the strict constraints of the sect, and the management is relatively loose. The position of the city lord in charge of the city changes frequently. Whoever has a big fist is the city lord, so most of them can't do anything big, and many forces don't care about it, but cooperate with them a lot. But there are exceptions to everything. On Gloom Star, there are 2 or 3 cities that are not inferior to the strength of the big sect. These cities are often firmly controlled by a big family or several families, and they are relatively united with each other. There will be internal fights, but they are all restrained within an acceptable range. Once foreign enemies invade, they will hold together tightly. After hundreds of years and thousands of years of reproduction, the weight of these super cities on the Dark Star is no worse than those of the big sects. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Run Yun. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click search Breaking Dawn and join us. Close Black Lens Bracket. Chapter 1308 Black Crow City. Naturally, Black Crow City cannot be compared with that kind of super city, so even though Shen Fanlei is only a disciple of the Holy King realm of the Extreme Dao sect, he can still have some relationship with a senior who guards the space magic circle in the city. He was once entrusted by that person to help a little favor. The other party probably won't show Shen Fanlei's face. Knowing this, Yang felt relieved, knowing that it should be no problem to use the space magic circle. It's not as troublesome as it was when he came back from the Demon Blood City last time. But speaking of it, activities on the Gloomy Star really need some connections, otherwise, just relying on the space magic circles in the cities would be an extremely troublesome thing. Fortunately, Yang Kai was lucky, and someone came back from the outside twice to help. I just don't know if there is any kind of pass order that can use the space magic circle at will on the entire Gloomy Star. If there is such a thing, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient. Yang Kai thought that such a thing would not exist, but after asking casually, he learned from Chen Shitao that this kind of pass really exists. This surprised him greatly, and he hurriedly asked. Chen Shitao seemed to know what he was thinking, so naturally she knew everything without saying anything. Hearing Chen Shitao's explanation, Yang Kai smiled wryly and shook his head repeatedly. Although this kind of pass does exist, and it is recognized by about 80% of the forces on Gloom Star, but it is hard to get it. There are 2 ways to get it. One is to make a grand event that is beneficial to the entire Gloomy Star. This condition sounds simple, but in fact it is impossible to achieve. There are so many forces on Gloom Star, although there is cooperation between them, there are also constant conflicts and struggles. What is beneficial to one party may be harmful to the other party, so it is impossible to agree with each other, so it is impossible to achieve this kind of condition. And the second method is much simpler than the first one. If you can gather 10 first-tier sects and jointly provide a guarantor, you can also get this kind of pass order that can travel unimpeded on the Gloomy Star. Although this method is simpler, it is only relative to the first one. After all, the number of first-line sects on Gloom Star is not too many. There are 20 sects, and it is basically impossible to gather 10 sects to guarantee this time. For example, the Shadow Moon Palace, Qianshan sect, and Luli sect that Yang Kai has come into contact with are all first-tier sects, and they all have such qualifications, and the guarantor must also be a famous elder in this sect. Both methods can obtain the pass that Yang Kai wanted, but after hearing Chen Shitao finished speaking, Yang Kai stopped thinking in his heart. With his current ability, he couldn't complete any of the conditions. After talking all the way, time passed quickly. 5 days later, a group of 6 people arrived in front of Black Crow City smoothly. After paying some holy crystals, the guards at the city gate let them go. After entering the city, Yang Kai looked around and found that the city was crisscrossed with roads of different widths, and there were many shops on both sides of the road. It is also bustling and bustling, making this place look quite lively. Brother Yang, are you planning to stay here for a while, or leave in a hurry? Chen Shitao suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, if possible, I naturally want to leave here as soon as possible, I still have some things to deal with. This trip out, I got so many materials and holy crystals, Stone Puppet stole a lot of 1,000 illusion glazes. Naturally, Yang Yan couldn't wait to get involved in his own art refining business. Yang Kai heard from her that it seemed that he was going to refine a shocking thing and what to refine. He asked Yang Yan, but he was mysterious and vague, making Yang Kai very helpless. Not to mention Yang Yan, just the situation of She Puppet and Qi Ling's 2 right-hand assistants made Yang Kai unintentional to stay outside. Only when he returned to Longshe Mountain could he be completely relieved and let the 2 right-hand assistants take a good rest for a while. Hearing what he said, although a look of disappointment flashed in Shen Shitao's eyes, she didn't insist anymore, but said, in this case, Fan Lei will go to the space magic circle now to see if the senior is there. If all goes well, you should be able to leave here, Brother Yang, before the night comes. Yang Kai naturally had no objection, politely asked Shen Fanlei for a while, and immediately stood there with Chen Shitao and the others and waited quietly. During this period, Chen Shitao tried to invite Yang Kai again, wanting him to participate in the trial of Qian Tianzong, but Yang Kai still politely refused. Seeing this, Chen Shitao couldn't get entangled anymore, and instead talked to Yang Kai chatted about other things with a smile. About an hour later, Shen Fanlei left and returned. It's just that his face was a little embarrassed, as if he had failed what he entrusted. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai couldn't help but thump, secretly guessing if the other party was unwilling to accommodate. If so, then it would be troublesome. It would really take about 2 or 3 months to fly back to Longshe Mountain from here. Shen Shitao obviously had some guesses, and after her younger brother arrived, she hurriedly said, Fan Lei, isn't everything going well? Shen Fanlei sneered, with a guilty look on his face. He shook his head and said, it's not going well. What's wrong? Shen Shitao asked. That senior just happened to be out of the city. According to other people, it seems that he took a mission and went out of the city. Going out of the city? Shen Shitao was stunned. Why did you leave the city at such a time by such a coincidence? You must have been fooled by them, right? No, no, Shen Fanlei quickly waved his hand. I also asked other people, and I learned that the senior is indeed on a mission. He just left the city a few days ago, and it seems that he will not be able to return until 3 days at the earliest. Look. 3 days, Shen Shitao murmured, turned to look at Yang Kai, and smiled apologetically. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, it seems that things have turned a little bit and I've disappointed you. It's okay, there are always accidents in everything. Yang Kai replied lightly. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest displeasure, Shen Shitao felt relieved, and said, but that senior won't come back until 3 days at the earliest. Can you wait here for a few days? Don't worry, then once the senior comes back, we will definitely arrange for you to leave here. If it's only 3 days, there's no problem. Even if it takes 10 days, it's okay. After all, it's much better than 2 or 3 months with Yang Yanfei, but Brother Shen, are you sure that senior won't delay too long? It's not worth it if it takes too long. That's okay. Chen Shitao smiled sweetly. If that senior hasn't come back after 3 days, we'll go to other places, whether it's Gaifeng city of Jidao sect or Mahai city of Archianshan sect, it's also a short distance from here. However, during the journey of 10.5 months, these 2 cities are equipped with space magic circles, which are directly connected to Tianyan city. Here, Fan Lei and I still need to trust each other, but in Gaifeng city or Mahai city, we can do it by ourselves. Call the shots. Yang Kai heard the words, his eyes lit up, and the last trace of worry in his heart was dispelled. He nodded immediately, agreeing to Chen Shitao's proposal. Since he decided to wait here for 3 days, it is natural to find a place to live first. Fortunately, there are quite a few places like inns in Black Crow City, and the 2 girls, Shen Shitao and Luing, are both little rich women with a net worth of more than 1 million saint crystals, so the places they can find are naturally not too bad. After a while, a group of 6 people lived in a top-notch inn called Failingdian. This flying spirit hall is also a well-known existence in the entire Black Crow City. It is the most high-end inn. Generally, warriors who enter and leave here are either rich or expensive, and everyone should not be underestimated. 1,000 top-grade holy crystal. This kind of price is not insignificant. You must know that in ordinary inns, you only stay for one night, and the best rooms are only hundreds of holy crystals, but the price of this flying spirit hall is dozens of times that of ordinary inns. If it weren't for the fact that Yongkai helped them twice this time, and the last time was a life-saving grace, Shen Shitao wouldn't be so extravagant and wasteful. After all, although she has a lot of saint crystals, she has never been extravagant. It can be regarded as taking advantage of Yongkai's light to be extravagant. Although the price was outrageously high, after staying here, everyone felt that it was worth the money. There is no other reason. Every guest staying here lives in a separate small attic. The attic is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for receiving visitors, the second floor is for meditation and cultivation, and the third floor is dedicated to alchemy. The room and the refining room can be used by some alchemists and refining masters staying there. And each floor is equipped with at least 7 or 8 restrictions. These restrictions can not only isolate the detection of other people's spiritual sense, but also have the effect of early warning. At the same time, in each attic, there are 2 young, beautiful and slim girls serving them. These girls are also warriors, but their cultivation is not high. All have been specially trained to meet most of the requirements of the guests. Of course, some excessive requirements will not be met. And according to the martial artist who received everyone, this flying spirit hall is actually the property of the city lord and several other elders in the city, so you can rest assured in terms of safety, it is impossible for anyone to come here to provoke trouble. The martial artist who received everyone revealed such news intentionally or unintentionally, obviously with some warning meaning. Let Yongkai and others not underestimate the background of this inn, let alone make trouble here. There are 6 people in a group, of course there is no need for 6 attics. Shen Shitao is now the main one for 3, Shi and Luing have 1, Wang Yuhan and Shen Fanlei have 1, and Yongkai naturally has 1 with Yang Yan. After the division, everyone dispersed and moved into the attic to rest. The attic where Yongkai and Yang Yan were located was very unique, and it was also given a very sentimental name, called Feihua Shuiyu Building. Seeing this, Yang Yan curled his lips violently. Yongkai naturally didn't have any strange thoughts. He and Yang Yan each chose a wing room, and meditated to rest. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1309 Shen Fanlei's Invitation. There was nothing to say all night, and on the second day, Yongkai and Yang Yan took this opportunity to hang around in this Black Crow City. After all, they have come here. Simply see if there is any special product here. If you are lucky, you may be able to find some useful material. After spending a whole day shopping with Yang Yan, it was really rewarding. Some materials that are difficult to buy or see in Tianyan City can be easily found here. The price is convenient and naturally there is no discount offered by the Shadow Moon Palace, but Yongkai and Yang Yan have gained a lot of saint crystals with the buried Majestic Valley party, so naturally they don't care about it. Yang Yan has purchased a total of 40 to 50 million holy crystal refining materials here, and it seems that he still has more ideas. Although Yongkai wouldn't say much about it, he was still terrified to see it. With Yang Yan's spending speed, the saint crystal he harvested this time might not last long. But judging from the materials she purchased, Yongkai vaguely felt that she seemed to be really refining something extraordinary. While Wei Wei was startled, she couldn't help but look forward to it. If it wasn't for worrying that if you continue to purchase, you will be watched by others, Yang Yan will definitely drag Yongkai to continue. If this is the case, Yongkai can also sense that many people are paying attention to this journey, intentionally or unintentionally. Himself and Yang Yan seem to be very interested in the two of us. It's no wonder that 2 young men and women spent tens of millions of saint crystals in a day, which will somewhat arouse the ideas of those who care about something. Aside, secretly paying attention. It wasn't until evening that Yongkai and Yang Yan returned to Filing Hall, and as soon as you entered Feihua Shuiyu Tower, Yang Yan went straight to the 3rd floor, apparently to use the refining room there to do something. Yongkai meditated alone on the 2nd floor. About 2 hours later, Yongkai suddenly opened his eyes, looked out with a slight frown, and waved his hand at the same time. The door was opened silently, and there was a young girl in green clothes standing outside the door. It was one of the 2 maid servants in the Feihua Shuiyu building. She first saluted Yongkai Yingying, then opened her mouth and said softly, "Young master, there is a guest visiting, I wonder if you want to see him." "Who?" Yongkai was stunned. "He said he was your companion, surnamed Shen." Shen, Yang Kai was surprised, pondered for a moment and asked, is he the only one? Yes. The maid nodded slightly. There was a smile on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Before the servant girl asked again, he waved his hand and said, understood, let him wait a moment, I will come down now. The maid saluted again, turned around and walked downstairs with graceful steps. Yang Kai didn't get up immediately, but sat on the spot, eyes flickering, pondered for a while, then stood up and walked outside. In the reception area on the first floor, Shen Fanlei sat there with a big horse and a golden knife, two thick silkworm eyebrows lying on his eyebrows. His eyes were piercing, although he was not born very handsome, but he was born with a manly, he looks very heroic, especially his eyes that seem to be full of energy all the time, are the most attractive ideas. The two maid-servants who were arranged in Feihua Shuiyu Tower were attracted by him, and they glanced sideways from time to time, a blush rose on their pink cheeks. And Shen Fanlei was obviously aware of this, but pretended not to know, and sat there solemnly, but judging from his twisting body from time to time, it seemed that he was a bit on pins and needles. After a long while, Yang Kai came down from the upstairs. Shen Fanlei quickly got up as if he had been pardoned, cupped his fists and said, Brother Yang, you dare to come to the door and disturb your cultivation, I hope you don't blame Brother Yang. Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him in astonishment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said kindly, Brother Shen is out, and I am bored, so I can't talk about disturbing you. Saying so, he ordered the two maidservants to bring some tea. The green-clothed maidservant who went upstairs earlier responded and went down to prepare. Not long after, not only tea was served, but also a plate of spiritual fruit was brought up. Yang Kai didn't know what Shen Fanlei suddenly asked him for, so he didn't ask rashly, and Shen Fanlei didn't mean to tell him directly, but talked with Yang Kai, and didn't know what to say. But Yang Kai clearly felt that Shen Fanlei was quite different from usual. It seemed that the presence of the two maidservants next to him made him very stressed, paying attention to his speech and behavior all the time, which made most of his original vitality and heroic spirit disappear. With his hands tied for a while, he often speaks incoherently. Every now and then, the two maidservants would hold back their laughter, and Shen Fanlei was equally embarrassed. Seeing this, Yang Kai became thoughtful, suddenly waved his hand, and said to the two maidservants, There is nothing for you here, go down and rest, if there is something else, I will call you. The two maidservants looked at each other, although they were a little disappointed, they still obediently said yes, and then left with some reluctance. Before leaving, they secretly glanced at Shen Fanlei, as if they were greatly in love with him. Yang Kai dumbfoundedly laughed, but after the two maidservants left and Shen Fanlei was alone with Yang Kai, he was obviously relieved, his usual state instantly recovered, and he was no longer in the embarrassment just now, chatting with Yang Kai in different places, sometimes haha laughing uncontrollably, sometimes with a serious expression, arguing with Yang Kai about the difficult problems in cultivation, refusing to give up an inch. This conversation lasted for 2 hours, and it seemed that it was already late at night. He had no intention of saying goodbye and leaving, let alone explaining why he came, so Yang Kai couldn't sit still. This guy must have forgotten why he came, right? After thinking up to this point, Yang Kai coughed lightly and asked, I don't know if there is something wrong with Brother Chen coming to see me this time. Hearing this, Shen Fanlei showed a stunned expression, and immediately slapped his forehead and let out a cry. He really forgot. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled wryly, and immediately looked at him quietly, waiting for him to speak. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just that Brother Yang helped out twice in the Burial Valley, and now that I'm in Black Crow City, I'm barely a half-landlord, so I thought I should entertain Brother Yang. Quote, invitation. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Shen Fanlei nodded heavily, I heard that there is a very interesting place in the Black Crow City. Shen has been admiring it for a long time, but he has never had the opportunity to go in and see it. Now he just borrows flowers to offer Buddha, so he wants to go with Brother Yang seeing. I don't know what Brother Yang thinks. An interesting place. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. What kind of place is it? A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Shen Fanlei's face, but it quickly disappeared, and he said with a sly smile, this is still a trick for Shen, Brother Yang will know. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile, pondered for a while and said, okay, since Brother Shen is here to invite you, let's go see, but do you want to call Miss Shen and others together? Absolutely. Shen Fanlei's complexion changed drastically, and he waved his hands hastily, you must not let her know about this, or you will have to pull out my skin. If it wasn't for avoiding her eyes and ears, I wouldn't visit late at night. Oh, Yang Kai's head moved, and he suddenly guessed what kind of place Shen Fanlei wanted to go. After thinking about it, He asked, "What about Brother Wang?" "Senior Brother Wang, he went out during the day and said he was visiting an elder here. I don't know when he will come back. We don't have to wait for him." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "In this case, let's go." Seeing that Yang Kai agreed to come down, Shen Fanlei's spirits lifted, and he immediately led the way. Together, the two left the filing hall and directly merged into the crowd of Black Crow City. The Black Crow City at night seems to be more lively than during the day, and there are many more martial artists coming and going, and Shen Fanlei obviously made preparations before, leading Yang Kai on that road. Wear it, extremely skillful. After a while, I came to an inconspicuous house. At the door of the house, there were two holy warriors wearing black armor and standing there holding long daggers. In the dark night, the two pairs of eyes were cold. "Look over here." At first glance, there is no special place here, it seems to be just an ordinary house, but when Yang Kai opened his mind to investigate inside, he was surprised to find that there were many restrictions placed inside, and he could not check inside at all. But from time to time, some warriors strutted into the house. The warriors who entered were of different cultivation bases, ranging from all realms, but no matter which one entered, the two guard-like warriors at the door were all turn a blind eye, not even cross-examination. This made Yang Kai very curious, wondering what kind of existence this place is. It seems to be very lively. When he came here, Shen Fanlei didn't leave anymore, his eyes looked at the house with enthusiasm, and he was still a little excited. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the temperature on his body surface seemed to have risen, and the blood flow rate also increased. "Speed up." Looking at him suspiciously, Shen Fanlei smiled and said, "Let's go, we're at the place." Saying this, he walked in swaggeringly like those warriors who entered the house, and the two guards did not intend to interrogate and stop them, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai and Shen Fanlei. Entering the house, passing through a dark stone path, and turning a corner, a lively atmosphere suddenly came to the head. The air was full of strong aroma of wine and women, and there were bursts of clear and sweet laughter, and at the same time, there was an unknown low-pitched rhythm coming from somewhere. The interior of this place actually has a hole in the sky. Yang Kai looked at it in astonishment, and suddenly found that what he saw was an existence similar to an open-air square, and in that square, there were countless banquets, and every table had more or less early arrivals. The guests here are drinking and having fun, and in the arms of these guests are accompanied by some charming and flowery women. Each of these women has charming eyes and different temperaments, but without exception, they are all extremely beautiful and fair-skinned, their figures are slim, and their clothes are quite different, some are extremely exposed, only close-fitting tulle, a beautiful body is faintly visible, and some are well-dressed, like young women from a good family. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Happy New Year to everyone on the first day of the new year. Another year has passed, and Xiao Mo is here with his wife and children, wishing all book lovers New Year's greetings. I hope that everyone will have a prosperous business and a successful career in the new year. Lovers will get married early, and single friends can find their ideals. For the other half, I wish all book friends good health and wealth. I also wish my parents health and disaster-free, my daughter grows up happily, and my wife's wishes come true. Finally, I would like to thank everyone for their support all the time. I hope that in the new year, I can continue to support Wu Lian and Xiao Mo. Well, by the way, the monthly pass is the last day at the end of the month. To be continued. Chapter 13 Ten Heihuan Building. This scene made Yang Kai dumbfounded, and secretly thought that the place Shen Fanlei wanted to bring him was exactly as he had guessed. This is clearly similar to a brothel in a city where ordinary people live. It's just that this place is countless times higher than ordinary brothels, because all the people who come and go here are warriors, and the women who accompany them are also warriors. At the very least, Yang Kai's spiritual sense has scanned, and he has not found any cultivation base here that is lower than the real one. Women in the Yuan realm, but their strength is not high, the highest is only the third or fourth layer of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The same is true for the cultivation of the men who are here to have fun here, the highest is no more than the Saint realm, which is slightly higher than those of the women. Shen Fanlei was actually interested in this kind of place, which surprised Yang Kai. Turning his head to glance at him, Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Shen Fanlei seemed to have lost his soul at this moment, with his mouth open, staring blankly at the exaggerated scene in front of him, as if the visual impact had already made him lose the ability to think and act, and his face was flushed. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, and just as he was about to wake him up, A woman dressed as a young woman suddenly walked up to him. This woman's face was like a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes were like stars, dazzling, her chest was tall, her waist was gracefully, she came to the two of them and bowed politely. I have met the two young masters myself. While speaking, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Shen Fanlei, covered his mouth and snickered. However, it was obviously not the first time she had seen this kind of thing, so she didn't pay much attention to it, but said, "The two young masters look very strange, but this is the first time you come to our Heihuan building." Yang Kai glanced at Shen Fanlei, seeing that he still seemed to be a bit unrecovered, he sighed slightly, knowing that he could not count on him and nodded slightly. "Yes, it is indeed the first time we have come to Gilo, but yes, this place has been admired for a long time, so I came here to take a look after passing through Black Crow City this time." Quote, "So that's how it is." Hearing the words, the young woman nodded lightly and stroked her hair beside her ear, revealing a touch of coquettish intentionally or unintentionally, and said with a smile, "Those two are quite satisfied with this. How about arranging a wing room for the two sons?" Seeing that both Yang Kai and Shen Fanlei were not weak in cultivation, she knew that they would definitely not want to stay in this square, so she took the initiative to propose. Of course Yang Kai had no objection, so he nodded and let her arrange it by herself. The young woman responded, and then led the two of them across the square and went straight to the exquisite attics behind. At the same time, in a wing room deep in the Heihuan building, an old man and a young man are sitting cross-legged opposite each other. The old man has a cultivation level of the first level of returning to the void, while the young man has the level of a third level of the Holy King. The old man was calm, practicing the exercises silently, not in a hurry, but the well-dressed young man seemed to have something on his mind, frowning from time to time, looking out. "Yuhan, your Xinxing needs to be honed again," the old man said calmly without lifting his eyelids. The young man on the other side was startled when he heard the words, with some guilt on his face, he respectfully said, "What Grandpa Seven said is that Yuhan is still too young." The old man smiled slightly, opened his eyes, looked at the young man opposite and said, "You don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, this matter is related to your future, so you should be more considerate. Although our Wang family is not a small family, but you are not a big family. Among the people of this generation, you are the most promising. You can enter the extreme Taoist sect, and you have also cultivated to the third level of the Holy King. If the opportunity comes, it is not impossible to break through the void return mirror. When the time comes you are one of the pillars of my Wang family, and your background is much better than this old man, and you will surely go farther than this old man in the future." Grandfather Qi praised it absurdly. Yuhan is able to have what he is today, thanks to the family's cultivation that day. If he really succeeds in cultivation in the future, he will definitely not be ashamed of the family. With your words, I feel relieved. If it weren't for you, it would be impossible for the old man to agree to the fact that other clansmen came to beg the old man. Although I have found a position in charge in this Heihuan building, you also know that this is an industry secretly supported by Kei Hezong, and there is also the figure of the city lord. If something really happens, it is not something my Wang family can afford. Yuhan understands, but this time the person to be dealt with is only at the second level of the Holy King, and he will not attack him directly but just create some scandals for him. There should be no problem. If that wasn't the case, how could I agree to your nonsense? The old man snorted, then changed the subject and asked with a chuckle, "The woman you are looking at is indeed from such a powerful force as Qian Tianzong?" "That's right." The young man on the opposite side seemed to regain some energy, and immediately said, "Not only is she from the Qianshan sect, but her status in the Qianshan sect is not low, and she has a lot of money, at least 1,000,000 holy crystals." 1,000,000. The old man was startled when he heard the words, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. How can she have such a huge net worth for a mere third-layer Saint King? She was lucky. Last time, she found a vein of holy crystals in the flowing flame sand field. After mining there for 5 months, she collected nearly 10,000,000 holy crystals. After returning to Qiantianzong, most of them were handed over to the Zongmen, but I still left a part of it. So that's it. The old man's doubts disappeared, and he said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, then you can't let go easily. You have to take this woman. As long as you can get her heart, your future cultivation will be smooth, and you no longer need to worry about cultivation resources." Yuhan thinks so too, otherwise he wouldn't have taken action against that kid surnamed Yang. I don't think that kid has any good intentions for Miss Shen's uneasiness. As long as the things here are exposed, Miss Shen will definitely not see him again. Quote, "This idea is indeed good, but are you sure he will come here?" The old man asked again. The young man smiled when he heard the words. I'm not too sure, but at least I'm 80% sure. Let's hear it, the old man asked with interest. The young man explained to him immediately, and the old man nodded from time to time, showing approval. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from outside. The old man's eyes flashed, and after listening for a while, he whispered, "They really came." Really? The young man was overjoyed. Yeah. The old man looked at the young man with a smile, and threw something at him. Your plan is good, you can implement the next step, you can handle this matter yourself. This is the old man's management token. If you have this token, others will cooperate with you on things that don't matter. The young man took the token and quickly kowtowed. Thank you, Grandpa 7. In another wing of the Heihuan Tower, Yang Kai and Shen Fanlei were placed here to rest temporarily. The young woman who led the way did not know where she went, and there was no one else in the wing except Yang Kai and Shen Fanlei. There was a pot of spiritual tea on the table. Yang Kai didn't drink a single drop, but Shen Fanlei was cup after cup, as if he wanted to use the spiritual tea to extinguish the raging flames in his body. When he was drinking tea, Yang Kai just looked at him with a smile. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Chen, is this the first time you've come to this kind of place?" Shen Fanlei nodded, with a look of embarrassment on his face. He suddenly looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang is familiar with the road, is it very experienced?" "Nonsense," Yang Kai sternly said, "it's also my first time here." Hee. Shen Fanlei laughed dryly, not sure if he believed it or not. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Shen Fanlei with deep meaning. "Brother Shen shouldn't have thought of this kind of place for no reason. It seems that you don't look like a person in this way. Is there any reason for it? Can you tell me a thing or two?" Shen Fanlei smiled wryly. "Brother Yang saw it. It's just a little speculation." Yang Kai was noncommittal. "Since that's the case, then Shen doesn't play tricks." Shen Fanlei took a breath, his expression calmed down a lot, and then he said, "Brother Yang, do you think this place is just a place for fun? Isn't it?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Of course not. If you just want to have fun, there are several other places in Black Crow City. I don't need to come here." Shen Fanlei said a few words, and his expression returned to normal. After all, he is a Saint King realm as a martial artist, there is still a little bit of Xinxing cultivation. "Oh, is there any special place here that can attract Brother Shen?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Actually, it's not an ulterior secret. Anyone who knows Huanlu should have come here with the same purpose as Shen. Although there is pure flesh and blood business in this entertainment venue, there are a group of well-trained women who have practiced dual cultivation techniques. These women have practiced a very peculiar dual cultivation technique, which is very useful for breaking through the bottleneck. Double cultivating skills, breaking through the bottleneck." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Shen Fanlei wanted to do here. "That's right." Shen Fanlei nodded lightly. "Last time I was going to use the Thunder Pond to break through the bottleneck in front of me, but it was a pity that I was blocked by the Silver Knight Thunder Beast, and my success fell short. As for the last step, if this step only depends on penance, I don't know how long it will take to succeed, so I want to come here to give it a try. If you are lucky, you may save a lot of effort and elixir. If you are not lucky, that doesn't matter. The big deal is to continue to cultivate after returning to the sect." It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai suddenly realized, he had been wondering how could Shen Fanlei, who was under a lot of pressure even being stared at by two maidservants, come here brazenly, so he wanted to use this place to break through that moment. Layer bottleneck, so it can be explained. Brother Shen didn't find out about this method, did he? Yang Kai asked intentionally or unintentionally. "Oh, it was senior brother Wang who told me. When I discussed the bottleneck issue with him during the day, he told me that there is such a secret place in Black Crow City. I originally wanted to find senior brother Wang together, but unfortunately senior brother never came back. I can only ask brother Yang to embolden me, and please don't blame brother Yang." Shen Fanlei said apologetically. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Visual Blood Sacrifice. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13:11 Other Requirements. Chapter 13:11 Other Requirements. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly. He laughed and said, "Brother Shen asked me to accompany him, and he also thinks highly of me. There is no reason to blame you. Speaking of which, I am also very interested in this place." "Brother Yang, you." Shen Fanlei looked at him in astonishment. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Shen misunderstood. I'm just interested in their dual cultivation techniques that can help people break through bottlenecks. However, if this is the case, then this dual cultivation technique is too powerful. You know, in our cultivation, the biggest problem facing us is the bottleneck. Often a bottleneck can delay a lifetime. If this dual cultivation method is really so good, it is enough to become the foundation of a sect. There is no need to open one here. Heihuan building. Brother Yang means. Although Shen Fanlei didn't have a deep scheming mind, it didn't mean he was stupid, and to some extent he could hear something wrong with Yang Kai's words. Is there any hidden danger in this method of using dual cultivation to break through the bottleneck? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. I don't know about this, and the senior brother never told me. Shen Fanlei couldn't help but frown, and when he told Yang Kai this, he suddenly became alert, and after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Is it too simple to break through with the help of a single double cultivation? I don't know if Brother Shen has come into contact with any dual cultivation techniques before, but most of the dual cultivation techniques in the world are actually methods of collecting yin and supplementing yang, or methods of collecting yang and supplementing yin, which are extremely harmful. One side is beneficial. Since this Heihuan tower can exist here, it is expected that those women will not practice picking yang and nourishing yin, but a kind of exercise similar to the former, at the cost of sacrificing their own vitality or vitality to help people here. The guests can improve their cultivation and break through the shackles. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and then explained his understanding of the dual cultivation technique, but he didn't say this kind of thing. Shen Fanlei should have heard of it. After all, he is not some young man who is ignorant of the world. Even though he has never been in contact with the double cultivation method, he has heard people talk about it. And Yang Kai himself has practiced dual cultivation skills, so he naturally has more say in this matter. If this is the case, there may be hidden dangers. After all, if I don't have a special technique to refine the vitality that others have spent, even if my cultivation base increases temporarily and I break through the bottleneck, it may cause my foundation to become unstable. Shen Fanlei was thoughtful, and suddenly murmured, but if this is the case, why did senior brother mention such a place on purpose? If he hadn't left suddenly, I thought he would bring me here. Maybe Brother Wang's unintentional words, you have misunderstood something. Yang Kai said casually. So that's it. Shen Fanlei nodded lightly, that's what to do. Since there is such a hidden danger, I can no longer hold on to my original plan. I would rather spend more time in submerged cultivation than let a double cultivation ruin it. You have lost your foundation, and you are still practicing double cultivation with a woman you don't know. After waking up, Shen Fanlei finally recovered his usual alertness, got up while talking, Brother Yang, let's go now. It's all here, what to do in a hurry, it's too rude to others, and if you just leave like this, you might offend the owner of this place. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Shen Fanlei scratched his head, with a helpless and wry smile on his face. If he had known this earlier, he would never have brought Yang Kai to this kind of place. Now he would be very scrupulous about getting out. Could it be that we are really here? Shen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he was looking forward to it, but also hesitant. Yang Kai laughed loudly. That depends on Brother Chen's own opinion. Of course, double cultivation can be avoided if possible. If it's just for fun, it doesn't matter. It's just a one-night stand. Brother Yang, just kidding. Shen Fanlei blushed suddenly. At this moment, Yang Kai changed his expression and turned his head to look outside the door. There was a light knock on the door, and the young woman who led the two people in before went back and forth, and said softly, "You two young masters, the concubine is rude." As she spoke, she opened the door and walked in. Behind her were two maidservants, one holding a fragrant jug and the other holding a plate of spiritual fruits. They came forward gracefully and bowed. After that, he put the things in his hand on the table and stood obediently behind the young woman. Only then did the young woman sit beside her and asked, "I wonder if the two gentlemen are here for pleasure, or do they have other requirements? How about having fun? What if there are other requirements?" Yang Kai raised his brows, and the old god asked on the ground, with a battle-tested appearance, which made the young woman dare not look down upon him. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes rolled, full of infinite amorous feelings. She straightened Shen Fanlei's eyes, and lightly opened her lips and said, "If it's just for fun, there are many people in Heihuan building who are very qualified and beautiful. The girls can be chosen by the two young masters at will, and both of them are satisfied. Moreover, these girls are much higher than other places in Black Crow City, regardless of their cultivation level or their own beauty. Of course, the price is also high. It's not comparable to those places." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The price is no problem, as long as you are satisfied, it's just that I don't know what kind of realm the girl with the highest cultivation base in your building has. The young woman smiled sweetly. Young master's vision is really high, but in terms of cultivation level, it must belong to the girl Hongyu. She has the cultivation level of the second level of the Holy King. Holy King's second level. Yang Kai was stunned, and he and Shen Fanlei looked at each other, seeing the incredible look in each other's eyes, as if they didn't expect that there was such a woman here. After all, with such a cultivation level, basically you can join some big sects, which is undoubtedly much better than living here. The young woman continued. However, Miss Hongyu only leaves the cabinet twice a year. After the 2 times, she will not leave the cabinet no matter how much the price is. Of course, it depends on her own will. If she doesn't like it, no matter how high the price is, it will be useless. This Hongyu girl has a bit of a temper, forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand, this trouble will be avoided. That's fine. The young woman also seemed to be relieved, and asked eagerly, then dared to ask the 2 young masters, do you have any other requirements? I heard that there are a group of women in the noble sect who have specially practiced dual cultivation techniques, and using the dual cultivation method can help people break through bottlenecks. I wonder if it is true? Yang Kai asked, looking at her. The young woman nodded lightly. That's right, we do have such a group of women in the Heihuan building. Moreover, as long as the guests who come here have the cultivation base of the Holy King, 8 out of 10 come here. The same goes for the 2 sons. Well, we have been cultivating recently, and we have encountered some bottlenecks that we cannot break through, so we came here because of the reputation. If that's the case, it's easy to handle. If you don't mind, how about leaving everything to the concubine? It will definitely make the 2 sons satisfied. The young woman asked with a smile. Okay, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The young woman slowly got up and walked out. It seemed that she was going to arrange something, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head and said, by the way, 2 young masters, the concubine's body is the first. Although the guests who come here, some people can successfully break through the bottleneck with the help of double cultivation, but not everyone can succeed if the 2 young masters fail to achieve their wishes. Don't worry, we still know this. If we really can't achieve our big wish, it's because we don't have enough opportunities, and we won't blame you. The young woman nodded in satisfaction, and then she really left. After she left, Shen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. He didn't know why he wanted the girl who had practiced dual cultivation techniques, and Yang Kai didn't intend to explain to him. He thought to himself that it was just a spring breeze anyway, as long as he didn't practice double cultivation. He let go of his hands and feet, picked up the spiritual fruit on the table and ate it. After a while, the young woman left and returned, but this time, there were more than a dozen young and beautiful women who came with her. These women's looks and figures were indeed outstanding, and all of them were as beautiful as a flower, the most precious. What's more, it's their cultivation realm, they are all at the first tier of sainthood. This kind of cultivation is more than a notch higher than those girls outside. A dozen or so women stood there, and the scent immediately filled the room. The spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums were extremely enchanting. Both of Shen Fanlei's eyes glowed green, looking at this, looking at that, everyone was satisfied, but Yang Kai remained calm and didn't express much. The young woman watched her words and expressions, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't say much, she just clapped her hands lightly. The group of women who came in went out in response, and soon, they were replaced by another group of women. The cultivation of the second batch of women seems to have improved a bit, and there are already second-layer saints appearing. This time, Yang Kai also looked indifferent. The young woman was even more surprised. She frowned slightly and clapped her little hands again. The second group of women walked out and was replaced by the third group of women. 2 young masters, aren't you satisfied? After waiting for a while, she saw that Yang Kai still hadn't shown any interest. She couldn't help but her pretty face darkened, and she asked in a cold voice, after all, the woman who came in this time was already considered their joy. She is the woman with the highest level, and there are even warriors who have entered the 3rd level holy realm. One of the men is okay, and it seems that he has already moved his index finger, but the other one is a bit irritating, and he didn't express anything. This made her. I can't help but wonder if the other party is here to make trouble on purpose. Yang Kai smiled slightly, turning a blind eye to her anger, and slowly said, your building should be more than this level. If so, it would be too disappointing. The young woman snorted softly, waved her hand to let the third batch of girls go out, and gritted her teeth secretly. This young master's vision is really extraordinary, but we do have girls with higher quality in Heihuan building, but the number not much, and the price is astonishing. I just don't know if the 2 young masters can afford it. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breakdown Update group at fan.la. If you like this work, welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13:12. As I said, the price is fine, as long as you are satisfied. Yang Kai smiled, and with a casual throw, a space ring shot towards the young woman. The young woman took it, and swept it in with her divine sense. After seeing the number of holy crystals inside, her beauty changed slightly, and the next moment she smiled slightly, and the anger just now was instantly thrown out of the sky. Zhuan said, "This young master is really generous in his actions, since this is the case, the concubine dare not let the two of you down." Saying this, she flipped her little hand, and she didn't know where the space ring was received by her, but judging from her expression, she was obviously very satisfied with Yang Kai's price. Then she shook her bare hand, and silver lights suddenly flashed. Attacked toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't have too many precautions. He lowered his hand and caught all the silver lights. Looking carefully, he found that what he caught was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the whole body was silver. Something like a mirror. And on each of the mirrors, there is a beautiful figure. Their expressions are different, or anger or joy, or sitting or standing, lifelike. It looks like a real person is sealed in it. Under the gaze of the beautiful eyes, it's heart-wrenching. However, Yang Kai soon discovered something special, that is, the figures on these silver mirrors would only make a few simple movements, repeating themselves. These girls are the signatures of our Heihuan building. Each of them has the cultivation base of the first-level Saint King, and each of them is a perfect body. If the young master hadn't brought out so many saint crystals at once, the concubine would not be able to decide on this matter. I believe they should be able to meet the requirements of the two sons. If you are still not satisfied, then I can only express my deep regret. Holy King first level. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, still unable to see anything, but checking the silver mirror in his hand. There are not many of these silver mirrors, only 7 or 8 sides, but they should be a very special secret treasure, which can record a few pictures, so that people who look at it again can see it with their own eyes. So even if the beauties on this silver mirror are only a few simple movements, can still perfectly show their demeanor. If Yang Kai came here purely for pleasure, each of these beauties would meet his requirements, but ever since he knew that Shen Fanlei's coming here was actually Wang Yuhan's unintentional reminder, Yang Kai knew something was wrong with this trip. At this moment, why didn't he know that Wang Yuhan clearly had bad intentions for him? It's just that his methods are extremely ingenious, and his schemes are closely linked, so he didn't show any flaws at all. Yang Kai is delaying time here, deliberately making things difficult, mainly because he wants to see what that Wang Yuhan wants to do. He didn't really intend to have fun here, so he checked those silver mirrors very quickly, and when he saw one, he shook his head slowly, and threw the silver mirror to Shen Fanlei, who was watching eagerly. After searching 3 or 4 places in a row, Yang Kai still seemed indifferent, which made the young woman a little impatient, but thinking that the other party had paid so many saint crystals in advance, she didn't get angry as before, but quietly weighed up. When Yang Kai found the 5th silver mirror, he just glanced at it casually, but the next moment, his face changed leisurely, his eyes suddenly burst into a terrifying light, and even his aura suddenly fluctuated. Get up, staring at the beautiful figure in the silver mirror in your hand. The young woman had been observing Yang Kai's expression. She couldn't see any changes in him. She smiled lightly and said, "My lord, have you found the beauty you like?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, and there was a complex light in his eyes, which made the young woman startled, but soon, that look disappeared and returned to normal. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes, indeed one of them. This woman is very suitable for my requirements," and made Madam laugh. Saying so, Yang Kai threw the silver mirror back. The young woman took it, looked at the figure in the silver mirror, and murmured, "It's her. Well, the young master has a good eye for her." "I don't know what this girl's name is?" Yang Kai seemed to ask casually. The young woman giggled softly, covered her mouth and said, "Young master, don't blame me. It's not that I can't tell you. It's just that there is a rule in the Heihuan building. All the girls who come out of the cabinet here will not reveal their real names, but the young master can call her for Yue. Yue." There was a strange light in Yang Kai's eyes. He nodded slightly, and asked again, "Then I don't know what attribute she is majoring in." Now the young woman frowned, and said hesitantly, "Is the young master asking too much?" "Don't blame me, madam. I just came here to break through the bottleneck with the help of dual cultivation. Naturally, I want to know the attributes of the skills she cultivates. Otherwise, if there is a conflict with me, wouldn't it be bad?" Well, the young master is a cautious person, so it makes sense. The young woman didn't know if she really believed it, and said with a smile, "In this case, it's okay to tell the young master, this UAA girl the original cultivation method was of the ice attribute, but this did not conflict with the young master's dual cultivation, because the dual cultivation method she is practicing now does not rely on the power of the ice attribute, so no matter what attribute of the cultivation method you are practicing, it will not conflict with her. There will be no conflicts. If there are such concerns, I will naturally inform you in advance." So that's it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He nodded and said, "That's good, it's her." Okay. Seeing that Yang Kai had settled down, the young woman clapped her hands lightly, and a woman who looked like a maid immediately walked in outside the door, and the young woman ordered to her, "Take this young master to the ice and snow pavilion." The maid said yes, so she should lead the way first. Yang Kai looked at Shen Fanlei, grinned and said, "Brother Shen, do what you want." "Ah, good. Shen Fanlei nodded eagerly. Immediately, Yang Kai followed the maidservant and went out for a few hundred feet. When his figure melted into the night, Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and his body trembled slightly, as if unable to suppress the ups and downs of his mood. He never expected that he would meet such a person in this kind of place, and this person is from Tongshuan continent. How does this not shock him? Originally, he was not too sure. After all, the world is so big, how many similar people? But when he knew that the other party was called UAA, and she also majored in ice attribute exercises, and combined with her first-level Saint King cultivation, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that this UAA was really the person he knew. It has been more than 10 years since he stepped into the star field, and he has never seen anyone he knows in the star field. Now, the first person he sees not only has something to do with him, but also lives here. A romantic place has come. Most importantly, she was supposed to be with Su Yan. Now that she is here, where is Su Yan? Yang Kai's mood was ups and downs, a series of thoughts crossed in his mind, and finally suppressed his abnormality with the help of a strong Xinxing cultivation base, chatting with the maidservant without saying a word, wanting to find out about the girl named UAA woman's information. But I don't know whether it's the Heihuan building's strict rules or the maidservant's low status. I really don't know what. No matter how Yang Kai asks, he can't get any useful information, but it makes the maidservant feel extremely guilty and apologizes constantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only sigh lightly, and prepared to inquire in detail after seeing that UAA. Not long after, the two arrived in front of an attic. The attic was quite exquisitely built, and the whole body was made of unknown materials, so there was a faint chill. Arriving here, the maid bowed and said, "My lord, please come in. Miss UAA usually meditates in this building. Since today is the day she leaves the pavilion, she must have received the news and is waiting for you." Quote. I see. Yang Kai waved his hand, and after sending the maid away, he took a big step and walked into the attic. There was no one on the first floor, but Yang Kai's spiritual sense had already locked on a person on the second floor, and after realizing that the aura of this person was indeed owned by the person he knew, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore, and hurried up go. The sound of pedaling footsteps sounded like drumbeats, making a certain woman on the second floor tremble with fear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but soon, she seemed to remember something, her face darkened, and she smiled wryly. He just sat quietly at a round table, waiting with a blank expression on his face. After a while, Yang Kai came to the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered a snow-white room. Everything in this room was spotless, whether it was curtains or mattresses, all white, and matched with the faint chill here. People can't help but have the illusion of entering a world of ice and snow. Yang Kai swept his eyes and saw the woman sitting there. She looked a little uneasy, her head was lowered, she didn't mean to get up to greet her. A few strands of hair were hanging on her chest, she looked incomparable, feeling lonely and helpless. People can't help feeling compassionate. Shu Kai walked straight towards her. The woman's delicate body trembled slightly, as if a little panicked, and a look of pain appeared on her face, but she still sat on the spot without moving. It wasn't until Yang Kai came to her side that she sighed as if resigned to her fate, stood up and said, "I have seen the honored guest before, I don't know when the honored guest wants to start." She had obviously gotten the news, and she lowered her head from the beginning to the end, without looking at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid of something, and without the slightest emotion at all, she went straight to the topic. Yang Kai didn't speak, just looked at her quietly, which made UAA more uneasy. Pierced by his gaze, UAA had the illusion that her whole body was seen through, and her tender body couldn't help but tremble a little. After a long while, this honored guest didn't intend to move. UAA frowned slightly, and when she was about to say something again, there was a sigh from the opposite side, and then a faintly familiar voice rang in her ears. "Bian, Elder Qianyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Chapter 13 Ice Soul Orb. Even though it was just a faint greeting, the 4 words Qianyu Chengbai came to the ear, but the woman on the opposite side trembled suddenly, raised her head suddenly, and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Immediately, a look of surprise and confusion burst out in her beautiful eyes, as if she recognized Yang Kai, but she was not sure, and it was extremely complicated for a while. What? Elder Qianyu doesn't recognize Yang? Yang Kai smiled at her. Yang Kai, Qianyu cried out softly, covering her mouth with one hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently, it's really you. In this kind of place, besides me, who else knows that you are the elder Qianyu? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qianyu's expression became even more strange, she stared blankly at Yang Kai, she wanted to laugh, but also wanted to cry, her expression struggled for a long time, and it took a long time before she regained her composure, a kindness appeared in her eyes, as if she had found her long-lost family with a general feeling, she took a light breath, her plump breasts rose and fell, and then she greeted, I never thought that I would meet you here. Yang Kai grinned, I didn't expect that either. By the way, let's sit down and talk. Qianyu came back to her senses and greeted quickly. Yang Kai nodded and sat down as he said. Qianyu also sat down, and their eyes met, the two of them fell silent. Obviously, everyone had a lot of questions in their minds and wanted to ask them, and they didn't know where to start. Qianyu's mood is not stable, so why not Yang Kai? This UAA girl in front of her is actually the old Qianyu elder of Tongshuan Continent Ice Sect. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with this woman, I can only say that she knew her, but she taught Su Yan to practice, although she didn't have the name of master and apprentice, but she also had some affection for teaching the way of cultivation. Back then, after Meng Wuya brought Shanning Sheng and Su Yan back to Tongshuan Continent from the Void Tunnel underground in Zhongdu, because Meng Wuya was entangled with his body, it was decided to undo the profound sky seal planted on him by demon Venerable Zhang Yuan. Unable to protect Su Yan all the time, so he entrusted Su Yan to the Ice Sect, a hidden sect. Later, Yang Kai also went to Tongshuan Continent. After many inquiries, he also rushed to the Ice Sect, where he had seen this Qianyu elder, and even fought against her. At that time, in the Ice Sect, besides Qianyu, Yang Kai vaguely remembered that there were several other elders who had entered the Holy Realm, and among them was a man named Qian Hao, who was the elder brother of Qianyu, and Bing at that time. Zhu Qingye even had a cultivation base of the 3rd level of sainthood, and she was one of the few powerful figures in the Tongshuan Continent who stood at the top. At that time, Yang Kai only had the cultivation base of the Transcendent Realm, and he was able to fight against the Ice Sect Saint Realm, all relying on the Soul Eater, and finally force the Ice Lord Qingya out, and after a chat, he was able to blend with Su Yan's soul. The Yin and Yang Acacia skills tend to reach great success. I haven't seen him for less than 20 years. Originally, Yang Kai needed to look up to a long-standing senior figure, but now he is in the dust, and he seems to be a little free and unable to make decisions. He can only wait for the guests to choose here, and help others with double cultivation skills. Breaking through the bottleneck, the vicissitudes of life, and the changes in the current situation, really made Yang Kai feel a lot of emotion, and now his cultivation base is also higher than this Qianyu elder. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai suddenly changed his expression, and smiled. I heard that Miss Yuea used to practice ice attribute skills. I don't know where the girl was born, how could she end up here? Qianyu Dai frowned, and subconsciously stared at Yang Kai, but after seeing the strange color in his eyes, she suddenly felt something, and replied lightly, I used to practice ice attribute skills, but it has nothing to do with the distinguished guests, and as for how they end up here, it is not the matter of the distinguished guests. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but just smiled lightly. Since that's the case, then Yang won't ask any more questions. It's just that we need to practice double cultivation later. Naturally, we need to communicate more, so Yang wants to have a long talk with the girl. To enhance mutual understanding, I don't know what the girl wants. Since it is a request from a distinguished guest, the concubine will naturally cooperate. Qianyu still replied indifferently. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and now casually chatted with Qianyu, talking about trivial matters, mostly interesting rumors from various places, but Qianyu listened with relish, although his expression was cold, but beautiful. There was some curiosity in his eyes. After a while, Yang Kai's voice paused, his expression tightened, and he nodded lightly at Qianyu. Okay, the monitoring spirit has left. Qianyu's expression froze, and at the same time she showed a surprised expression, and said, Yang Kai, you are still a bit incomprehensible. Back then, you were only a transcendent, and you dared to break into the Ice Sect single-handedly. Now you come to this Heihuan Tower, unexpectedly you can also detect the spiritual monitoring of those people. How did you do it? The divine sense that can be monitored here must belong to the void-returning mirror expert. If Qianyu hadn't noticed Yang Kai's expression was different, she wouldn't have cooperated with him like this. But Qianyu clearly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the second level of Saint King, which surprised her greatly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. My divine sense is stronger than ordinary warriors. It's not just stronger. Qianyu shook her head with a wry smile, but she didn't ask the bottom line, but asked eagerly, why are you here? I also want to ask you this question. Yang Kai straightened his expression and looked at her solemnly. It's a long story. Qianyu gave a wry smile, picked up the cup and teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yang Kai, sorted out her thoughts a bit, and then said, I think you should know why our ice sect has been in that glacier all those years ago. The world, hidden from the world, right? Quote. Well, I understand a little bit. It is said that you are guarding the bone race there. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the memories of the past were tumbling. That's right, but the recovery of the bone race is too violent, which our ice sect did not expect, and there is even an invincible existence among them, and our ice sect is no longer the glory of the past. It is impossible to resist at all. Fortunately, the seniors of the ice sect once captured a star shuttle when they killed the bone race. The star shuttle was in charge of each generation of ice masters. Knowing that we cannot escape, we can only venture into the starry sky gate near the ice sect. Relying on the power of the star shuttle, we can enter the star field. I also found out about this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Since we entered the star field, how could we appear here? Where is Qingya Ice Lord? Where is Su Yan? Where are they now? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Qianyu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale, and a bad feeling surged deep in his heart. Seeing his expression, Qianyu immediately knew that he had misunderstood, and quickly waved her hands and said, You don't have to think too much, although I don't know where they are now, but Qingya Ice Lord and Su Yan should be fine. How can you be sure? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. With this, Qianyu suddenly turned her wrist, and 2 crystal ice beads appeared in the palm of her hand, each of which was only the size of a fingernail, pure and flawless. As soon as you saw these 2 ice beads, Yang Kai was stunned, staring at one of them, unable to move anymore. He felt Su Yan's aura from this ice bead, while the other ice bead pearls have an elegant atmosphere. What is this? Yang Kai looked up at Qianyu. This is the ice soul orb condensed by our ice sect's secret technique. The orb stays with the person, but the bead is broken and the person dies. Qianyu explained softly, each ice soul orb corresponds to a person, and we are also afraid that in the star field I got separated from them, so I condensed it just in case. I have their ice soul orbs in my hands, and they also have mine in their hands. Now that these 2 ice soul orbs have not broken, it means that they still alive. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved, and a light of surprise burst out in his eyes. As long as Su Yan is fine, he will feel at ease, although he doesn't know where she is now, but one day the two will meet again. Yang Kai firmly believes in this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, Can you give me this ice soul orb? Qianyu smiled slightly. Of course, it's no problem. After all, you are the closest person Su Yan girl has in this world. Saying so, he handed over the ice soul orb that belonged to Su Yan. Yang thanked him, and Zhongsho took it. It was icy cold. Yang Kai couldn't help but think of Su Yan's appearance and the frown and smile of that year. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Yang Kai felt the breath that made him dream again, and then he carefully put it as stored in its own black book space. After doing this, Yang Kai let out a long sigh, and his body and mind relaxed a lot. The invisible pressure that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time also dissipated at this moment, and the Saint Yuan in his body couldn't help revolving violently, affecting the nearby. The aura of heaven and earth churned violently. After knowing that nothing happened to Su Yan, and after letting go of the pressure in his heart, his aura was tumbling, and there were faint signs of breaking through on the spot. For a long time, although Yang Kai didn't tell anyone about Su Yan, even he only thought about it occasionally, but that kind of worry and concern had become a stumbling block on Yang Kai's way forward, is also a shackle in his heart. Now, under the impact of Su Yan's breath, the shackles are broken without breaking, and with the ice soul orb that can determine the life and death of Jia, he naturally relaxes physically and mentally. The last time he refined the Xuanian sunflower water in the flowing flame sand field, his cultivation reached the peak of the Saint King's second layer. Now, almost 2 years have passed, and he is indeed on the verge of breaking through. Today's event is just an introduction. Even if there is no today's event, Yang Kai estimates that he is about to break through in 3 months or half a year. He is eager to rush back to Longshe Mountain, and there is still a layer to prepare for the breakthrough. Reason. The abnormality on his body naturally did not escape Qian Yu's eyes. She looked at him in surprise. Qian Yu looked happy, and when she was about to congratulate, Yang Kai frowned, forcibly suppressing the tumbling of his own Saint Yuan, his face pale after a little red. It seemed nothing had happened. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13-14, What Happened in October. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred by Yang Kai's chi machine also returned to normal at this moment. Why did you give up this opportunity? Qian Yu asked regretfully with a look of mourning in her eyes. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I will come again sooner or later. I want to know more about how you separated after you entered the star field. Qian Yu gave a wry smile when she heard this, but she still nodded and said, that's okay, it's not the best time for you to break through because you're so worried. At the moment, I will describe the situation of the ice sect and his party after they entered the star field. Through her description, Yang Kai knew that the situation encountered by the group of them entering the star field was much more dangerous than his own. Needless to say, the starry sky storm, the meteorite sea was also extremely dangerous. Their physical strength and spiritual cultivation are not as good as Yang Kai's after all, so after entering the star field, they can't easily resist the crisis in front of them. If Qingya and others didn't do their best to protect them, with Su Yan's cultivation realm, they would have already fallen. Because of this, the two elders of the ice sect at the Saint Realm also failed to escape in a starry sky storm, and fell to their deaths. In the end, only the ice master Qingya, Su Yan and Qian Yu Qinhao brothers and sisters remained. The remaining four wandered in the star field for several years. When they were desperate, they suddenly discovered a void. Although they don't know where the void that exists in the starry sky leads to, and what kind of danger lies ahead, if they give up that opportunity, they can no longer support it. So after some discussion, the four of them rushed into the empty road, but the empty road seemed to be a little unstable, and there were many branch roads in it. After passing through the void, he found himself in the dark star. As for the others, she couldn't tell where they went. After Yang Kai heard this, his complexion became much heavier. If they separated after going through the same fork, then Ice Lord Qingya Qinhao and Su Yan must have come to Gloom Star in the same way, but they took different forks in the corner of the void. God knows what will happen to those forks. Where will the remaining three be sent? Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that there should be a 90% chance that the remaining three people are not in Gloom Star, because there is a hint of induction between him and Su Yan, and this induction will become stronger and stronger as his strength grows. At the beginning, Yang Kai sent a drop of golden blood to go around the gloomy star. If Su Yan was really in the gloomy star, he would definitely notice it. There is actually a fork in the void corridor. This made Yang Kai a little confused, but the world is full of wonders, and he is only a small character at the second level of the Saint King, and there are still many things that he can't understand. The existence of the ice soul orb showed that the three of them were still alive, but they didn't know which corner of the star field they were in. And after Qian Yu came to Gloom Star, she appeared near Black Crow City. At that time, she had no strength left in her body through the void, and she was extremely weak. Unfortunately, in that situation, she also met a few heartbreakers. Seeing her extraordinary beauty, the martial artist with evil intentions became malicious. Fortunately, a strong void returning mirror passed by nearby, rescued her, and brought her back to the Heihuan Tower. Since then, Qian Yu has been living in the Heihuan Tower, and practiced the double cultivation method given by the person who saved her. As time went by, Qian Yu also gradually understood what was going on here, and what fate was waiting for her. Fortunately, her cultivation base is not low, and now she has a cultivation level of the first level of the Holy King. Because, not everyone can be lucky. Occasionally, a few distinguished guests who paid a lot of money came here, but they didn't choose her, which made her free until now. Received the news today that a distinguished guest is about to come to her house, and it is also the day when she will leave the pavilion. Qian Yu was feeling uneasy. How did she know that the distinguished guest was actually Yang Kai? When Qian Yu was talking about this, Yang Kai didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. Seemingly holding back the bitterness, Qian Yu wiped away a few tears while speaking. It's no wonder, back then, she was an elder of the ice sect. Although she was not well known, she was considered the #1 figure on the Tongshuan continent, but after coming to the Star Territory, she hadn't had time to see the splendor of the Star Territory. She narrowly escaped death several times, and after she finally settled down, she was actually imprisoned here and became a prostitute. Comparing before and after, it is a world of difference. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him. Speaking of which, Qian Yu was barely considered his elder, but a successful martial artist had a lot of experience in the way of retaining beauty, so it was impossible to tell the real age from the appearance alone. Young Kai, Mr. Kai can't comfort her like he comforts his peers, that would be a little bit overstepping. After she calmed down, Young Kai said, if you see the star field you lost again, will you still recognize it? I dare not say that I recognize it 100%, but I still have some impressions of some nearby stars. Qian Yu nodded slightly. Okay. Young Kai's eyes lit up. If you have time some other day, tell me what kind of characteristics those stars have. Of course there is no problem, but how do you determine the location with only these? You don't need to worry about it, I naturally have my own method. Oh yes, you just said that you are under some restrictions. If it is convenient, can you let me have a look? It's natural to have a look, but don't act rashly. The one who issued this restriction is the void returning mirror expert who rescued me, and is also one of the owners of the Heihuan building here. She is in a secret room here on weekdays. Meditation practice, if it disturbs her, it will definitely be nothing good. I know. Young Kai nodded slightly, and after Qian Yu stretched out his hand, he stretched out 2 fingers and put them on her wrist, and the Saint Yuan turned into a trickle, wandering in Qian Yu's body. With the investigation, Young Kai's expression gradually became dignified. After a while, he withdrew his fingers, showed a pensive expression, and said, it's not a very vicious restriction, it seems that the person just doesn't want you to escape. Well, I also tried to run a few times, but every time she urged the restriction, I was so weak that I couldn't run very far. Moreover, if I hadn't broken through the threshold of the Saint King realm a few years ago, she would have I won't tolerate being so presumptuous. A few years ago, Qian Yu was only a Saint Realm girl, but the price of a woman who entered the Saint Realm was completely different from that of a Saint King Realm woman, so even if Qian Yu had a bad record of running away, that person was only slightly punished and didn't really mean to hurt the root. And after Qian Yu successfully broke through to the Saint King Realm, she couldn't wait to push him out and became the object of dual cultivation for distinguished guests. Thinking about it now, the reason why she took the initiative to save Qian Yu at that time was probably because of this intention. After all, Qian Yu seemed helpless, her cultivation base was not low, and she was still a perfect body. Such a woman is undoubtedly much more cost-effective. My business is finished, what about yours? How is the situation in Tongshuan continent? Has the bone race started to wreak havoc? Qian Yu asked nervously after tidying up her appearance. Although she has already come to Starfield, Tongshuan continent is still home to her, and she always misses it every time she thinks about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Don't worry about the bone race, they have already been wiped out, the Tongshuan continent was thriving when I left, and the relationship between the demon race, the monster race and the human race has also become a lot more harmonious because of the common enemy. The bone race has been exterminated. Qian Yu asked with surprise on her face, how did you do it? Yang Kai immediately told the 3 clans of the Tongshuan continent to join forces to fight against the bone race. Qian Yu was fascinated and smiled constantly, and then under her questioning, Yang Kai also told him what happened after he went deep into the star field. Some things were said a few. Compared with what happened to Qian Yu, Yang Kai's journey is undoubtedly extremely exciting, and it is also extremely dangerous. As soon as you entered the star field, he was captured and placed in the power room of the battleship to extract Sage Yuan and replenish the energy of the battleship. He was almost exhausted and died in an accident in the chaotic abyss. After finally escaping from the hanging continent, he went to Shuiyu Star, and inexplicably became enemies with the 3rd young master Shuiyu of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. On the way to Yupixing Star, he narrowly escaped death. Unlocking the soul chain, escaping from the Rainfall Star, sleeping for several years, was protected by the blood-red crystal, drifting all the way to the vicinity of the Gloomy Star, and met Wu Yi and others from the Heike family, and were rescued by them. Yang Kai didn't stop until the nearest flowing flame sand field opened. Of course, Yang Kai subconsciously ignored the eclectic battle with the 3rd young master Shuiyu on the Death Star, and in his narration, Shuiyu was just a man. After listening to it, Qian Yu was filled with emotion, envy and admiration, envy that Yang Kai was free and unrestrained, and admiration that he broke through so many dangers along the way, and first entered the star domain. The original intention was also because she wanted to find Su Yan, which made Qian Yu feel good about Yang Kai, and felt that Su Yan, that girl, had finally entrusted her life to the wrong person. And judging from his concern for Su Yan just now, even after so many years, Su Yan's weight in his heart has not diminished at all. After a moment of silence, Qian Yu suddenly smiled secretly, looked at Yang Kai and said, looking at you like this, your life is indeed quite nourishing, and you even have the time and thought to come to this kind of place. Yang Kai was stunned, and immediately knew that she was fighting for Su Yan, and quickly waved his hands. Elder Qian, you misunderstood, I came here for a reason. Naturally there is a reason, every man who comes here will say that, but because of your performance just now, I will give you a chance to explain something on behalf of that girl Su Yan. If it is really important to come here, that's all. If not, don't blame this elder for saying bad things about you when he sees Su Yan next time. Qianyu looked at him with a half smile. At the beginning, Yang was as big as a fight, but he soon became calm, and told about Shen Fanlei's invitation to come here, mixed with his own doubts about Wang Yuhan. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1315 Redemption. Qian Yu can become an elder of the Ice Sect, and can also cultivate to the second-level realm of the Holy Realm on the Tongshuan continent. She is naturally a smart person of ice and snow. After listening to it, why don't she understand the twists and turns? After pondering for a while, he said, in that case, you really have a reason for coming here. But that Wang Yuhan really has a lot of scheming, and the plans he designed are actually interlocking and tight. This person should not be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and said slowly, if he designed me like this, if he just wanted to discredit me and make Chen Shidao look down on me, then that's fine. But if he has other malicious intentions, Although he guessed some of Wang Yuhan's intentions, he didn't mean to leave here. He originally stayed here, only intending to deliberately find something here to force out Wang Yuhan's real intentions, but he didn't expect to see Qianyu here. Naturally pushed the boat along the way and came to this ice and snow pavilion. You're still so ruthless. Qianyu stared blankly, slightly absent-minded. How similar was the situation in front of him to the scene when he broke into the ice sect alone and made a big fuss. Whether it was then or now, Yang Kai's strength was not top-notch, but he dared to do some things that ordinary people dare not think of, thought for a while and said, but since you dare to act like this, you must have some support, so I won't persuade you, but you must be careful in everything, I don't want to be here after all. When I met an old acquaintance, I even had to collect his body. Quote. Don't worry, I can't beat it, I will run away. Yang Kai grinned, but you have to tell me first, what is the background of this Heihuan building? Background. Qianyu Dai frowned. I don't know much about the specific situation, after all, since I came here, I haven't had much contact with outsiders, but occasionally listening to the conversations of some maids below, I know that this place will be here all the year round. There are 3 void returning mirrors sitting in town, and this Heihuan building seems to be a secret property of a sect called Ke Hezong, and there is also the support of the city lord here. Ke Hezong. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, always feeling like he had dealt with the disciples of this sect at some point, but he couldn't remember it when he thought about it carefully. Since he couldn't remember it, it shouldn't be something important. Yang Kai touched his chin without paying attention, and pondered, the 3 void return mirrors are sitting in the town, but they are also heavily guarded. Seeing the strange light in his eyes, Qianyu's face changed, and she said in a low voice, what do you want to do? Yang Kai waved his hand and said with a smile, it's not like you think I have no grudges with this place, naturally I won't do anything bad here, I just want to take you away. Take me away. Qianyu's face brightened, but she soon became sad, and said with a wry smile, take me away, it's not easy. What's the problem? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Of course there are difficulties, whether it's big or small. Since you were able to come to the ice and snow pavilion, you must have paid a lot of saint crystals, right? I don't know where your saint crystals came from, but it's just a one-night spring night. For such a huge price, if you want to take me away, the price you need to pay is probably tens of times. Do you have that many saint crystals? Obviously, in her opinion, it is impossible for Yang Kai to pay such a big price. The holy crystal needed for a night of spring here is already an astronomical figure in Qianyu's view. But Yang Kai laughed happily, and said to himself, you don't have to worry about this, I can still take out some saint crystals. A little bit. Qianyu couldn't help covering her red lips, and looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she wanted to get to know him again. She could never imagine why Yang Kai had such a huge net worth. I just don't know if the Heihuan building will let people go. Logically speaking, if a woman like you loses her yuan yin after receiving a distinguished guest, the Heihuan building should not pay too much attention to it. Yang Kai said, suddenly showing a trace of embarrassment. Mr. Yang's words are abrupt, don't blame Elder Qianyu. A blush flashed across Qianyu's pretty face. She was quite charming, but she soon returned to normal, and said slowly, it's nothing, what you said is true, but do you think I have lost my vitality? Huanlu, wouldn't those people in the room see it? I'm afraid it will be quite difficult for you to redeem me when you are still in perfect condition. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. That's true, I'm afraid that the Heihuan building will raise the price. But it's okay, there is no deal that cannot be negotiated in the world, it just depends on whether you can pay the corresponding price. You and I are both from Tongshuan continent. Yes, it's God's will to meet you here, no matter what, I won't let you stay here. When Qianyu heard the words, a trace of gratitude appeared on her face, and she didn't say anything more, but she also faintly looked forward to it in her heart. If she could leave here, how could she stay here until now? And Yang Kai's arrival today finally gave her a glimmer of hope. If she missed today, she might spend her whole life here in the future and become a prostitute with guests. At the moment, Yang Kai asked some details about the Heihuan building. Qianyu naturally knew everything, but she didn't know much about many things, so she couldn't provide Yang Kai with any help. An hour later, Qianyu summoned the maid from Heihuan building, and after giving her instructions, the maid gave Yang Kai a surprised look and left with a complicated expression. After waiting for about a cup of tea, the young woman who had dealt with Yang Kai before appeared in the attic, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. A strange light shone in her beautiful eyes, obviously she had heard some information from the maid. Qianyu served the tea herself, and then stood by Yang Kai's side, her expression slightly nervous. The young woman took a few sips of the tea, and finally opened her red lips lightly, exhaled like blue and said, I heard that the young master intends to redeem Miss Yue and give her back her freedom. That's right. Yang Kai nodded calmly, and said straight to the point, I am very satisfied with this Yue girl, so I want to take her out of here. I wonder if Gilo is willing to let her go. The young woman giggled when she heard the words, looked at Qianyu, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then said, if the concubine is not mistaken, it seems that Yue's Yuanyin has not been picked. Why do you have to take Yue away? Yang Kai frowned. Of course I have my own reasons, should you also investigate this point clearly? Forgive me, my lord. It's just that there are very few precedents of girls being redeemed in Heihuan building, so I have to be cautious. A look of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face, and he pondered for a while before saying, since this is the case, then I should give Gilo an explanation. Yes, this Yue girl and I are indeed innocent, what I fancy is only the ice attribute technique she practiced is nothing more than it will be of some use to my future cultivation. Ice attribute technique, if this is the case, it will confuse me. There are countless warriors who practice this kind of technique, why do you only want Miss Yue? Saying this, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, it seems to want to look into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. There are indeed quite a few warriors who practice this kind of martial art, but not many of them fall in love with me. If I say that I fell in love with Yue at first sight, will the girl believe it? The young woman couldn't help giggling, and Qianyu, who was standing beside Yang Kai, had a bright red on her face just right, looking shy and charming. Young lady doesn't seem to believe it, but it's the truth, and I have nothing to hide. Yang Kai didn't try to defend, anyway, he bit the reason to death. The young woman frowned, and suddenly got up gracefully, came to Qianyu, took her arm affectionately, and said to Yang Kai with a smile, young master, don't blame me, it's not that I am careful, it's just that Yue is the daughter of our Heihuan building since childhood. It's not a small price to train a disciple, and the concubine and Yue also love sisters. I really don't want her to leave, and I want her to stay with me for a while longer. Cultivated since I was a child, I love my sisters. Yang Kai gave a half smile, but the smile on the young woman's face did not diminish at all, and she looked at Yang Kai calmly. If Yang Kai hadn't known Qianyu a long time ago and knew her background, he might have been deceived by her. This woman's ability to open her eyes and tell lies is not bad. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked upright, waved his hand and said, Miss, please make an offer, since you didn't refuse outright, then there is room for negotiation, you can quote the number, and I will see if I can afford it, let's have a good time talk about it, left and right or just a deal. The young woman pursed her lips slightly, turned around, returned to her seat, and said indifferently, since the young master is so quick to talk, then the concubine will not be around. It is true that there is a precedent for a girl to be redeemed in our Heihuan tower, but the Holy King no one has ever been redeemed before. Young master, this is a precedent, if you really want to do this, the price you pay will not be too small. Tell me. Yang Kai looked at her lightly. The young woman frowned slightly, looked at Qianyu and said, if Miss Yue has lost her Yuan Yin, it would be a different matter, but now she is still a perfect body, the price will be much higher. Miss, are you right? Yang Kai suddenly sneered, I have already paid for the Saint Crystal tonight, logically speaking, Miss Yue's yuan yin already belongs to me, so you have to use it to bargain. Quote. That's the truth. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly, but didn't the young master take away Yue's yuan yin? That's a different matter, but if the young master repents, he can get married with Yue right now. Good thing, my concubine will not hinder it. How about we talk about it after you both finish cultivation? She seemed to believe that Yang Kai would not do this, so when she talked about it, she looked confident. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold, and Qian Yu's expression couldn't be better. Anyone who was bargaining in front of others, like buying and selling goods, and it was related to his innocence, would have an ugly face. To be continued, this text is provided by Tumor at W. Su Yan. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13-16 Bargaining. Listening to the meaning of this young woman's words, taking away Qianyu's yuan yin now, and then redeeming her price will undoubtedly be much lower, which is the same as what Yang Kai and Qianyu were worried about before, but Yang Kai, how can you do such a thing? This dumb guy can only pinch his nose and admit it. Yang Kai felt depressed. With a cold face, he said, young lady's suggestion, I can't accept it, so let's take it as reasonable. Seeing that he compromised, the young woman immediately laughed happily, and then said, not to mention the materials that have been consumed in cultivating UAA, the set of dual cultivation skills practiced by Duda UAA is our Heihuan building. It's an unspoken secret, since young master intends to redeem her, have you figured out how to deal with UAA's exercises? Could it be that young master plans to buy the dual cultivation skills as well? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he suddenly realized that he had ignored this question, but his mind changed very quickly, and he immediately retorted, Miss, you are joking, Gila's dual cultivation skills are really good, but as far as I know, I'm afraid there are many hidden dangers, right? Hearing this, the young woman gave Qianyu a cold look, as if she thought that Qianyu had revealed something. Yang Kai said lightly, don't worry, Miss Yue didn't tell me anything about the double cultivation method, but I know that there is no such convenient method in the world. The dual cultivation method of Gilo is indeed unique, but it must be there as a danger. The young woman's complexion changed a few times, but she didn't mean to deny it, but nodded and said, I can't tell. The young master is also a well-informed person. Yes, there are indeed hidden dangers in our Heihuan Tower's dual cultivation skills, but this kind of it's not a secret. Many people know it well, even the guests here know about it. Oh, now it's Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me. It's nothing to tell you, anyway, you can go outside to inquire about it, and you can know. The hidden danger is that if you can break through the bottleneck here with the help of dual cultivation, then your own cultivation level may no longer be able to improve, and it will only stop here. Quote. So that's it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, since we know there are hidden dangers, why do we have to come here to break through the bottleneck? Because those guests feel that they have no hope of breaking through in this life, so naturally they don't care about any hidden dangers. If they come here, they may be able to advance to another level, but their wish is fulfilled. If it is a young master who is stuck at the bottleneck, he will not be able to advance an inch for hundreds of years. Knowing that our Heihuan building will help you break through, how would you choose? Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and said seriously, I'm afraid I can't resist the temptation. That's right, even if there are hidden dangers in this set of dual cultivation skills, it is a rare and good exercise. The young master wants to redeem UAA, and UAA has practiced this set of dual cultivation skills. Who knows if the young master beat this one? What about the idea of practicing exercises? You know it well, why bother to threaten me with this? Yang Kai snorted coldly, I'm not stupid enough to rely on a double cultivation to destroy my bright future. The young woman laughed lightly. Threats are not a thing, but it is necessary and obligatory for the concubine to remind the young master of this. However, if the young master insists on taking UAA away, there is room for negotiation. Want to hear the details? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If UAA has cultivated that pair of cultivation techniques to the deepest level, no matter how much the young master pays, I will not dare to let him go. Fortunately, UAA has not practiced for a long time, and she has never been in touch with the following layers of skills. There is room for accommodation. I have two proposals here, but I don't know what the young master will choose. As she said that, she looked at Yang Kai, and after Yang Kai signaled her to continue, she casually said, the first proposal is very simple, as long as UAA's double cultivation technique is abolished. As soon as these words came out, Qianyu's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled a little. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Although Qian Yu was forced to practice this pair of cultivation techniques after she came to the Heihuan building, she has already practiced it after all. If it is really abolished, it will definitely affect her foundation. If you are lucky, just hurt some vitality, and there is a chance to recover after recuperating for a while. If you are unlucky, no one can tell what will happen. So Yang Kai immediately shook his head. This method won't work, let's talk about the second one. The young woman seemed to have expected it a long time ago. She smiled and continued, the second is to ask the young master to pay more. It's like asking me to buy the first few layers of UAA's double cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai was thoughtful. It can be said that the concubine is also a good talker, the young master won't have any embarrassment, right? This proposal is reasonable, nothing to embarrass. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The young woman's face brightened, young master is really quick to speak, but if you do this, the price you have to pay will not be small. Then I don't know what kind of price your building wants. Yang Kai looked at her lightly. The young woman frowned slightly, thought carefully for a moment, and then reported a number. Standing behind Yang Kai, Qianyu's delicate body trembled, and a hint of despair flashed in her beautiful eyes. This number is simply beyond her imagination. With her meager understanding of Gloom Star, she also knows that such a sum of Saint Crystal is enough to buy an excellent virtual level secret treasure. Can make up such a fortune of figures. Yang Kai also seemed to show a look of embarrassment, no longer the straightforwardness just now, rubbing his chin and muttering silently. Seeing this, the young woman smiled slightly and said, my lord, don't try to lower the price. Since the concubine has reported such a number, it must be the rule in our Heihuan building, so it is not something that the concubine can change at will. If the young master can't afford this as for the price, please go back wherever you came from. Her last sentence was not polite at all. She seemed to have decided that Yang Kai was powerless, and she was not going to stay here to waste time with him. Yang Kai sighed slightly, said, such a huge amount of Saint Crystal really makes me a little embarrassed. The young woman sneered and didn't answer. Yang Kai changed the subject and said, I wonder if your building accepts mortgages. Purchases. The young woman raised her eyebrows. Well, secret treasures, medicine pills, or materials. Yang Kai replied, but these things are very important to Yang, so I just mortgage them here. After I go back, I can raise enough Saint Crystals. Redeem it again, after all, no one would carry such a large sum of Saint Crystal with them. There is some truth in what you said, but it also depends on what you mortgaged. If the young master randomly throws a few things here, and then never returns, wouldn't my Heihuan tower suffer a big loss? Please don't worry about this girl, since I want to mortgage, I must mortgage my most important things, it is impossible not to come and ask for it. Yang Kai said so, and waved with difficulty. The next moment, 2 jade bottles, 2 secret treasures, and a space ring appeared on the table. He pushed these things towards the young woman, and said indifferently, Miss, please check to see if these are enough. The young woman glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, but she was not polite. She directly picked up the space ring, released her spiritual sense to sense it, and after realizing that there were some Saint Crystals in it, she put it down without a trace. A lot, but far from the price she quoted just now. Then picked up one of the jade bottles, opened the mouth of the bottle and sniffed. Her face changed slightly. She poured out an elixir from the bottle without thinking, put it on the palm of her hand and inspected it carefully. After a while, she showed a trace of surprise. Shoe level low grade Huiyan Dan, and the quality is so good, which alchemy master should it come from? Yang Kai was noncommittal, and didn't answer her meaning. But the young woman's expression is undoubtedly much more dignified than just now, because to get such a bottle of false low-grade pills, she must be someone who has a close relationship with those alchemy masters, and her status is either rich or expensive, so she dare not underestimate Yang opened. After all, the K Hezong behind the Heihuan Tower is only a middle-level sect, and there is no such master in the sect. I checked the other bottle of elixir, and it turned out to be a false-level low-grade elixir, which made the young woman more sure of her guess. These 2 bottles of elixir alone are worth a lot of money, and they cannot be bought with holy crystals. And those 2 secret treasures are not so expensive, they are all high-grade Holy King level secret treasures, but they are also worth some holy crystals. These 2 bottles of elixir were also obtained with great difficulty by me. They will be of great use to my future cultivation, so it is impossible for me to give up these 2 bottles of elixirs. You won't have any doubts now. Yang Kai smiled, looked at the young woman. The young woman nodded slowly, and her doubts disappeared. To be honest, even ordinary void-returning mirror powerhouses might not be able to have such 2 bottles of pills. It is obvious that a 2-level Holy King can get them. Connections and means. She didn't know that these 2 bottles of pills were only refined by Yang Kai himself. Seeing that she was contemplating, Yang Kai didn't mean to disturb her, but quietly gave Qianyu a reassuring look, and he could tell that the young woman was obviously moved by the price he offered, so she shouldn't mention anything too much once the deal is completed. He will immediately take Qianyu away from Black Crow City and never come back again. As for the pills and secret treasures handed over, how could Yang Kai care about them? The reason why he didn't trade all saint crystals was because Yang Kai was cautious. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but that if he took out so many saint crystals at once, it might cause someone to covet them. Seeing this, Qianyu couldn't help showing a smile. After a while, the young woman seemed to have made up her mind, raised her head and smiled at Yang Kai, and when she was about to say something, her expression changed. She quickly took out a communication compass, and said apologetically, "Sorry, sir, wait a moment." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, indicating that it's okay. The young woman poured her spiritual thoughts into the communication compass in front of Yang Kai, as if she was communicating with someone, and her expression changed constantly as she communicated. After a while, she put away the communication compass with a confused face, and looked at Yang Kai with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Seeing this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. To be continued, this text is provided by Tumor at W. Suyan. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13-17 Another twist. Sure enough, the young woman smiled apologetically, and said, "Young master, I'm afraid this deal will fail." "Can't talk about it." Yang Kai shrank his eyes, his face was full of annoyance, and said coldly, "As the price you paid is not enough." "That's not the case." The young woman shook her head helplessly. "It's just that the concubine just received a summons from above saying that no one can redeem UAA. As for the specific reason, it's inconvenient to tell me." When Qianyu heard this, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly, her face turned pale. She had just seen the hope of freedom, and was suddenly ruthlessly snuffed out. The blow she received was one can imagine. Yang Kai's face was also extremely ugly, staring coldly at the young woman opposite. Seeing the embarrassment and apologetic smile on the other's face, he immediately knew that this matter was probably out of her hands, so even if he was angry with her, it was useless. Taking a deep breath, he asked thoughtfully, "The message you received is that Miss UAA cannot be redeemed, or that everyone cannot be redeemed? Is there a difference?" The young woman was taken aback. "You just answer it." Yang Kai snorted lightly. It seemed that it was because of her sudden repentance, she felt a little ashamed. The young woman pondered for a moment and said, "Only UAA's name was mentioned above, as for the others, I didn't mention it." "I see, hee." Yang Kai sneered again and again, and his expression flashed. "Girl, how about it? I still feel that there is no deal in the world that cannot be negotiated, only the price that cannot be paid. If you can promise me to bring UAA leave, I'll give you another bottle of panacea, how about it?" While speaking, Yang Kai took out another exquisite vial, with a pained look on his face, and solemnly handed the vial to the young woman. The young woman had no choice but to smile bitterly. "Master, this is embarrassing for the concubine. Since the higher-ups have already spoken, it is really not for the concubine to decide on this matter. Whether you can make the decision, you can just look at the elixir in this bottle. If you really can't agree, I hope you can contact the person who just summoned me and ask him what price he wants from me." A look of astonishment flashed in the young woman's eyes, and she said in astonishment, "It seems that Miss UAA is really important to the young master. UAA is very lucky to be appreciated by someone like the young master." When she looked at Qianyu again, she couldn't help showing a look of envy. Yang Kai insisted on redeeming Qianyu, and he clearly valued her in his heart. Said, is undoubtedly the happiest thing. She is also a woman, so she naturally sympathizes with this. So he didn't reject Yang Kai again, but opened the vial symbolically and looked down. After seeing the contents in the bottle, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. There was only one elixir in the bottle, round and flawless, exuding a very comfortable breath. After taking a sip, the young woman even felt that her mood immediately calmed down. She glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. Just when she saw the other party looking at her with a half-smile, she didn't dare to be careless. She quickly poured out the pill, put it on the palm of her hand and inspected it carefully. After a while, she put the pill back, took a breath, and looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes. "Although I don't know much about pills, I can barely recognize that it should be a pill. Devil-slaying pill, right? Young lady has good eyesight, it's the demon slayer pill." Yang Kai twitched his cheeks, and nodded as if feeling distressed. This kind of thing is one of the best auxiliary pills for breaking through the void returning mirror at the Saint King realm, maintaining the state of mind, and getting rid of the demons. Although it is not as rare as the void condensation pill, its value is comparable. You are sure to want it. Mortgage this thing. Yang Kai shook his head. It's not a mortgage, it's a bargaining chip. Let me take UAA away, this demon slayer pill belongs to your Heihuan building. As a bargaining chip, the young woman was overjoyed when she heard the words, her face flickered, and she gritted her teeth after a while and said, "Young master, I will contact you later to see if the higher-ups are willing to let you go. To be honest, if I could really make the decision, then this deal would have been done a long time ago, it's just." She smiled wryly, realizing the rarity and value of the demon-slaying pill. She didn't dare to neglect it, and quickly took out the communication compass again, poured it into her spiritual thoughts, and communicated with the unknown person. While she was communicating, Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly, a ray of divine sense quietly extended out, and he started to shuttle and swim in the Heihuan building in an instant, except for some places that were particularly restricted and did not dare to touch. Also, the places where the void returning mirror powerhouses were sitting were not searched, but in just a short moment, Yang Kai searched the entire Heihuan building. Not long after, he got the information he wanted, thinking to himself that it was so. He sneered in his heart, and calmly withdrew that ray of divine thought on the surface. Looking at the other side, it seems that the communication between the young woman and the unknown person has not ended yet, but the young woman is clearly fighting for something, with an ugly expression, as if she is very unwilling to give up that demon slayer pill. It's no wonder that the usefulness of the demon slaying pill can be said to be great or small. If the demons that appear during the promotion of the warrior are not strong, naturally there is no need for the demon-slaying pill, but if the demons that appear are too powerful, it will interfere with the promotion. It must be assisted by this kind of elixir. This is very likely to be related to the success or failure of a martial artist's promotion. The devil-slaying pill in Yang Kai's hands was also refined at the beginning, and it was prepared for Changqi and Howen to break through the void return mirror, but these two people were assisted by the Wanyan Xiang brought back from the flowing flame sand field. When breaking through the void return mirror, he didn't encounter any interference from the demons at all. The demon-killing pill was saved, and now it happened to be traded by Yang Kai. He still has a lot of congealing void pills, but he won't be stupid enough to take them out. The value of the two is about the same, but the congealing void pill is undoubtedly infinitely rarer. When the young woman was using the communication compass to communicate with others, Yang Kai's expression was also cloudy. He had to take Qianyu away. It would be best if he agreed to the deal. If he didn't agree, he could only subdue it with thunder. This young woman immediately took Qianyu out of here. Of course, if he really gets to this point, he won't be able to stay in Black Crow City any longer, so it's not a last resort, and he doesn't want to break his face with Huanlu. 2 levels, but there are 3 void returning mirrors sitting in the Heihuan building, and there is even more support from the local city lord here, so they are not easy to provoke. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent, and he secretly sent a sound transmission to Qian Yu, telling her to get ready, and then quietly waited. After a long time, the young woman put away the communication compass dejectedly and annoyed, looked at Yang Kai apologetically, and slowly shook her head. "I really can't do anything about it, and I don't know why the higher-ups must keep Miss Qianyu. Young master, please come back." Yang Kai got up slowly, nodded and said, "Well, since that's the case, then I won't embarrass you, you can stay here for a while." Saying so, he smiled treacherously at the young woman. The young woman's heart suddenly burst, and before she had time to react, an extremely powerful coercion suddenly fell in her sea of consciousness, making her sea of consciousness tumbling non-stop, and she became dizzy for an instant. At the same time, she saw the young man on the opposite side rush towards her in a flash, and covered her with big hands. The young woman looked horrified and tried to resist, but she couldn't move a single sage at all. She is also a warrior at the 2nd level of the Saint King, but when facing an opponent of the same level as Yang Kai, she can't even do a little counterattack, and it is conceivable that she is shocked. The next moment, a scorching force came from all directions and poured into her body. These forces were somehow connected, and actually formed an extremely ingenious restriction in her body, sealing her whole body of cultivation. The young woman's delicate body softened, and she didn't even have the strength to move her fingers. She yelled, "My lord, what do you mean? If you dare to behave wildly in the Heihuan Tower, there will be no good end for you." Yang Kai grinned, and with a flick of his fingers, the young woman's mouth suddenly closed, unable to open it again, and he said leisurely, "I took the person away, and kept the things. This deal, I want Gillo, you won't lose money, but you've made a lot of money." As for the people above, you might as well check it out after you regain your freedom. Maybe there's some kind of youngster holding a chicken feather as an arrow to stop the girl from meeting me this time. Deal? Well, after you find out, you will know that you will not be punished. The young woman looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what was meant by his words. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't open her mouth. She could only watch Yang Kai and Qian Yu's figure disappear from her vision, and she was very anxious, so she forcibly activated a secret technique of her own to remove an earring on her earlobe. Burst open. At the moment when the earring burst, Yang Kai immediately noticed, his face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." Saying so, he put his arms around Qian Yu's waist, intending to take her away from this place quickly. "Want to leave?" A coquettish voice suddenly came from the void, with a hint of coldness in his mouth. "Since you dare to act presumptuously in the Heihuan Tower, then leave it to me." As the words fell, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Yang Kai's vicinity, making the air and space around him seem to become solidified, extremely viscous, and Yang Kai's body that had just soared into the air suddenly fell heavily. Potential. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the first time he saw this kind of power, so he recognized it instantly. After landing, Yang Kai immediately guarded Qian Yu behind him, and stared at a certain place. Over there, a beautiful figure flashed, and a woman dressed as a middle-aged beautiful woman appeared leisurely. This beautiful woman was wearing a light blue palace attire perfectly set off her fiery figure. Her pretty face was full of evil, and she stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. After seeing this middle-aged beautiful woman, Qian Yu's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Master Lian." Hearing Qian Yu shouting like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but his face sank, feeling that it was difficult. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13:18 Steward Lian. When he was chatting with Qian Yu just now, he learned that the void returning mirror expert who rescued her from Wanlu and taught her the dual cultivation technique was the Guanxi Lian in front of him, who had a second level of void returning realm, powerful cultivation base. Among the 3 stewards of the void returning mirror in the entire Heihuan building, he ranked first. Below her, there are 2 stewards of the void return stage. If it was the other 2 void return 1-layer stewards who blocked them, Yang Kai still had the confidence to break through their obstruction with Qian Yu, but if this steward Lian made a move, he would not be so confident. After all, the cultivation of the 2, because there is a big difference in realm, as long as there is a little entanglement, the other 2 void returning mirrors will definitely come after hearing the news. At that time, he will face the 3 void returning mirrors alone, and Qian Yu needs to take care of him. What will be the consequences? One can imagine. After the accident of the last corpse hole, Yang Kai didn't dare to use it rashly with people. Various thoughts crossed his mind, and Guanxi Lian looked at Qian Yu coldly, and hummed softly, "Yue, you are so courageous that you dare to join forces with outsiders to try to escape from here. Let you have a longer memory." Saying so, the divine sense moved slightly, and Qian Yu, who was protected by Yang Kai, suddenly screamed, and her delicate body fell to the ground as soon as she softened. Her face was bloodless and sweaty in an instant. Yang Kai looked ruthless, but he didn't act hastily. He could see that the Lian Guanxi on the opposite side just activated the restriction planted on Qian Yu's body, and didn't mean to hurt her life. After a while, Qian Yu's screams gradually weakened, and Manager Lian finally shifted his gaze from Qian Yu to Yang Kai, with a sneer and disdain at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Who am I? After eating the bear heart and leopard courage, you actually dared to take the people from Heihuan building to escape privately. It turns out that you are just a kid in the Holy King realm. Who gave you such boldness? Do you know what the consequences will be if you do so?" Yang Kai's face was indifferent. He helped Qian Yu up from the ground, and after checking her body with his spiritual sense, after confirming that she hadn't suffered much damage, his face eased a little, and then he turned his gaze to the middle-aged beautiful woman, indifferently said, "Steward Lian, right? I don't really want her to run away, but I have already reached a deal with Gillo to redeem her." "Why, the deal has been completed, so why don't I leave here with the woman I like? Could it be that in addition to the flesh and blood business, your building is also engaged in some activities of killing people and stealing goods?" How courageous! The middle-aged beautiful woman's face turned cold, and she raised her bare hand after a coquettish drink, and a beam of light rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang let out a soft whistle, and stood on the spot without dodging or dodging. A ball of pitch-black flames suddenly gushed out from his fist, and under the ferocious rotation of the Sheng Yuan, he punched forward suddenly. A series of fist shadows visible to the naked eye shot out, containing scorching power, and they came into contact with Guanxi Lian's attack at once. There was a rumbling sound, rays of light shone everywhere, and countless fist shadows were disintegrated, but Manager Lian's attack also dissipated in the middle and was completely blocked. Yang Kai still stood on the spot without moving, but a look of surprise flashed in Guanxi Lian's beautiful eyes when he saw this scene, and he looked at Yang Kai unexpectedly. Although she didn't use all her strength for the blow just now, she still had 3 points of strength, and the opponent was still under her momentum, so she was able to resist it easily, which surprised Guanxi Lian. Don't say that the other party is a Saint King second layer, even if it is the peak of the Saint King, it is impossible to do this. She thought that at the very least, she could punish Yang Kai's presumptuous words. The blow failed, but she didn't take any more shots because of her identity, but looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes pondering. She also saw that Yang Kai was not an ordinary warrior, he was probably an elite among the elites. To be able to have such strength in the Saint King second layer, his background was definitely not low, so before she found out about Yang Kai's history, it would be inconvenient to make another move, lest He Huanlu would provoke some powerful enemies. The commotion here has naturally alarmed the entire Heihuan building. After a while, 2 other Void Return first-level powerhouses came one after another. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all very surprised and gathered around Guanxi Lian to inquire. On the other side, a figure rushed towards this side quickly, rushed to Yang Kai's side, and said in amazement, "Brother Yang, what happened?" It was Shen Fanlei, but looking at his well-dressed appearance and Yuan Yang's intact appearance, it's clear that he hasn't accomplished anything good yet, and he rushed over as soon as he heard the movement. Yang Kai glanced at him with a wry smile, and whispered, "It's not convenient to explain now, I will tell you later." Oh, Shen Fanlei didn't ask any more questions, but quietly looked at the opposite side. After seeing it, he felt pain in his heart. He never thought that such a big incident would happen when he entered a kiln for the first time in his life. The 3 void-returning mirror stewards of the Heihuan building gathered here, pointing at Yang Kai, but they didn't know what they were talking about, and in all directions, there were countless guards from the Heihuan building wrapping up the place, looking like a tiger. Shen Fanlei even wanted to die, and regretted it for a while, feeling that he really shouldn't have come to this ghostly place today, and caused this trouble for nothing. After a while, the 3 void-returning mirror powerhouses over there seemed to have discussed with each other what was the result. Then Steward Lian shouted at Yang Kai with a sullen face, "You just said that you have redeemed Yue, who did you make the deal with?" Quote, "I'm in charge of the Lotus, I'm the maidservant." A voice came, it was the young woman who had talked with Yang Kai before. The restrictions Yang Kai placed on her were not strong, and her intention was only to delay time, so after a while, she had already broken through the restrictions and regained her freedom. Slack, answer right away. Zhao King, why, did he attack you? Steward Lian asked coldly when he saw something wrong with the young woman. The maidservant is fine, and this young master has no malicious intentions. The young woman actually said a good word for Yang Kai, she should have been really moved by the price Yang Kai just offered. Even so, if you dare to do something in the Heihuan building, you don't take me seriously. Steward Lian didn't say anything, another old man in Xingyi snorted coldly, and looked at Yang Kai unkindly. Wang Guanxi is right, I will write this down for now, but what about the deal this kid said just now? Guanxi Lian looked at the young woman and asked. The young woman pondered for a while, and when she whispered the various conditions and obstacles that she was about to talk to Yang Kai before, the 3 Heihuan building stewards listened, with different expressions. Steward Lian was surprised when he heard that Yang Kai paid such a high price to redeem Qian Yu. Although he was still a little annoyed by Yang Kai's previous actions, the coldness on his face undoubtedly dissipated a lot. But before that, Guanxi Wang seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the nearby Yilin attic a few times, with a look of hatred in his eyes. The last void-returning mirror was in charge, but he was non-committal, and his expression remained indifferent. After the young woman finished speaking, Steward Lian nodded slightly. Well, according to the rules in the building, since this kid is willing to pay such a high price, it's okay to agree. You also have the right to make the decision. Steward Wang, Steward Shu, all of you who of the 2 insisted on keeping Yue, what is the meaning of this move? It's none of my business, I've been practicing in closed doors. The indifferent Shu Guanxi slowly shook his head. After Lian Guanxi heard the words, he turned his eyes to the old man surnamed Wang. The old man surnamed Wang looked helpless, and when he was about to speak, Yang Kai grinned and said, I'm afraid Guanxi Wang doesn't know about this, right? What do you mean? The middle-aged beautiful woman looked cold. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly shouted coldly, a golden thread shot out from his hand, and directly hit a nearby attic. For a moment, there was a terrified cry from the attic, and immediately the Saint Yuan burst out inside, but it soon died down. With a flick of Yang Kai's wrist, the golden thread flew back again, but at the other end of the golden thread, there was a male warrior who was dancing and trying to break free from the golden thread. "Boy, how dare you!" Seeing this, the steward surnamed Wang suddenly yelled, and as soon as he raised his hand, he wanted to attack Yang Kai. "If you dare to move, I will smash him to pieces right now." Yang Kai sneered again and again, and the golden thread in his hand suddenly released an extremely dangerous aura. The face of the steward surnamed Wang changed, and he really didn't dare to act rashly, but his eyes looking at Yang Kai were about to burst into flames, wishing he could swallow him in one gulp. Jin Si took it back leisurely, and brought the bound person back by the way. Guanxi Lian finally showed her expression of emotion. With her cultivation at the second level of Void Returning Realm, she naturally saw clearly what happened just now. The martial artist hiding in the nearby attic was at the third level of the Holy King anyway, but he was captured by this young man of the second level of the Holy King after holding on for less than a breath. What is this young man, exactly? To have such a powerful combat power. Moreover, the golden thread in his hand is also extremely weird. It looks like a secret treasure, but it is not a secret treasure, and the aura it reveals is extremely noticeable. Guanxi Lian's face became uncertain, and he secretly felt that such a young man might not be easy to provoke. He might have some powerful background behind him, which was far from being comparable to that of Ke Hezong. Senior brother Wang. After Yang Kai captured that person in front of him, Shen Fanlei couldn't help but yelled, staring at him in surprise and said, "Senior brother Wang, why are you here? Why don't you go out and have something to do?" Wang Yuhan's face was extremely ugly. How could he be in the mood to answer Shen Fanlei's question? Instead he cast his eyes for help to the steward surnamed Wang who was not far away. His mouth squirmed, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. His face was full of pain. The color of unwillingness. "My surname is also Wang." The middle-aged beautiful woman's beautiful eyes flashed, as if realizing something. She looked at the old man surnamed Wang with a half-smile and said, "Guard Wang, what is the relationship between this kid and you?" To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 13-19 Deal. The old man surnamed Wang looked bitter, and replied honestly when he heard the words. Guan Lian laughed at me. This son is a descendant of Wang, and he is worshipped under the Jidao sect. This trip is through Black Crow City, so I came here to visit this old man. Quote. Visit. The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded lightly. It's rare that he has such filial piety, but it's not as simple as just visiting, right? Why is Steward Wang's token of stewardship in this kid's hand? While she was talking, she suddenly opened her hand, and an invisible suction force came out, sucking a token in Wang Yuhan's hand, which was the one that the steward surnamed Wang gave to Wang Yuhan before. The face of the old man surnamed Wang was cloudy for a moment, full of resentment. He didn't know that Wang Yuhan was so bold that he dared to use his management token to communicate with the young woman named Zhao King, to convey orders on his behalf and obstruct the transaction of Heihuan building. If he knew, how could he easily give the token, give it to the other party? His original intention was just that he didn't want to personally intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, so as to make things easier for his grandnephew. Now that something like this has happened, and the middle-aged beautiful woman has been alarmed, the matter may not end well. Facing the question from the beautiful woman in Zhongyi, the old man surnamed Wang didn't know how to answer, so he could only keep silent. Manager Lian was also a smart person, and after a little thought, he guessed the matter completely. His face turned cold, quietly transmitted voice to the old man surnamed Wang and said, "I don't care what grievances you have with that kid, but a mere outsider dares to intervene in the affairs of the Heihuan building rashly, and even obstructs the transactions in the building, you should know the consequences." Quote. The old man surnamed Wang felt a sudden pain in his heart, and the surface became more and more bitter. The middle-aged beautiful woman snorted softly, and continued to transmit voice transmission. "But since the matter is already like this, I can't blame you anymore in front of outsiders. This time it's fine. The price that the boy offered is not low. As long as if you still have the heart to take UAA away, the deal can still be done. Steward Wang, this time I will fine you a year's salary. Do you have any objections?" "Don't dare. It's all up to Steward Lian to decide." The old man surnamed Wang relaxed when he heard this, and let go of his heart a little. "In addition, you future generations, don't set foot in the Heihuan Tower again, or don't blame me for being rude to him." The middle-aged beautiful woman warned again, and the old man surnamed Wang naturally nodded in agreement. Yang Kai naturally noticed the communication between the two people here, although he didn't know what they had exchanged, but judging from the situation in front of him, the situation didn't seem too bad, there was a lot of room for maneuver. His expression immediately relaxed a lot. After a while, the middle-aged beautiful woman finished dealing with the matter of the old man surnamed Wang, then raised her beautiful eyes, looked at Yang Kai, and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth, "Boy, although the price you offered is very tempting, it is enough redempting UAA from this place, but you dared to take people away without the full consent of this building, and even shot at Zhao King, you really don't take me seriously." Yang Kai's expression flickered, he grinned, cupped his fists and said, "This junior's action just now was really reckless, and I hope that there are a lot of seniors, Haihan 1 or 2, Miss Zhao King, I will stay here with you until you leave." Quote. With his shrewdness, why couldn't he see that Wang Yuhan was acting as a substitute for all the obstructions before? And the middle-aged beautiful woman and the others are obviously very satisfied with the price they paid. The only trouble now is that their actions just now have damaged their face in the Heihuan building. After all, the incident here has caused a lot of noise. There are many guests who come here to have fun and look around, their faces are full of curious expressions. If the middle-aged beautiful woman really let her go easily, then the three of them will lose their dignity, and the other party only needs one step. Yang Kai will naturally cooperate with them happily. Seeing that he is so knowledgeable, the smile in the eyes of the middle-aged beautiful woman is even more three-pointed, but she still turned her head to look at the woman named Zhao King, and said coldly, "Zhao King, what do you mean? This kid just shot at you, if you want to teach him a lesson, just say so, I won't make it easy for him." The young woman glanced at Yang Kai, and said softly, "Although this son shot at the little maid just now, he didn't hurt the little maid, but just slightly restricted the freedom of the little maid, and the little maid was not injured. It's all up to Steward Lien to decide." Okay. The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded in satisfaction, pondered for a moment, looked at Yang Kai and said, "Well, the previous transaction is still valid, but the content of the transaction needs to be revised." "Revise it?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "That's right, I don't want you to pay a higher price, lest you say that I am bullying others, since you want to take UAA away so much, I think you really like her, and I can't do that great thing well, what's the point of fulfilling you? But the things you mortgaged here before, let them be used as bargaining chips in the transaction, and you don't need to come back to redeem them, it's right to be your punishment. After this transaction, UAA and I have a good time. If there is nothing to do with the building, the Heihuan building will not ask you to settle accounts." The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, obviously Yang Kai had mortgaged the 2 bottles of virtual-grade pills here before, which made her quite excited. This, Yang Kai just rightly revealed the embarrassing Shen already. "What, you still don't agree?" The beautiful woman's face turned cold. "If so, then the transaction will be void, leaving UAA, and I will tell you about the disrespect to this building." Yang Kai twitched his cheeks, forced a laugh and said, "Senior just joked, the kid is very satisfied with the proposal of the senior, how dare you disagree with it? If this is the case, then everything will be done according to the senior, but before that, the kid has one more request." Seeing that Yang Kai really agreed, a look of joy flashed in the depths of the beautiful woman's eyes, but she still said calmly, "Boy, don't push yourself too hard. This request is just a matter of effort for seniors." Yang Kai was not surprised or afraid, and responded calmly, "Let's just listen, if you ask too much, you don't have to speak." Yang Kai chuckled, "I just want to ask senior to lift the restriction on Miss UAA. If it's just this request, I can satisfy you." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. After all, she was the one who planted the restriction on Qianyu. Can she lift it by herself or easily? Immediately, he waved to Qianyu and said, "UAA, come here." Qianyu subconsciously looked at Yang Kai, saw Yang Kai nodding at her, and then walked over slowly. Yang Kai stood in place calmly, waiting quietly. In fact, he may not be able to lift the restriction issued by a void-returned second-layer martial artist. But it will definitely take some time and energy, and he may even have to have some physical contact with Qianyu during this period, which makes him there are quite a lot of concerns. Now that he can ask the other party to make a move, Yang Kai will naturally not let it go. Judging from his performance just now, these people in the Heihuan building probably think that this transaction has taken a huge advantage. It didn't take much time to lift the ban, and it took only half a cup of tea before Qianyu returned the same way with a happy face. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her with a questioning look, she nodded quickly, indicating that all the bands in her body were gone. Disappeared. Okay, that's the end of this time. Kid, Take Uaa and get out, and treat her kindly in the future. If you dare to let her do dangerous things, I will definitely not let you go. Middle-aged with a wave of her hand, the beautiful woman gave the order to evict the guest. Yang Kai didn't know how much sincerity there was in the last half of her sentence, probably she was just buying people's hearts, anyway, she didn't need to pay any price for talking about it. Immediately, they took Qianyu and Shen Fanlei and left together. Wang Yuhan also wanted to leave, but under the eyes of the middle-aged beautiful woman, he dared not move, and could only turn his eyes to his senior, with a begging look on his face. The steward surnamed Wang was so angry, and now that he couldn't protect himself, how could he have the leisure to pay attention to Wang Yuhan? After Yang Kai and others left, the beautiful woman snorted coldly and said, "Guan Wang, bring your descendant with me, I have to tell you about this time." In front of others, it was inconvenient for her to lose face to the old man surnamed Wang, but how could she not be held accountable afterwards? The old man surnamed Wang looked bitter, nodded in agreement, gave Wang Yuhan a vicious look, and followed the middle-aged beautiful woman away with him. In the filing palace, Yang Kai and the others returned to this place and entered the Feihua Shuiyu Tower. Along the way, Shen Fanlei kept looking at Qianyu, with a look of great confusion. He really wanted to understand why Yang Kai only went to have fun once, and brought a woman back, and since before he and Heihuan in the conversation between Lu and the others, it seemed that Yang Kai had paid a huge price to bring this woman back. Is there anything special about this woman? Shen Fanlei was extremely puzzled. Yang Kai didn't explain the meaning to him, but Qianyu only followed Yang Kai's lead in everything, enjoying the joy of freedom, while secretly worried about Yang Kai's growth and wealth. When she met Yang Kai for the first time back then, the other party's realm was several levels lower than hers, but now, he has surpassed her, and even after taking a blow from Steward Lian in the Heihuan building unscathed, he must be regarded as the best in the Saint King realm. And the price she paid to redeem herself was beyond Qianyu's imagination. He left Tongshuan continent later than himself and entered the star field. How could he grow in strength in such a short period of time? And can we accumulate wealth? Qianyu was deeply shocked. As soon as the three of them entered the Feihua Shuiyu building, they saw Shen Shitao and Luing being entertained by Yang Yan, chatting about something in the reception area on the first floor, but judging from Yang Yan's expression on pins and needles, she was obviously not good at dealing with others. Seeing Yang Kai return, her beautiful eyes brightened, she quickly got up and said, "You are back. Miss Shen and Miss Luing have been waiting for you here for more than an hour." "What's the matter with the two girls?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "It's nothing, but Fan Lei is not in the room, so I came to look for it. It seems that he is indeed with Brother Yang." "Hey, who is this girl?" Chen Shitao suddenly looked at Qianyu with a puzzled expression. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1320. A brief talk about life. Facing Shen Shitao's inquiry, Yang Kai only explained that Qianyu was an old acquaintance of his own, and did not go into too much detail. Even if Chen Shitao was suspicious, he would not be so stupid as to ask the bottom line, causing people to be bored. On the other hand, Yang Yan looked at Qianyu thoughtfully with her beautiful eyes, wondering and wondering. Shen Shitao and the others didn't know the details of Yang Kai, but Yang Yan couldn't be more clear. Yang Kai came from the outside world, not a native of Gloom Star, and now there is an old acquaintance of his. Could it be that this woman of the First Order Saint King came from the outside world? She did not expect that Qian Yu not only came from the outside world, but also came from the same place as Yang Kai. After the host and guest were seated, Shen Shitao immediately began to ask Shen Fanlei where he had gone and why he hadn't returned. Shen Fanlei's face turned red, and he looked at Yang Kai for help, not knowing how to explain it. "You can't tell your sister that you have nothing to do at night, so go shopping with Yang Kai, right?" And he was the one who brought Yang Kai there. If he really said that, he would not be reprimanded afterwards. Seeing Shen Fanlei's embarrassing look, Shen Shitao seemed to have guessed something, turned around, looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Brother Yang, where did you and Fan Lei go at night? Why did I smell some messy rouge? Taste." Yang Kai glanced at Shen Fanlei, saw that he was winking at him, and said with a wry smile, "Brother Shen, if there are no twists and turns tonight, then I won't say anything, but so many things happened tonight. You probably can't hide it, so you should tell the truth." Hearing this, Shen Fanlei immediately became dejected. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and told what happened tonight. After hearing that the two really went to that kind of romantic place, Shen Shitao's pretty face was so cold that it was about to shave off a layer of frost, but after hearing about it, there were so many twists and turns, and Wang Yuhan was involved in it. She was extremely surprised, and after listening to Yang Kai talk about the hidden dangers and harms of the dual cultivation technique to warriors, she couldn't help but her face paled, and she asked quickly, "Fan Lei, are you really?" Shen Fanlei waved his hands eagerly. No, thanks to Brother Yang's reminder in advance, so I just had a little talk about life with that girl, other than that, nothing else happened. Luing listened to it, and laughed, even Shen Shitao, who was annoyed and worried, couldn't help laughing. After entering that kind of romantic place, after paying the money, he didn't take any real action, instead he dragged the girl to talk about life. I'm afraid only Shen Fanlei could do this. I guess the girl who accompanied Shen Fanlei was also at a loss. But it was also like this, Chen Shitao finally let go of her heart. After pondering for a while, the beautiful eyes said evilly, in this way, the reason why Fan Lei went to that kind of place is because of Wang Yuhan's unintentional words. And Brother Yang is just because Fan Lei pulled his courage in the past. I don't know if it was unintentional, but he went to the Heihuan building one step ahead of time, and he still targeted me everywhere, hindering what I want to do, this is true. Yang Kai said lightly. Shen Shitao's face changed slightly, and she thought for a while and said, Wang Yuhan should know Fan Lei's nature very well, and he also knows when to say what to say, and what effect the words will have on Fan Lei. It seems that his ultimate goal is to Brother Yang, Fan Lei is just a springboard, it's really abominable, this person actually doesn't care about Fan Lei's future in order to deal with Brother Yang, how can he still look like a senior brother? If he really gets his way this time, Fan Lei wouldn't it be possible for Lei to go any further in the future? Wang Yuhan's actions this time seemed to have really touched Shen Shitao's inverse scales, and made her very annoyed, with a icy coldness in her eyes. Fan Lei, don't have any contact with this kind of person in the future, and report this matter to your master after you return to the Jidao sect. Ah, I still have to tell master about entering the Heihuan Tower. Shen Fan Lei hesitated immediately. Naturally, I have to tell him everything, why? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I'll go to the Jidao sect myself. Chen Shitao stared and shouted coquettishly. Shen Fanlei didn't dare to refute any more, so he nodded and agreed honestly. I believe that after this incident, even if Wang Yuhan is not afraid of expelling people from the Jidao sect, he will be punished heavily, and the former is more likely. Shen Shitao was angry for a while, then suddenly thought of something, she put away her anger, saluted Yang Kaiing, and said, this time, thanks to Brother Yang, otherwise Fan Lei missed the thief's scheme and I might not know it, I am here to thank you pass. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I'm afraid I'm the one who got Brother Shen involved, it's not his fault. Well, the matter has come to this point, there is nothing to say, but I still have something to tell Miss Shen. What's the matter, Brother Yang, but it's okay to say. Yang Kai flipped his hand over, suddenly a piece of dead wood appeared on the palm of his hand, the whole body was scorched black, without any breath or smell, as if it was just a piece of dead wood that can be seen everywhere. Does Miss Shen know this thing? Yang Kai asked. This is. Shen Shitao frowned and watched, a little hesitant, as if she couldn't recognize it for a while. Huh, is this the scent of beasts? Shen Fanlei exclaimed in surprise. It seems that Brother Shen has some understanding of this thing, so he should also know where it came from. Yang Kai looked at him. Well, Senior Brother Wang and I have used this kind of thing before to lure a monster that is good at hiding to show up. This thing is very useful, as long as it is ignited, it can attract nearby monsters, and it is colorless. It's tasteless, but we warriors can't detect any smell. Shen Fanlei explained, it turns out that Brother Yang also has the beast-inducing incense in his hand, but it seems to have been burned, where did Brother Yang get it from? Burning the Great Valley, next to the Thunder Pond. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Shen Fanlei was stunned for a moment, but Shen Shitao's beautiful eyes flashed a thoughtful look, and then his face changed drastically, and he looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Actually, I didn't find this thing, but Yang Yan found it. When she was collecting the lightning liquid, she found it by accident. If Yang Yan didn't have a deep understanding of some weird things, I'm afraid I would have missed it. Yang Kai handed the beast-inducing fragrance to Shen Shitao, then looked at Shen Fanlei and asked, Brother Shen, it's not that I judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, I dare to ask your senior brother Wang, has he been there once before? Lei Kai. Brother Yang means. Shen Shitao narrowed her phoenix eyes. Miss Shen knows it well, why bother to ask? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Shen Shitao nodded lightly, then looked at Shen Fanlei and said, Fan Lei, has Wang Yuhan been to Lei Kai before? Well, I have been there. A few years ago, he accompanied another senior brother to go there. That senior brother also practiced the secret technique like me. He also broke through with the help of the Thunder Pool at that time, so when I want to break through this time, senior brother Wang proposed to go there. Shen Fanlei scratched his head and said in a daze, "What? What's the problem?" Shen Shitao gritted her silver teeth, and said coldly, "Wang Yuhan, it seems that last time we were in danger in Likey, he was the one who did it." "No way," Shen Fanlei exclaimed, "why did senior brother Wang do this? Besides, if brother Yang hadn't arrived in time, his life might have been lost." Shen Shitao shook her head. "I don't know the specific situation, but if my guess is correct, when Wang Yuhan went to Likey a few years ago, he should have found the Silver Night Thunder Beast, but it is estimated that the Silver Night Thunder Beast was only at the 8th level at that time. You have also seen that the Silver Night Thunder Beast has only been promoted to the 9th rank, which Wang Yuhan did not expect, so he is even in danger himself. As for why he did this, probably want to create danger, take the opportunity to be a hero to save the beauty, and win the heart of the beauty." Yang Kai chuckled and continued what Shen Shitao hadn't said. Shen Shitao's face turned red, and she gave Yang Kai a blank look, but she didn't deny it, obviously agreeing with Yang Kai's guess. After hearing this, Shen Fanlei murmured with a shocked expression, "Why is senior brother Wang such a person?" Lei Kai was in danger, and Wang Yuhan was involved in all the accidents in Heihuan building, which made Shen Fanlei unacceptable for a while. "Fanlei, it's understandable that you are not deeply involved in the world, and you don't recognize people clearly. You just need to be more careful in the future. This time, you have to meet a noble person like Brother Yang, who has helped you out of danger several times, but next time you will not. There must be such good luck." Shen Shitao spoke earnestly and sincerely. Shen Fanlei nodded subconsciously. She was teaching Shen Fanlei, while Yang Kai was silent. In fact, he didn't intend to expose the matter of attracting beast fragrance at the beginning. After all, although Wang Yuhan made a move, he was still pursuing a beautiful woman, and he didn't need to go bad. Good thing. But what happened tonight made him extremely upset, so naturally he would no longer be polite to Wang Yuhan. He doesn't mind stepping on this kind of miserly villain. When something like this happened, Shen Shitao was not in the mood to stay any longer, so she immediately took Luing and Shen Fanlei away from Feihua Shuiyu Tower, and returned to her own residence. Seeing from her appearance, she seemed to want to teach her well. Shen Fanlei said something. After they left, Yang Kai rushed to Qianyu and said, "You rest here for 2 days, and then leave with us after 2 days. Then he introduced Yang Yan and Qianyu to each other. When he learned that Qianyu and Yang Kai came from the same continent, Yang Yan was also taken aback, but she didn't know what was going on. She was facing Shen Shitao. But when facing Qianyu, a woman whom he had just met, he was more enthusiastic, and went back to the room with her, and it seemed that he had a lot to say. Qianyu just wanted to ask about Yang Kai's situation, so naturally she would not refuse. Ku-san was exhausted, and Yang Kai went back to the room to rest alone. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai stayed behind closed doors in Feihua Shuiyu building, and after 2 days of getting along, the relationship between Qianyu and Yang Yan seemed to be much more harmonious. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that the servant girl from Filing Palace came to report that Shen Shitao and the others had arrived. Yang Kai was startled when he heard the words, his divine sense was released, he greeted Qianyu and Yang Yan, and then went downstairs. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People's Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1321 Ambush. Shen Shitao really brought good news. The senior void returning mirror who knew Shen Fanlei returned on time last night. When Shen Fanlei went to ask him this morning, the other party agreed without any excuses. Now the space magic circle in Black Crow City, everything is ready there, and Yang Kai can leave for Sky Fate City at any time. Moreover, Shen Fanlei paid for all the expenses that Yang Kai and his party needed to use the space law formation. Yang Kai was not surprised at this point. After all, the siblings of the Shen family are people who know how to repay their kindness, and a few saint crystals are nothing to them, and Yang Kai is not very polite about this matter. After greeting Yang Yan and Qianyu, under the leadership of Shen Shitao, they walked towards the location of the space magic circle in Black Crow City. The space magic circle of any city is guarded layer by layer, guarded by many experts, and Black Crow City is no exception. When he entered the hall where the space magic circle was located, Yang Kai immediately noticed that there were at least 4 auras of void returning mirror warriors hiding beside the magic circle, and beside the magic circle, a middle-aged man dressed as a scribe was talking to Shen Fanlei. What with a warm smile on his face, and a slight nod from time to time. It seems that he has a good relationship with Shen Fanlei. Yang Kai immediately knew that this middle-aged scribe was the senior that the Shen family siblings had mentioned. Seeing Yang Kai and others coming, Shen Fanlei and the middle-aged scribe apologized, and hurriedly greeted him, smiling, "Brother Yang, you have lived up to your trust, everything is ready." "Brother Chen." Yang Kai politely cupped his fists before following him to the front of the space magic circle. Shen Fanlei pointed to the middle-aged scribe and said, "This is Zhang Wenji, Senior Zhang." This time, Senior Zhang was able to use the space magic circle so easily because of his help. "Thank you, Senior Zhang." Yang Kai nodded slightly at the middle-aged scribe. The other party glanced at Yang Kai up and down, and said with a slight smile, "Sure enough, a hero born a young man. Nephew Yang Xian looks young, but like nephew Shen, he is already at the second level of Saint King. Given time, he will definitely have a bright future." "What?" Zhang Wenji only said this because of Shen Fanlei's face. He didn't have a deep friendship with Yang Kai himself, but the other party praised him so much. Yang Kai of course said a few words of humility. Immediately, Zhang Wenji ordered someone to open the space law formation. After Yang Kai bid farewell to the Shen family siblings, he took Yang Yan and Qian Yu onto the space law formation. The next moment, the space magic circle radiated light, and the fluctuation of space power leisurely swayed away. At the moment when Yang Kai and his party were blurred, Zhang Wenji suddenly looked at Yang Kai, and his lips twitched. A ray of light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Before he could ask any more questions, a slight dizziness enveloped him. On the other side, on a space magic circle thousands of miles away from Black Crow City, the three of Yang Kai appeared. Yang Kai has practiced space power, so this kind of long-distance teleportation is not too heavy for him. He can even use this kind of teleportation to understand the mystery of space power a little bit. But neither Yang Yan nor Qianyu could lift weights as lightly as he did. After one teleportation, he felt dizzy in his head, but it was not a serious problem. After a little movement of the Saint Yuan, the discomfort in his mind was dispelled. Turning her head to look around, Yang Yan's expression became extremely puzzled, while Qianyu said in amazement, "This is the Sky Fortune City you mentioned, why is there no one?" "This is not Sky Fortune City." Yang Kai's face was as deep as water, and he finally understood the meaning of Zhang Wenji's sound transmission to him at the last moment, telling him to be careful all the way. Looking around, although this is also a large hall, and there is a space magic circle under the feet, but it is very dilapidated. It is clearly not the Tianyan city in memory, but it looks a bit like an abandoned deserted city. "Yes, this is not Tianyan city." A gloomy voice suddenly came from the side. Qianyu and Yang Yan were startled at the same time. They turned their heads to look over there, and suddenly found a familiar face with a proud and ruthless look on the front. Smiling, walking towards this side, the man looked at Yang Kai with a look of fire, as if he had some deep hatred with him. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai understood everything, looked at him, and grinned. "Brother Wang, it's true that we never meet again in life." Wang Yuhan laughed sharply. "I'm waiting for you here on purpose. This is the place of burial I chose for you. Let's see if Brother Yang is satisfied." "Not bad, it's a good place to be buried, but I just don't know if it's yours or mine." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Wang Guanxi is here too. Since you're here, hide your head and show your tail." "What? Dianfeng will show up." While speaking, he turned his head and looked at the ruins beside him. Over there, an old man with a gloomy complexion slowly appeared from behind the ruins. Not only that, but behind him were several Saint King Realm fighters. All of them looked at Yang Kai with unkind expressions, and one or two were also looking at Qian Chang. In the moon, there is an extremely obscene and sinister taste in the eyes. Seeing this situation, Qianyu's face turned pale. How could she not know that she and others had stepped into the gate of hell? Although she didn't know much about the details of the incident, she also vaguely guessed that there was a problem with the previous teleportation. The young man has a serious tone. "I really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." The old man surnamed Wang snorted coldly. Wang Yuhan laughed wildly, and said with a ferocious expression, "Yang Kai, when you ruined my good things again and again, you never thought that you still have today, and now it's too late to regret." "Regret? You think too much of yourself." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, without any surprise or panic, which surprised Wang Yu and Han, who thought the other party must be panicked. It's best to let him kneel down and beg for mercy, and then he will humiliate and torture him well, to avenge the previous day, and let out a bad breath. Who knows that such a deterrent has no effect at all, and he can't help but give birth to a strong feeling powerlessness. Although Yang Kai knew that Wang Yuhan would definitely not let it go, He didn't expect that there was an abandoned deserted city here, and the space magic circle here could still be used. In his vision, the three of him passed through Black Crow City and directly teleported to Tianyan City. Even if Wang Yuhan wanted to take revenge on him, he would have no chance, and he was not afraid of the other party at all. He didn't expect that his group would be teleported here, and he didn't expect that the old man surnamed Wang was so capable that he could get Black Crow City to cooperate with him. That Zhang Wenji from before must have known something, that's why he reminded Shen Fanlei at the last moment, which was considered to be repaying Shen Fanlei's favor. As for his own life, he probably didn't care, after all, he had no friendship with him. Yi Changmeng has many dreams, let's do it. Seeing Yang Kai's calmness, Wang's surnamed old man inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart, waved his hand decisively, and shouted, "This kid is a bit unusual, I will clean him up personally. The two girls will be handed over to you. This moon girl is still a perfect body, and she has practiced the double cultivation method of Huanlu, which should be of great benefit to you guys. As for the other girl, I want it." Wang Yuhan smiled coldly. Understood, Mr. Wang, let that girl be given to young Master Wang. Several Saint King realms behind the old man surnamed Wang also nodded quickly, and looked at Qianyu with lewd smiles, making her hair stand on end and her heart in turmoil. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Yang Kai's expression turned violent, Sheng Yuan swelled, and a layer of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared on his body surface, wrapping his whole body, looking like a burning black fireball, revealing an extremely weird and terrifying breath. Immediately, a pitch-black long sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and as he swung it, sword lights shot out one after another, with momentum like a rainbow. Pearls of rice grains dared to shine. Seeing that Yang Kai dared to take the lead, the old man surnamed Wang was furious, and while drinking coldly, an invisible force suddenly shrouded in front of him with him as the source. Under the influence of this force, the spurting sword glow unexpectedly stopped, as if it had fallen into a swamp, and its speed was greatly reduced. When it broke through the space, it could even hear a chi-chi friction and cutting voice. Although the old man surnamed Wang is only at the Void Return first stage, he has been immersed in this cultivation base for many years, and he has a little experience in understanding and using the momentum, and he suppressed Yang Kai's arrogance as soon as he made a move. Seeing this, Wang Yuhan and several other Saint King realm were overjoyed. Just as they were about to strike, the sword glows that had been slashed suddenly turned into black glows after being twisted and shaken, as if they had been given life. The snake with fangs shook its head and tail, and the slowed down speed recovered a lot in an instant, and it rushed to the front of those holy kings, and opened its mouth to bite. The art of Yuan control. The old man surnamed Wang twitched his eyelids, greatly surprised, and the power of his own momentum was instantly dignified by 3 points. At the same time, Wang Yuhan and others also rushed to block it. Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds came out, and the blocked snake with fangs exploded in an instant, turning into black magic flames, flying in all directions. Although they couldn't hurt anyone, it also made them panic for a while, extremely embarrassed, with a look of fear and horror on his face. The old man surnamed Wang turned pale. He relied on his identity, and Wang Yuhan's request was the first, so he didn't intend to take the initiative to kill Yang Kai. His family and grandchildren suffered a great loss. The art of Yuan control is an extremely profound skill, which is not something that warriors in the Saint King realm can master. Only when the strength reaches the void returning mirror and comprehends the potential, can one understand the trick of controlling Yuan. But today he saw it in a warrior of the second level of the Holy King. How could he not be shocked? What's more, the other party's pitch-black flame seemed to be wrong. When he probed with his divine sense, he actually felt an aura that made him terrified. It seemed that once it was contaminated, there would be extremely bad consequences. He didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, and quickly condensed and strengthened his momentum, covering Yang Kai. Yang Yan and Qian Yu, who were standing beside Yang Kai, snorted, and at the same time felt that their hands and feet seemed to be invisible. The shackles are locked, unable to move, and even the movement of Shengyuan is blocked. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1322 Return to the Void. The Void returning mirror powerhouse shot with all his strength, and Yang Kai was naturally affected. The moment his figure froze, overwhelming attacks had already struck from the front. It was Wang Yuhan and others who took the opportunity to attack. These attacks had martial skills. With the power of secret treasures, everything is out of anger, and there is a posture to kill Yang Kai on the spot. As long as Yang Kai dies, the two women will not pose a threat to them at all. Faced with such an attack, Yang Kai just flipped his hand, and a shield with purple charm appeared in his hand. Immediately, the shield burst out a strong aura of two attributes of wind and soil, and suddenly a gust of sand and a gust of wind rolled up in the flat ground. In an instant, a small sandstorm formed where the three of Yang Kai were located, completely covering the three of them. There was a loud noise, and the attacks and the power of the secret treasure bombarded the sandstorm, unable to penetrate at all, and all were swallowed up by the sandstorm. Seeing this situation, Wang Yuhan's face was very cold and stern. He had seen Yang Kai use this high-grade shield secret treasure when he was buried in the Valley of Heroes, so he naturally knew how extraordinary it was, and now that he attacked it himself, he understood the shield's strong defense. This kind of defensive secret treasure, as long as the warriors holding the secret treasure's holy energy is not exhausted, it is not something they can break through the Saint King realm. It can be said that Yang Kai and others are already invincible if they are wrapped in sandstorms. Okay. The eyes of the old man surnamed Wang lit up, and he seemed a little happy to see Lai, and said excitedly, "This old man wants this secret treasure." While speaking, he opened his big hand, and a huge palm transformed by Saint Yuan directly grabbed the place where Yang Kai and the others were. The 5 fingers fell like 5 mountain peaks, and before they really caught the sandstorm, they gave birth. A sense of being in control. At the same time, an almost imperceptible golden light suddenly flew out from the sandstorm, and suddenly turned into golden threads all over the sky, wandering and cutting. The huge Saint Yuan palm of the old man surnamed Wang only lasted for less than a breath before it was cut into fragments by the golden thread and collapsed suddenly. There was no thread anymore, and the golden thread all over the sky also disappeared suddenly at this moment. Before Wang Yuhan and the others could react, the golden thread had already flickered in front of them, once again covering the sky and covering the earth, gathering into a big net, enveloping several warriors in the Saint King realm. "Be careful with this golden thread," the old man surnamed Wang hastily reminded, suppressing the power of his own momentum towards the golden thread. But what made him terrified was that instead of being obstructed in any way, the golden thread cut his posture into pieces and could not be formed at all. Impossible. The face of the old man surnamed Wang changed drastically. He suddenly seemed to remember something, and shouted in horror, "The magic blood thread secret technique. This is the magic blood thread secret technique of the demon blood sect. You are a member of the demon blood sect." He finally remembered the origin of the gold thread through some of his own experiences. But what he couldn't understand was why the magic blood thread secret technique was golden. After all, he heard that the magic blood thread of the demon blood cult was red. The magic blood thread secret technique is one of the few secret techniques that can break the power in the entire gloomy star. "Am I a member of the demon blood sect? Don't bother you." Yang Kai was hidden in the sandstorm, his expression indifferent, his golden hands were like arms, and he was caught off guard, covering Wang Yuhan and other Saint King realm warriors in it. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, a vague order was issued. Wang Yuhan and the others are warriors at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Holy King, so their own strength is certainly not weak. Seeing that the old man surnamed Wang is facing a formidable enemy, how could he not know how to use his strongest defense method to defend against this golden thread, let alone 1 or 2 people have already used the secret technique and are about to avoid it. But what made them terrified was that before they could move anything, a sudden sharp pain came from the sea of consciousness, which made them unsteady for a moment. With the golden thread descending on the head, Chi-Chi sounded loudly, the golden thread disappeared in a flash, and was taken back by Yang Kai again. However, Wang Yuhan and other Saint King realm warriors stood motionless in place, their eyes full of horror, as if they had seen some unbelievable scene. "Yuhan," the old man surnamed Wang shouted in a trembling voice. "Kadong." Wang Yuhan opened his mouth to respond, his face was full of begging. Before he could finish a sentence, his body suddenly fell apart and turned into a puddle of shredded flesh. Wow, the other Saint King realms also looked like Wang Yuhan. Chi-Chi was like a shattered mirror, falling apart, and the wounds were neat and smooth, as if they had been cut open by some sharp weapon. With just one blow, all these Saint King realm fighters fell here. The scene was extremely horrifying, and the smell of blood rose to the sky. The old man surnamed Wang looked at the place where Wang Lihan had fallen, staring at the neat pieces of broken limbs and mutilated corpses. He was furious in an instant. He couldn't accept such a scene. The opponent is just a warrior of the 2nd level of the Holy King, how can he kill so many opponents who are not weaker than him in an instant? This made him feel like a dream, and he couldn't believe it. After staring blankly for a while, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai's position, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Boy, what kind of conspiracy did you use to kill my grandson?" "Trick. Conspiracy." Yang Kai sneered, waved his hand, and the sandstorm that had been covering him suddenly dissipated, revealing his figure again, looking at the old man surnamed Wang mockingly, and said lightly, "When you die, you will know. Ignorant child, you want to kill this old man just because of you." The old man surnamed Wang laughed back in anger. His whole body was turbulent, and the murderous intent in his eyes was as strong as real, obviously because Wang Yuhan's death made him very angry. As the voice fell, a yellow bell suddenly appeared in his hand. The small yellow bell was only the size of a palm and looked inconspicuous, but Yang Kai shrank his eyes, not daring to underestimate it. The other party has the strength of the void returning mirror, and to deal with him, a second-level Saint King actually dispatched a secret treasure. Although there are some reasons for anger, it is obvious that he has to do his best. Just when he was guarding against the strange power of the yellow bell, he shook his right wrist, and suddenly a bell rang, and the bell sounded into his ears, and Yang Kai felt his heart beat violently. Suddenly, the blood flow in the body accelerated, and an uncontrollable violence spread from the body. This old man's soul burial bell has never been used against people in the Holy King realm. It is your honor to die under this bell. Bell. The sound entered his ears, and Yang Kai's heartbeat followed it again. This kind of beating was extremely strange and exaggerated. After beating twice, Yang Kai felt a severe pain in his heart, and some illusions that his heart was about to burst. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately knew that any void return mirror should not be underestimated, especially the old man surnamed Wang, who is not young. The growth of age is more and more mysterious. Under the urging of Sheng Yuan, he forcibly suppressed the pain and violent feeling in his heart. The Bayou map had been sacrificed, and phantoms of mountain peaks flew out of it, and smashed their heads at the old man surnamed Wang. The rumbling sound was endless, but the old man surnamed Wang saw the shadow of the mountain peak as nothing, and was not moved at all. He opened his mouth and spit out a small black flag. Covered above the head of the old man surnamed Wang, when the phantom of the mountain peak fell, suddenly there were phantoms with strange shapes and invisible faces that rushed out of the small flag. Assent. Boy, use whatever means you can, I will let you die today. The old man surnamed Wang yelled wildly, as if he was determined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered again and again. Old dog, did you make a mistake? You and I are not fighting alone. You still count on these two little girls. The old man surnamed Wang looked at Qianyu and Yang Yan sarcastically. Like a secret treasure, like a pagoda, gently throw it into the sky, and the pagoda will be suspended in midair. The pagoda has 7 floors, and each floor exudes a different color. The 7-story pagoda starts to rotate after being suspended. The direction of rotation is also very different, and the speed is even more different. Suddenly resounded throughout the world. The melody is extremely beautiful, as if there are many people holding different musical instruments in ensemble, and the harmony is also very pleasant to hear, and the melody is mixed with an invisible force, which spreads out, not only purifying Yang Kai's violence, it dispelled the pain in his heart, and even covered up the ringing of the other party's funeral bell. Sound attack secret treasure. The old man surnamed Wang looked at this scene in disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching endlessly. His momentum was broken by Yang Kai's golden blood thread, and the power of the burial soul bell was also countered by this layered pagoda. He suddenly found that these people on the other side seemed to be specially here to restrain him, which made him feel a little bit angry. Not good. However, Yang Kai had already taken a step forward, and the long sword in his hand slashed out a shocking sword light, and attacked him, laughing. Old man, just because Wang Yuhan is jealous, you will put me to death. You elder is really competent. Since you are here, then don't leave. The kid is crazy. How could the old man surnamed Wang put this sword light in his eyes? Sheng Yuan rolled down, pushed forward with one hand, and directly broke the sword light. But at the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something was doing evil inside, which made him suddenly change color and was also a warning sign. Before he had time to check his sea of consciousness, there was another attack as black as a sword, and the old man surnamed Wang stretched out his big hand again, wanting to break the attack just like before. The changes in the sea of consciousness prevented him from investigating the attack at all. When his big hand came into contact with the pitch-black attack, he realized that it was not a sword light at all. He screamed in his heart that it was not good, and when he wanted to pull back, it was too late. The jet-black attack was like the sharpest weapon, piercing directly from the palm of his hand, like a hot knife rolling butter, cutting all the way to his shoulders without any hindrance. Place. Half of the arm disappeared strangely, as if swallowed by an invisible beast. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Dadudoum. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. Chapter 1323 Comprehensive Suppression. Without noticing for a while, half of his arm disappeared. The old man surnamed Wang was horrified. He stepped back a few steps, stood still and looked at Yang Kai in surprise and anger. With an unbelievable look on his face, he turned back. The master of the virtual mirror, in the process of fighting with the warriors of the second level of the Holy King, was injured like this by the opponent, and no one would believe it when he said it. Sheng Yuan condensed to the broken arm to stop the flow of blood, and the old man surnamed Wang took out a pill from his space ring and threw it directly into his mouth. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes had become a little jealous, since the other party had anything that can hurt him can kill him. Only now did he have the time to investigate the anomalies in his own sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for some changes in his sea of consciousness just now, he wouldn't have been so easily attacked. He would definitely be able to see the strangeness of that attack. He really wanted to know, his own, what happened to the sea of consciousness. After checking, the old man surnamed Wang suddenly changed color, and shouted in shock, "Soul Eater! How is this possible?" Under his investigation, he suddenly found that in his sea of consciousness, there were countless tiny insects invisible to the naked eye. It seems to be waiting for some order to explode. The change in the sea of consciousness just now is obviously because these soul-eating insects are devouring the consciousness. And the reason why those Saint King realms lost to this Yang Kai's blow power is probably also because of this reason, otherwise how could they not be able to avoid the cutting of the golden wire? After trying to understand this point, the old man surnamed Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He had naturally heard the name of the Soul Eater long ago, but ordinary Soul Eater, although notoriously vicious, would not be taken seriously by him. The powerful strength of the mirror is fully capable of driving it away. But these soul-eating insects are obviously different, they are evolved species. The old man surnamed Wang tried to drive them away with his spiritual thoughts, but they were not moved at all, and they were still hiding in the depths of the sea of consciousness, becoming his hidden danger. It is impossible to get rid of them completely without a day or two of meditation. As soon as he thought of this, the old man surnamed Wang suddenly thought of retreating, and his expression flickered. His posture and soul burial bell are restrained by the opponent, and now he is seriously injured, and there are soul-eating insects in the sea of consciousness waiting for an opportunity to attack. If he doesn't leave, it may be a disaster. He is extremely afraid of the attack that can swallow half of his arm. To be able to recognize soul-devouring insects, the old man has good knowledge. But you are unlucky, your power is useless to me, the young master is your nemesis. Yang Kai laughed mockingly, waving his hands, and the blades of space slashed out. Each blade of space is pitch black, tearing apart the space all the way forward. If someone sticks out the divine sense to investigate, they can find out that the blade of space is nothingness and chaos inside, and there is nothing at all. In an instant, more than a dozen jet black space blades blasted towards the old man surnamed Wang madly, making a loud hissing sound. The old man surnamed Wang twitched his eyes, his face was extremely pale, and he shouted, "Don't be too crazy, kid." At the same time, his body suddenly swelled in a circle, and a ball of black air spread out, covering an area of more than 10 feet in an instant, and he did not know what kind of profound art he used in an attempt to cover his figure. But when more than a dozen space blades cut through the black mist, they immediately opened up more than a dozen clear passages in the black mist. Blade. Come on, use all the means, I will let you die today. Yang Kai grinned coldly, constantly disturbing the other party's state of mind with gossip and arousing the other party's anger, but his hands did not stop. The blade of space raged wildly like splashing water. The old man surnamed Wang almost vomited blood angrily. This sentence was clearly what he said to Yang Kai just now, but now the situation has taken a turn for the worse, and the other party returned it back intact. As if being slapped severely, the old man surnamed Wang had a hot old face, but at the same time, he was unwilling to express his suffering. Under the devastation of the space blades, he didn't even have the mood to answer. He could dodge it with his head closed. If he hadn't noticed what type of attack it was when half of his arm was swallowed for the first time, then now, he has already vaguely guessed. After all, the space power fluctuations emitted by the space blade are extremely clear, and he is not a fool, so how could he fail to notice it? The old man surnamed Wang was shocked. He never knew that there were actually people on Gloomstar who could cultivate space power to the point where they could be combined into blades, and they could even fight enemies from a distance. Even Mo Xiaosheng and Mo Changeling from the Zontian League can't do this. It is rumored that this elder Mo Changge is also proficient in space power. When the space magic circle of many forces is damaged or malfunctions, he is invited to repair it. Not on a level at all. The other party not only has the Soul Eater that can restrain him, but he is also proficient in this mysterious power. The old man surnamed Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, and raised him to an equal level with himself. The blades of space seemed to be endless, unparalleled in ferocity, and indestructible. They devoured all obstacles along the way, so that the old man surnamed Wang could only dodge in embarrassment. "Old man, do you only know how to hide?" Yang Kai yelled, and after cutting out a few space blades, a phantom of a budding lotus suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he shouted in a low voice, "Liansheng Lotus." The old man surnamed Wang, who was using the terrain to dodge the blade of space, suddenly froze. Even if he did not meet Yang Kai's eyes, at this moment he felt a phantom of a lotus flower appearing in his mind, and in an instant, the whole world seemed to be disappeared, replaced by only this flower bud emitting colorful light. The next moment, the old man surnamed Wang felt that the power of his sea of consciousness was frantically converging towards a certain place, which was not controlled by it at all, and the source of the converging was actually that strangely appearing lotus bud. With the infusion of the power of the sea of consciousness, the lotus buds bloomed quickly. Although he didn't know the mystery of this living lotus, the old man surnamed Wang also knew that it must not be allowed to fully bloom, otherwise there might be some extremely bad consequences. There was a scream, and the old man surnamed Wang bit the tip of his tongue, forcibly withdrawing his attention from the blooming bud, and at the same time, the sea of consciousness rolled violently. Boom! There was a loud noise. Shaking from the depths of his heart, the old man surnamed Wang turned pale suddenly. He opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of blood mist. His figure was extremely staggering. Looking at his face, he seemed to have aged several decades all of a sudden. He didn't know what kind of secret technique he used to burst the lotus bud, but at the same time, his soul was also severely injured. Qianyu was stunned as she watched from the sidelines. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. When she first realized that she and others were ambushed, Qianyu thought that this time it was really doomed, but how could she have thought that those enemies who were extremely powerful and invincible to her were easily defeated by Yang Kai? Killing, even Wang Guanxi, the last void return mirror, is not Yang Kai's opponent. If Qianyu didn't know Wang Guanxi, she might have thought that the other party was just a martial artist at the Saint King realm, but she knew that Wang Guanxi was a genuine void returning mirror, and she was usually trembling when she saw him and spoke carefully, but now, Wang the manager panicked like a bereaved dog, and he no longer had the demeanor of the old seniors. For a moment, Qianyu had mixed feelings in her heart. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, thinking to herself that Su Yan's vision was really good, thinking that when she first saw Yang Kai, she still looked down on him. How could she know that Su Yan was far-sighted? At this moment, she finally let go of her heart, and looked at Yang Yan again, but found that the other party looked indifferent, and there was no tension at all. Only then did she understand that Yang Yan also had full confidence in Yang Kai, but she wanted to, that's all. Void return mirror, that's all it is. Yang Kai sneered, to be honest, I have no interest in Shen Shitao at all, and I don't intend to hinder Wang Yuhan, it's just that your grandson is too villainous. If I insist on seeking my own death and implicating you as an elder, if I were you, I would kill myself, why bother to linger? Hearing his sarcasm, the old man surnamed Wang was annoyed and regretful at the same time. If things were really as he said, then what was he doing this trip? Came here specially to be humiliated and sent to death. At this moment, the old man surnamed Wang wished to catch Wang Yuhan out of the underworld and kill him more than a dozen times. Although his face was extremely ferocious, he didn't have much energy to explode at all. He knew that he couldn't do anything against the opponent even at his peak state, and if he didn't leave at this time, he might really not be able to leave. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The old man surnamed Wang suddenly pointed his hand, and a mysterious light shot out, right in the middle of the flag that had been contending with Baiyu. The flag immediately rolled over, and extremely unstable energy fluctuations came from inside. Immediately, with a loud noise, it exploded, and countless grotesque phantoms sprang out from it, flying around uncontrollably. This secret treasure actually has the power to self-destruct. Yang Kai's expression was startled, and he quickly took back the Baiyu map, once again offering a purple shield, guarding in front of Qianyu, Yang Yan and others, lest the two women be affected. When he finished all this and looked up again, he suddenly found that the old man surnamed Wang was already hundreds of feet away. He escaped just like that. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and the wind and thunder wings behind him spread out, and amidst the sound of wind and thunder, his figure disappeared leisurely in place. So far, he has never beheaded a warrior in the void return mirror. This time it is rare to have such an opportunity. How could he miss it? And looking at the means used by the old man surnamed Wang, the understanding of the situation is already a little bit hot. As long as he is killed, absorbs his soul energy and understanding of the heaven and martial arts, Yongkai may also be able to comprehend its potential, prepare for the virtual return mirror. Although the cultivation base of the old man surnamed Wang is higher than that of Yongkai, but he is injured, and Yongkai has the wind and thunder wings to assist him, so he is naturally much faster in speed. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1324 Saint King Level 3. The distance of Beizong was quickly shortened, and when he was about to catch up with the old man surnamed Wang, Yongkai suddenly noticed a shocking energy fluctuation coming from behind, and immediately a stream of light shot past him, and in a blink of an eye passed away, directly hitting the old man surnamed Wang in the back. A scream came out, and the old man surnamed Wang fell to the ground, only struggled a few times, and then there was no movement. Yongkai raised his eyebrows, looked back in surprise, and saw Yang Yan, who was wearing a black robe over there, holding a crossbow-like secret treasure in his hand, and raised it at himself. This secret treasure Yongkai recognizes, it is a spoil of war he got in Flowing Flame Sand Field. It was obtained from a martial artist from the Xie family. The other party used this secret treasure to attack him, but unfortunately he failed, and was killed by Yongkai in the end. It's just that although the power of this secret treasure is not small, the price paid for using it once is too high. Big, it needs a blood sacrifice, it is an evil secret treasure, so after Yongkai got it, he didn't pay much attention, and threw it into the space ring. But I don't want Yang Yan to refine and improve it at some time, and now it works against the enemy. Since the old man surnamed Wang was dead, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yongkai immediately walked to his corpse and silently activated the power of the world-exterminating demon eye. Soon, the old man surnamed Wang's soul was sucked into Yongkai's body. In Kai's sea of consciousness, after purifying it, and taking off the space ring of the old man surnamed Wang, Yongkai returned immediately. In the abandoned hall, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes stared at Yongkai for a moment, as if she didn't recognize him. After Yang Yan used the powerful crossbow secret treasure, she also felt a little exhausted, and her face was obviously pale. It seems that even after her refinement and improvement, the price she would have to pay for using this secret treasure once. Let's take a break, we'll go on the road later, there should be no ambush here. Yongkai said, handed Yang Yan a bottle of medicine pill, and then walked to the space magic circle. He wants to completely destroy this space magic circle, no matter whether the other party has arranged a follow-up, he can't leave any clues for people to follow. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Yan hurriedly adjusted his breath, while Qian Yu went to clean up the legacy of several other Saint King Realm warriors after their death. After a while, apart from Yang Yan who was still meditating, Yongkai and Qian Yu were all ready, and Qian Yu handed over the space rings left by those people, with a shocked look on her face. Until now, she still has some. There was no way to accept the scene just now. Yongkai glanced at her, knowing what she was thinking, he waved his hand and said, keep it for yourself, there should be nothing good in it, but it is suitable for you. Don't worry, you will know when you arrive at Longshe Mountain the richness over there and their extravagance, you won't be interested in these things in the future. Qian Yu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't refuse any more and happily replied, I'm looking forward to it. She couldn't help but yearn for the location of Dragon Cave Mountain. Ever since she came to Starfield and lived in Heihuan Tower, she had never met anyone she knew, and she had no place to rely on. She felt like a tree without roots. With no source of water, every day is tormented. And now, Yongkai finally appeared, which made her find the backbone at once, and she couldn't help but be full of hope for the future. Although to her, Yongkai was just a junior, but this junior is now in the realm of cultivation. Walked in front of her, it doesn't matter if you lean on her a little bit. While waiting for Yang Yan to recover, Yang Kaidwan sat aside, thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. This is not the first time he has fought against a void-returning mirror expert, but it is the first time he has killed a fighter of this level. If there is no interference from the Soul Eater, if it is not for the secret of space power, he is definitely not an opponent. But it was also this battle that made him understand that the golden blood thread he cultivated could actually break the package of power. Having said that, facing an old man surnamed Wang who was at the void-returning first layer, he had to do his best. What if it was at the void-returning second layer, or the third layer? Yongkai suddenly realized that his cultivation level was still a little lower, and after this trip back, he should be promoted to another level. Only when his cultivation level can also reach the void-returning mirror, can he be on the gloomy star. Fear no one. Half a day later, when Yang Yan recovered, Yang Kai sacrificed the star shuttle and left the deserted city with the two girls. Flying forward for 2 days, when passing by a small city, Yang Kai went down to check the direction, and learned that this place is only half a month away from Sky Fortune City. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was really afraid that the deserted city was farther away from Sky Fortune City than Black Crow City. It seemed that he and others were lucky, and the place Wang Yuhan chose to ambush them was not on the opposite side of Sky Fortune City. Moreover, this place is considered to be the site of Shadow Moon Hall, and based on the friendship between him, Qian Tong and Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner, it is basically safe to get here. Along the way, Yang Kai remained silent, planning what he would do in the future, while Yang Yan and Qian Yu chatted from time to time. Half a month passed by, and when the group of 3 returned to Longshe Mountain at that time, Qian Yu fell in love with it at a glance. Although Longshe Mountain is not as grand and domineering as the foundations of those big sects, it also has a unique style, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, outstanding people, and it is like a paradise. After handing Qian Yu over to Yang Yan, Yang Kai went to see the divine tree, and learned that it had been doing well for a while, and that the Jinyang fruit tree that had been transplanted back became full of vitality under its nourishment. There is no possibility of dying. After letting the divine tree devour a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai immediately announced that he would enter the retreat. Inside the stone mansion, Yang Kai was playing with a crystal clear and cold bead in his hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. This bead is exactly Su Yan's ice soul orb. If the bead is alive, the bead is broken and people die. Although it is not known where Su Yan is now, as long as this ice soul orb is still there, it means that Su Yan is still alive. Yan is fine. There was a bit of Su Yan's aura on the beads, which made Yang Kai nostalgic. After watching for a long time, Yang Kai grinned, held the ice soul orb in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes and practiced profound arts silently, hitting his own bottleneck. In the Heihuan Tower, Yang Kai's bottleneck of the Holy King's 3rd layer has already been touched, but he was anxious to inquire about Su Yan's news at that time, so he suppressed it forcefully. Now returning to Longshe Mountain, the first thing to do naturally, it is to break through the realm in front of you. The 10,000 years incense has been burning, and the fragrance is lingering, which makes people feel calm. Yang Kai chose to meditate under the 9-curved crystal jade tree, and he can feel the way of heaven and martial arts very well. This breakthrough is no obstacle for him at all. With just 10 days of effort, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the Saint King 3rd layer without using any pills or saint crystals. No news of the breakthrough was leaked out, it was all blocked by the restrictions in the Shifu, and the people in Longshe Mountain didn't even know that he had broken through. After spending more than a month consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai began to take stock of his harvest from this trip. With a thought, Yang Kai took out another bead and put it in the palm of his hand to play with. This bead was different from Su Yan's ice soul bead, it was dusty and inconspicuous, it was Dai Yuan's gift to him, glass beads. This is the essence condensed in Dai Yuan's body after taking the 10 illusion glazed glasses after practicing the 1000 illusions glazed art. It is equivalent to the inner alchemy of monsters and is extremely precious. Dai Yuan said that if she could refine this glazed bead, she might be able to comprehend the mystery of the glazed light from it. Luli Shengguang has the effect of binding the body and restraining the soul, and it is mysterious and powerful. Yang Kai also suffered a small loss once, and he has a deep understanding of this. If he can really do what Dai Yuan said, then he will have more ways to deal with the enemy in the future, a sort of. Moreover, Luli Shengguang is somewhat similar to his World Destroyer Demon Eye. The World Destroyer Demon Eye also has the function of deterring the soul. If the two can be combined, Yang Kai is not sure what kind of mutation will occur. After quietly contemplating for a while, Yang Kai thought about it, put the glazed beads aside first, and took out the Zhuang level refining furnace. Qi Ling suffered some injuries when he was extracting the Sun True Essence from the corpse hole, but Yang Kai realized afterwards that this was a blessing rather than a disaster for the Qi Spirit Firebird, because it actually absorbed a trace of the Sun True Fire and was hiding in the assimilated in the refining furnace. Now more than a month has passed, and the Qi Ling Firebird has not shown any signs of awakening, and is still refining and assimilating the trace of the Sun True Fire, but Yang Kai found that the Sun True Fire seems to be much less, while the Qi Spirit Firebird's aura has changed. Much stronger. I immediately understood in my heart that the Qiling Huo now really got huge benefits. Regardless of it, Yang Kai put away the refining furnace. Next Yang Kai checked the stone puppet. The stone puppet, like the fire bird, was injured at the beginning, but when the stone puppet spit out the true essence of the sun, Yang Kai let it absorb the essence of various minerals to repair it. Looking at it now, I can't help but be surprised. The stone puppet's injury was healed. After being released by Yang Kai, a pair of eyeballs rolled around, and it seemed that his spirituality had also increased a lot. But what makes Yang Kai more concerned is that there seems to be a kind of overbearing fire attribute energy in the stone puppet's body. Even if he uses Yang Kai's divine sense to investigate, he can't get a glimpse of it. Was burned. The sun is really hot. Unexpectedly, the stone puppet also absorbed the real fire of the sun. Moreover, it was completely transformed earlier than the artifact spirit and fire spirit, which surprised Yang Kai, and he thought that it is not a loss to have such innate supernatural powers. Even the artifact spirit born from fire power cannot compare with it. The stone puppet was born with the supernatural ability to purify minerals, and now that it has the sun true fire, its purification will be more thorough and perfect in the future. It's a pity that he has never found another blood essence stone. After all, there is another stone puppet in his black book space. Without the blood essence stone, that stone puppet cannot be born. After confirming that the stone puppet was not only harmless, but also a blessing in disguise, Yang Kai then moved his mind and gave it an order. The stone puppet opened its mouth, spit out countless refined minerals, and quickly piled up into a hill in front of Yang Kai. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1325 Immortal 5-Line Sword. These things were all in the corpse cave, and the stone puppet swallowed them. At that time, Yang Kai and Yang Yan were trying to collect the true sun essence, and they didn't have much time to deal with the mountain of minerals and holy crystals, so they let the stone puppet help. A total of 7 or 8 hills of various minerals and holy crystals were piled up in the corpse cave. Although the stone puppets only swallowed about half of them, the number was astonishing. Some of these minerals were absorbed by it to strengthen itself and make up for the damage caused by the true sun fire, and the other large part was now all piled up in front of Yang Kai. It was too hasty at the time, and Yang Kai didn't have time to check the quality and types of these minerals, but since they were piled up outside, they must be inferior in quality and rarity to those placed in the space ring. Yang Kai also confirmed his guess. But he doesn't need to worry about these minerals are all to be handled by Yang Yan. Just as he was about to put these things back into the space ring, Yang Kai suddenly gave a light snort, fixed his eyes on a certain place on the hill in front, and then moved his hand, a fist-sized, round body, pure white and flawless like a ball. He held it in his hand. He looked at the ball in amazement, and soon seemed to remember something, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and after performing the exercises again, he noticed the huge and pure energy seeping out of the ball in his hand. Yang Kai's expression became weird. He looked at Stone Puppet in a daze, and said in amazement, "You can even purify this kind of thing?" The stone puppet tilted its head and looked at him without saying a word. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that it might not be able to express his emotions. After all, Stone Puppet's intelligence is limited. He reached out and took out the token of the Shifu restriction that Yang Yan had given him before, and poured the holy yuan into it to convey a message. After a while, the restriction of the Shifu was opened from the outside, and Yang Yan walked in quickly, wondering, "Aren't you in retreat? What are you calling me for? Look at this." Yang Kai reached out and threw the ball over. Yang Yan took it and looked at him suspiciously, and then began to look at the ball carefully. After a while, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise on his face, as if he had found something incredible. He rushed to Yang Kai and asked eagerly, "Where did you get this thing? There is none left." Yang Kai pointed to the hill in front of him. Yang Yan turned her head to look over there, and when she found that there were many balls like the things she was holding in the hill, she couldn't help but lose her mind. It took more than 10 breaths of effort before Yang Yan screamed and rushed to the front of the hill, and put everything into his space ring. "Leave some for me." Yang Kai looked at her depressedly. "What do you want this for?" Yang Yan snorted, but covered the space ring with a small hand without a trace. "Cultivation, you can also see what is the transformation of this thing. I just broke through and used this to stabilize the realm better." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched his face. "Of course I can see it. This thing should be a small transformation, right?" Yang Yan hugged the stone puppet, and kissed it on the small face. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, and the stone puppet also look at what to do. "I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to be able to purify and compress even saint crystals. Now it's done. One of the problems I was worried about has been easily solved, hee." Yang Yan looked at the stone puppet with beautiful eyes, as if he wanted to kiss it again a few mouthfuls. "How could Stone Puppet even purify and compress Saint Crystal? Didn't you know before?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yan shook his head. I tried it before. Xiao Xiao didn't have this ability, but Stone Puppet is born with the instinct to absorb all kinds of mineral essence and transform it into its own ability. Now that I can do this, I guess it is as good as the sun. It's related to true essence, although I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be wrong. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The true sun essence is said to be the hot essence extracted from the source of the stars. It was absorbed and refined by the stone puppet to refine a little bit of the true sun fire. It is not surprising that the stone puppet's ability has some changes. But even the holy crystal can be purified and compressed, so that pieces of holy crystal can be formed into ball-shaped things, which is enough to be sensational. In the star field, the best quality holy crystal known so far is only a top-grade holy crystal, but the existence of that ball breaks the common sense that everyone knows and creates a precedent. The energy contained in that sphere is more pure and larger than the top-grade saint crystal. Yang Kai just felt it a little bit, and felt that the energy contained in a sphere was almost equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-grade saint crystals. This is not to say that the value of a ball is only equal to so many high-grade holy crystals, and the value of a ball is far greater than this number. Because theoretically speaking, the exchange ratio between top-grade saint crystals, middle-grade saint crystals, and low-grade saint crystals is 1 to 10, but any warrior knows that the ratio is a ratio, but in fact, the higher the grade the holy crystal, the greater the value. The quality of the holy crystal is good, and it can provide a lot of help when the warrior breaks through the bottleneck, restores the holy energy, and heals and meditates. At critical moments, it can even be a matter of life. Although the energy contained in this ball is only equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-grade holy crystals, if it is circulated in large quantities, it can be exchanged for at least 10 or even 20 high-grade holy crystals. Of course, this is only in the early stage of mass circulation. If this ball is sold alone, it is possible to sell 10,000, 100,000, or even higher. After all, rare things are expensive. Of course Yang Kai wouldn't think about it. Judging from Yang Yan's performance just now, this ball that was inadvertently swallowed up by the stone puppet and compressed into a ball must be of great use to her. And it is very likely that it has something to do with something she mentioned before. Yang Kai didn't inquire carefully, since Yang Yan said that he wanted to give him a surprise, then he just wait and see, there is no need to make indirect remarks. Confirming that these spheres are things that can only be purified after the stone puppet refines the real fire of the sun, Yang Kai let go of his heart and asked Yang Yan about Qianyu's situation. They get along very well, and Wu Yi has provided her with a lot of cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, and she is now in retreat. After a cup of tea, Yang Yan happily left, not only taking away those spheres and various minerals, but even the stone puppets were taken away by her. According to her words, if she hadn't seen Yang Kai open the stone mansion's restriction, she would have rushed in to find Yang Kai to ask Stone Puppet for help. With Stone Puppet by her side, her refining efficiency would be greatly increased. A huge help to her big plans. After Yang Yan left, Yang Kai opened the Shifu restriction again, touched the ring specially refined by Yang Yan in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There were only 2 things in the ring, one was 10,000 zigen uterus, one is the true sun essence, but these 2 things are also the most precious 2 things I got on this trip, any leaking of any of them will cause a sensation in Gloomy Star. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out another classic book, his eyes were dignified, and he fell silent. This classic was also obtained from the corpse cave, and it belongs to one of the ancient Yangzong's classics. At that time, there were too many ancient books, so Yang Kai didn't check them carefully. Later, when Yang Yan was refining the ring that stored the sun true essence, Yang Kai casually browsed through some of them, and found this ancient book, which aroused his interest. Because this book records not other exercises, but exercises specially used to temper the body. Yang Kai's physical body is much stronger than warriors of the same level, this is all due to various opportunities over the years, not intentional cultivation. Because the exercises that specialize in tempering the physical body and the exercises that specialize in cultivating spiritual consciousness are extremely precious and rare, even if some are occasionally spread outside, they are also rubbish, and they cannot enter the eyes of experts, so Yang Kai naturally looks down on them. It's just that I didn't expect to get such an immortal 5-element sword in the underground corpse cave of Jiyu Yangzong. When Yang Kai saw it for the first time, he thought it was a secret guide to swordsmanship, but after careful investigation, he realized that it was actually a technique for tempering the body. He had a rough comprehension of this exercise last time, and he knew its profoundness and rareness. If he practiced this exercise to the extreme as said in the Immortal 5-element sword, he would be able to achieve immortality. Moreover, after a little success in cultivation, he can turn his whole body of blood energy into the Xuantian 5 elements sword, which has great power when facing the enemy. This made Yang happy, but the requirements for practicing this set of exercises are also extremely demanding. The strength of the physical body must be at least twice that of a martial artist of the same level in order to withstand the pain and devastation during cultivation. Yang Kai felt that he was satisfied with this, so it shouldn't be a problem. Secondly, the power of qi and blood must be extremely strong, because practicing this kind of cultivation method will also cause great harm to oneself. No problem, in terms of the power of qi and blood, he dare not say that he is the #1 person in the star field, but with the strangeness of the golden blood, there are few people who can surpass him. Thirdly, to practice the immortal 5 elements sword, one must find the heaven and earth treasures of the 5 elements attribute, absorb and refine the energy in these heaven and earth treasures, cleanse the marrow of the book of changes, and after countless years of accumulation, finally achieve the immortality 5 elements sword. What is the most precious thing? There are some superficial explanations in the ancient books of the immortal 5 elements sword. That is, if you want to practice this kind of exercise, you must find materials that are at least equivalent to the grade of the 10th order monster inner alchemy. For this point alone, I am afraid that no one on the gloomy star can achieve it. The 10th order monster is equivalent to the powerhouse of the Void King Mirror, and there is no such thing on the gloomy star. There are 2 things in Yang Kai's hands that are absolutely eligible. It is this trip to get the Sun True Essence and the mysterious Yin Sunflower Water that he got before, and the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade Terrace is also eligible, but if he really cultivates, Yang Kai is not prepared using the 10,000 Zai Ice Jade platform, it is still useful for Yang Kai to keep it. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 13:26 Change. Among the 5 elements, there is no need to worry about water and fire. In addition, he also has a thunder wood, which can be regarded as a treasure of the wood attribute. This thunder wood was obtained by Yang Kai before he came to Gloom Star. After the death of the 10th order monster Lei Luan, the flesh and blood essence gathered together. In terms of value, it is no worse than the inner alchemy of the 10th order monster. It's just that the last 2 types of treasures, gold and earth, Yang Kai still has no clue. But he is not in a hurry. After all, even if he has all the 5 elements treasure now, he doesn't have much energy to cultivate. He has too many things to deal with right now, practicing the space blade and the golden blood thread secret technique, refining the dragon bone dragon ball, and finding a way to refine that glass bead. Especially the golden blood thread secret art, Yang Kai's evaluation of it was even higher after he learned that it could break the power. This secret art of the demon blood sect is indeed the foundation of their teaching place. But now, he has only cultivated 1 golden blood thread, and he has not yet achieved great success. He does not know how much time it will take to cultivate more golden blood threads. Based on these reasons, even though Yang Kai is extremely enthusiastic about the immortal 5 elements sword eye, he will not start to practice immediately. At least he will have to wait until he has all the 5 elements before making plans. However, it is not a problem to understand 1 or 2 things in advance, and once you are familiar with it, you will get twice the result with half the effort in the future. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai put the immortal 5 elements sword into the space ring temporarily, and after sorting out the clues, he began to absorb the soul energy left by the old man surnamed Wang after his death, spying on his heavenly Tao and martial Tao. This is the soul power of the first void returning mirror absorbed by Yang Kai, so it is natural to be cautious, devouring it bit by bit, unwilling to miss any trace. 3 days later, the spirit energy belonging to the old man surnamed Wang was exhausted. Yang Kai opened his eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. Even though the cultivation base of the old man surnamed Wang is not very high, but he has been immersed in the void return first stage for many years, and has his own unique understanding of the situation. Most of these insights have now become Yang Kai's wealth. Through this devouring, Yang Kai actually understood a little bit what is the real power. I understand that if you want to practice, it is still a little bit reluctant, and you can only start to practice until your own cultivation base also breaks through to that level. But if he encounters a strong void returning mirror again, Yang Kai can use his own understanding of the situation to make some targeted measures, which is not fruitless. I believe that as long as he kills more void returning mirrors in the future, he will be able to understand the situation more and more thoroughly, and it is not impossible for him to achieve a level that no one can match in the end. Warriors break through the way of promotion. Only those who are strong in the void-returning mirror have cultivated their own potential to the Dacheng realm, and then they have the opportunity to break through to the Void King realm, and the entire gloomy star can reach this level. Void King realm powerhouses cannot appear. The laws of heaven and earth of the gloomy star have suppressed the comprehension of the power of the void-returning mirror. Yongkai has not reached this point yet, but he cannot be trapped on the gloomy star. If one day he really cultivates to the void-returning third layer, he has to leave here no matter what, escape the law of heaven and earth here, and go outside to achieve the realm of the Void King. It's too early to think about this now. Yongkai restrained his mind, took out the glazed bead that Dai Yuan gave him, put it in the palm of his hand, silently practiced the profound art, poured the Saint Yuan into it, and started refining. As soon as he refined it, Yongkai's expression shook, and he immediately showed surprise, and immediately increased the output of Saint Yuan. It was almost undetectable that the colored glaze rays in the glazed beads were drilling into Yongkai's body bit by bit. Under Yongkai's intentional mobilization, they converged to the left eye. The glazed beads are equivalent to the inner alchemy of monsters. Yongkai just thought that refining and absorbing the energy in the inner alchemy of monsters could use this direct method, so he tried it, but he didn't expect it to work, and it was very easy. This made him overjoyed. At that moment, he held his breath and concentrated his voice, absorbed it intently, and at the same time focused on two tasks, continuing to cultivate that golden blood thread in his body. Time flies, it is 2 months later. On this day, Yongkai slowly opened his eyes, looking at his empty hands, frowning secretly. After 2 months of absorption, the glazed bead Dai Yuan gave him was finally consumed by him, and it no longer existed. It's just that although the colored glaze glow in the colored glaze beads is absorbed into the body, it will take some time to completely refine it. Now in the sea of consciousness, next to the Mishi demon eye suspended in midair, there is a layer of gorgeous ray of light. This ray of light is exactly the colored glaze divine light contained in the colored glaze beads. However, Yongkai felt that the speed at which it merged with the world-exterminating demon eye was very slow, which was somewhat different from what he expected before, which made him a little depressed. After all, in his previous predictions, the demon eye of extermination and the glazed light have the same effect, and they can be easily integrated in theory, but now it seems that he thought it was easy. However, this situation was within his expectations. Anyway, as long as there is enough time, the glazed light can still be integrated with the world-exterminating demon eye, it's just a matter of time. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Yongkai shook his hand, and 2 golden threads appeared leisurely. One of them is golden and unparalleled in sharpness. It seems to be able to cut apart the space while shaking, and its power is unparalleled, while the other golden thread is obviously inferior. The power cannot be compared with the first one. This golden thread is the second golden blood thread cultivated by Yongkai. When the disciples of the demon blood sect practice this secret art, even if they spend their entire life energy, they may not be able to cultivate two, because the foundation of this secret art practice is the power of their own blood, and the power of each person's blood. The power is limited, and if you use too much, your lifespan will be reduced. In the demon blood sect, only those elders whose strength has reached the second or third level of returning to the void can cultivate 2 or 3 golden blood threads and return to the void. Below the virtual mirror, there is only one. Even so, it was only after the elders searched for the panacea to nourish the power of qi and blood that they could cultivate it. Otherwise, if they lost too much qi and blood, they might die. But Yongkai is different. He has dozens of drops of golden blood in his body, and 1 drop of golden blood can be converted into a golden blood thread, and the golden blood can also be replenished. Theoretically, he can cultivate countless golden blood threads, which is why the reason why he practiced this kind of secret technique at that time was because this kind of secret technique was tailor-made for him. More than a month ago, he felt that his first golden thread had been cultivated to the extreme. It's not that the golden thread has been tempered to the extreme, but because he only got the first half of the magic blood thread secret technique, how to temper the golden thread to make it stronger, Yongkai has no idea. In desperation, Yongkai chose to cultivate the second root. With the previous experience, the second gold wire is formed much faster than before. I believe it will not take long before it can become as powerful and unpredictable as the first one. After cultivating the second golden thread, Yongkai faintly realized something. He felt that this set of secret techniques was not as simple as he imagined. If there were enough golden threads, they might be able to combine with each other to form other changes. But these things are not introduced in the first half of the magic blood thread secret technique, and Yongkai guesses that they are hidden in the second half. The golden silk has been cultivated to the extreme, and can no longer continue to temper, and he has no idea about the combination of changes that Yongkai guessed. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, he really has to go to the demon blood sect and spend the second half of the time. Only in this way can he make further progress on this path. This time, he gained a lot from retreating and practicing. Yang Kai counted the time and felt that it was time for him to leave the closed door. He remembered what Yang Yan said last time, saying that in her ongoing plan, there was a place to use Yang Kai's power, and he didn't know if it was time. She has been retreating, she must not dare to disturb. After making up his mind, Yang Kai went to look at the red candle fruit again, making sure that the red candle fruit was nourished by the red candlestick and there was no sign of withering, so he opened the stone mansion restriction and walked out. The aura of heaven and earth in Longshe Mountain seems to have gathered a lot again, which is stronger than before. However, the number of warriors living here is not large, and their cultivation bases are also uneven. Naturally, the consumption is not large, which makes the aura of heaven and earth here it will become more and more intense. Unlike other big sects with tens of thousands of disciples, even if there are excellent earth veins to provide heaven and earth aura, they can only maintain a balance. The surrounding area was very quiet. Yang Kai looked around, but he didn't see a single person. He was not surprised at this scene. He released his divine sense, and soon found out where Yang Yan and the others were. But what made him a little puzzled was that all the people who could speak in the entire Longshe Mountain gathered together, as if they were discussing some important matter. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai strolled towards the bamboo building where several people were, and before he reached the bamboo building, he heard Hao An's voice from a distance. It's really deceiving people, aren't they sitting on the ground and raising prices? Why did this happen? Immediately, Chengqi's comforting voice came. Okay, Lao Hao, you sit down and talk first. The young people are calm, what are you so excited about? Often, what do you think about this matter? Wu Yi seemed to be asking. Hey, I think this is a bit weird. Changqi replied with a sneer, it's not just a matter of a day or two for us to cooperate with Shadow Moon Palace. In the past 2 years, we have imported and purchased materials from there. The quantity of crystals is always available, and there was honesty and cooperation before, but this time the price of the materials has increased, which is really weird. Well, not only that, they even detained Yufeng, which is really abnormal. Hao An seemed to have calmed down, and echoed from the side. And I also discovered a strange thing. Wu Yi was thoughtful. What? Since 3 months ago, the shopkeepers and clerks of the shops belonging to the Shadow Moon Palace in Tianyan City seem to have changed a lot of people. Up to now, the group of people we are familiar with have disappeared. I can't even Luo Qing. Can't find it. Inside the bamboo building, a group of people looked at each other, and suddenly realized that something happened inside the Shadow Moon Hall. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Visual Blood Sacrifice. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1327. Yufeng was detained. When everyone was wondering, the door of the bamboo building was pushed open, and a figure stepped in from the outside. Everyone was shocked at first, and after seeing the face of the person, they couldn't help standing up. Wu Yi said happily, Yang Kai, have you left the customs? Yang Kai nodded, glanced around, his eyes fell on Qianyu, and found that her complexion was much better than when he saw her in the Heihuan building, and he immediately relieved, knowing that she was living here. It's quite pleasant. On the side, Changqi and Hao An looked at each other, a little shock flashed in their eyes, and at the same time clasped their fists together and said, Congratulations to my nephew for being promoted to the 3rd level of the Holy King. The speed of my nephew's cultivation is unmatched in the entire Gloomy Star. The last time he went to the Flowing Flame Sand Field, Yang Kai was only at the 1st level of the Saint King. After coming out of the Flowing Flame Sand Field, he was promoted to the 2nd level, but now, he is actually at the 3rd level, and it took only 2 or 3 years. That's all. This shocked the two of them and made them feel ashamed at the same time. Compared with Yang Kai's promotion speed, their qualifications were simply vulgar to the extreme. The two enshrined have won awards, and the boy also got some opportunities to do this, which is nothing compared to those real geniuses. Yang Kai smiled humbly, and changed the subject. Let's not mention this matter for now. I just heard you guys are talking about Shadow Moon Hall and Yufeng being detained. What's going on here? Let's hear it. Seeing Yang Kai ask, everyone looked at each other, and Wu Yi explained. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai realized that there seemed to be some bad changes in Sky Fate City. A month ago, Longshe Mountain ordered a batch of goods from Shadow Moon Palace. A few days ago, Yu Feng brought a few fighters from the Heike family to Tianyan City to pick up the goods, but he didn't expect that the other party not only failed to fulfill the previous agreement but also increased the price of the goods by more than 30%. Naturally, Yu Feng would not accept such a price, so he argued with the person in charge of Shadow Moon Hall in Tianyan City, but he didn't want the other party to give up an inch. Yu Feng had no choice but to ask the other party to refund the deposit first. After all, the other party broke the contract first. Yu Feng felt that even if he didn't buy these goods, he couldn't suffer such a big dumb loss. How did he know that the other party didn't retreat at all? Not only did he not retreat, but he beat him even if he didn't agree with each other. Yu Feng brought 5 disciples over and all of them were injured. During the battle, Yu Feng and the others naturally wouldn't be caught without a fight. They resisted a few times and damaged a few shelves in the store. All the holy crystals were also detained. Only one disciple was released back, and he informed Longshe Mountain to prepare a large number of saint crystals to redeem people. If not for this, Wu Yi and the others would not have known such details. After listening, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he pondered for a while before asking, "Are they not in danger of their lives?" I heard from the disciple who came back that although the injuries suffered by several people were not serious, they were not serious injuries. They just need to be recuperated for a while before they can recover. Well, that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his head to look at everyone and asked, "What do you think is wrong with this matter?" Quote, "What's wrong?" Wu Yi was stunned, and shouted, "Everything is wrong. We have cooperated with Shadow Moon Hall for so long, and there has never been any twists and turns. We paid Saint Crystal to buy materials, and they also made a lot of money from it. Bowman, in the past 2 years, we have almost become the biggest guests of the Shadow Moon Hall, and it is too late for them to curry favor with us. Why do such shameless evil things? Moreover, the people under the Shadow Moon Palace must not have the guts. I suspect that someone from above ordered it." "I think so too," Changqi echoed. "Our Dragon Cave Mountain's foundation is still shallow, although we have huge resources, but everyone is innocent, and it's a crime to conceive a jade. Maybe the Shadow Moon Palace is already impatient with us. Such a transaction wants to swallow us in one bite." "Do you doubt Qian Tong?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "It's not impossible." Wu Yi nodded. "It may be possible, but I don't think Qian Tong has anything to do with this matter." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Among the people present, he had the most dealings with Qian Tong. Let's not talk about Qian Tong's nature. Speaking of his friendship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner, and the kindness of saving these 2 people in the flowing flame sand field, Qian Tong probably would not do such a thing of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. "I just heard from you that since 3 months ago, the store managers and shop assistants belonging to Shadow Moon Hall in Tianyan City have changed. Is it true?" Yang Kai asked again. "That's right, that's true." Wu Yi nodded quickly, "Because I often go in and out of Sky Fate City, I'm quite sure of this." "In the past 6 months, has anything unusual or significant happened at Shadow Moon Palace?" Yang Kai frowned. "If you want to talk about abnormal things, there are none in Shadow Moon Palace, but there are some in our side. In the past few months, a lot of people with strange faces have come from outside Longshe Mountain. At first they just wandered around the periphery. A guy actually broke in and was trapped in the formation. After being captured by us, they only said that they broke in by mistake, because their strength is not high, so we didn't make things difficult for them, and let them go after a warning. And if it's a big deal, there really is one thing." "What?" Yang Kai's expression froze. "Master Green has passed away," Wu Yi said in a deep voice. "Master Green?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly asked, "That virtual level low-grade refiner in Shadow Moon Palace?" "That's right, it happened half a year ago. It was rumored that since Master Green repaired a secret treasure in Shadow Moon Palace, he suffered a huge loss of energy and blood, and his lifespan was not much. In the past few years, he has not even refined a secret treasure. This is not the same as ours. Does it matter? I don't know the specifics, but maybe it has something to do with it." A thoughtful look flashed across Yang Kai's face. "I heard from Qian Tong before that he has a very good personal relationship with Master Green." Wu Yi pondered for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You mean that the death of Master Green has affected Elder Qian Tong, and we have been sheltered by Elder Qian Tong, so we have also been affected?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm just guessing this way. Maybe it's Qian Tong, an old guy who crossed the river and demolished the bridge, but if this matter really involves the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Palace, it's better for us to stay out of it." "That's right, we can't get involved in the matter of Shadow Moon Palace." Wu Yi immediately became vigilant, She really didn't think so deeply before, but after being awakened by Yang Kai's few words, she seemed to see the essence of the matter. There is no news about Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner? Yang Kai asked again. Wu Yi shook her head. Shadow Moon Hall announced to the outside world that the two of them are retreating into the void returning mirror, but it is not clear exactly how. It's understandable. Forget it. It's better to ask for someone than to ask for yourself. Since Yufeng has been detained, I'll make a trip to get him back. It's fine if you lose the holy crystal, and nothing can happen to you. That's 20 million holy crystals. Wu Yi said with a distressed expression, and, what are you going to do? They are shameless, so there is no need to give face, or they will really treat me as a bully at Longshe Mountain. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hands and said, if it is really because of the internal strife in Shadow Moon Palace that we are affected, then there is no need to be afraid too much. They are flawless now, there must be no masters there, and I really want to know who is trying to deal with us at Longshe Mountain. How can I find out if I don't go there myself? I will accompany you. Chong Qi stood up. Hao and also said, let's go together, old man. Although Lao Chong and I have not cultivated very well, we are still in the void return mirror. Since the breakthrough, we have never fought with anyone. This trip is just a good time to test it. Take a look at your own strength. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. Yang Kai thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll have you two to worship, you guys don't follow, just stay here. Well, then you must be careful. Wu Yi warned. After discussing properly, Yang Kai immediately took Chongqi and Haoan out of the bamboo building, sacrificed the star shuttle, and went straight to Sky Fate City. In Tianyan City, in a shop called Juyuantang, in the wing room of the inner courtyard, Yufeng and others were tied up with 5 flowers, their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and the holy yuan in their bodies seemed to disappear without a trace. Obviously they were ordered in its powerful prohibition. Several people were lined up and fell to their knees on the ground. In front of the few people, there was an old man with a gloomy face, sitting on a sandalwood chair. The old man had gray hair, holding a purple teapot in his hand, half closed his eyes, as if he was asleep, but occasionally burst out of his eyes. Bright and gloomy, it shows that he is worse than ever. Tell me, what is the route for your safe entry and exit from Longshe Mountain? Tell me, and I will let you go, so as not to suffer any more. Beside the old man was a strong man with a ferocious appearance, holding a 3-finger thick long whip. While playing with it, asked in a cold voice. Bah! Yufeng spit it out, mixed with some blood, and hit the strong man's cheek. I want to know the entry and exit route of Longshe Mountain from Grandpa, dreaming. Grandpa won't tell you despicable little ones even if he dies. Human. The strong man didn't move at all, letting the saliva slide down his cheeks. He laughed grimly, the long whip in his hand suddenly rolled up, and it fell on Yufeng's face with a whistling sound. With a crisp sound, Yufeng's right cheek was ripped apart, and a piece of broken meat splashed out. In an instant, blood was dripping, and Yufeng's whole body was jerked, almost falling to the ground, but he quickly recovered his body. He straightened up, pouted his neck and said with a sneer, go on, even if you kill Grandpa today, you don't want to know anything from me. When you rush into Longshe Mountain, just wait to try the taste of the thousands of formations, ha 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 ha. A series of wild laughter made the strong man's face turn violent, and the old man sitting on the chair became a little impatient. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1328 Your surname is Xie. The old man's cultivation was only at the peak of the void return first level. If it wasn't for the heavy scruples, how could he be so troublesome? Directly killing Yufeng and using the soul-searching secret technique, he would naturally have a chance to get the information in Yufeng's mind. It's just because of some reasons that the old man still doesn't dare to kill people lightly now. Moreover, the soul-searching secret technique consumes a lot of energy, and he may not be able to get the information he wants, so he can't do it. He can only use this method. Intimidate Yufeng and others. Seeing Yufeng's toughness, the ferocious-looking strong man sneered again and again. Okay, I like a person with such a backbone like you. You can hold on tightly, what about them? I want to see if you all so tough. Saying so, he looked at the second person and asked the same question as before. And the answer he got was a mouthful of bloody saliva. The brawny man swept out his long whip again, flying the disciple of the Haike family several times, and fell heavily to the ground, without getting up for a long while. Immediately, he turned his eyes to the third person, his face was extremely gloomy, and he said sharply, Speak up, it will be easy if you say it, or you will have a better time in the future. The third disciple of the Heike family raised his eyes and looked at him with an indifferent expression. This disciple only has the strength of the first level of sainthood. With such a whip, I'm afraid I won't even want to get up for 10 days and a half months. Yu Feng opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, the man said, "Don't worry, Brother Feng, although we haven't been here for long at Longshe Mountain, everyone has benefited a lot. Do you want to be a white-eyed wolf who will avenge your favor? Shadow Moon Hall is nothing, can they allow so many of us to collectively advance to 1 or 2 small realms in a short period of time?" Okay, Yu Feng nodded heavily in his heart, knowing that what he said was true. 50 or 60 disciples of the Heike family followed Wu Yi and left the family to seek refuge in Longshe Mountain. In the past 2 or 3 years, they have never had to worry about all kinds of cultivation resources. There is a steady stream of panacea, which is countless times better than the previous days, and everyone has at least 1 or 2 secret treasures for self-defense. These secret treasures are all of the grade of the Holy King. It can be said that every disciple of the Heike family has regarded Longshe Mountain as their home and developed a strong sense of belonging. Seeing this, the strong man knew that it was useless to ask, so he stopped talking and raised the whip in his hand. Seeing that the whip was about to fall, the old man sitting on the chair suddenly opened his half-closed eyes, he turned his head and looked out. Boom! There was a loud noise, mixed with violent fluctuations of the Saint Yuan, and there seemed to be a fight outside, accompanied by a few exclamations and screams. Everything calmed down immediately. Who broke into my Juyuan hall? The old man's face turned cold, he stood up, and rushed out while shaking his figure, but he screamed strangely in midair, and flew backwards as if he had been seriously injured. A ray of light followed closely behind him, falling directly into the wing, enveloping the old man like a rainbow. The old man looked terrified, and quickly sacrificed a small shield-like defensive secret treasure in front of him. The sound of the explosion came out, and the old man stepped back a few steps in order to buffer the huge force, and then looked at his shield. His face couldn't help but twitch. On the defensive shield of my low-level vanity, there were clusters of burning black flames, and there was an extremely scorching power in the flames, and the surface of the shield was already showing signs of melting. This scene made his soul tremble, knowing that if he was caught in this kind of flame just now, he would have to shed a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Before he could react, 2 forces had already descended from the sky, covering the entire wing room, and when he looked up, he saw a tall young man, wrapped in a cold air, entering leisurely. Behind the young man, there were 2 old men who followed him. The 2 of them, like himself, were both at the first level of void return, and the force that shrouded the room was caused by these 2. The old man shrank his eyes, knowing that something was wrong. He was the only one sitting here with the void return mirror. It was impossible to fight 2 against 1, quickly took out something from the space ring, crushed it hastily, and then secretly exhaled. Yang Kai, Chong Bong, Hao Bong. Yu Feng and the others were overjoyed and shouted when they saw the person coming. Yang Kai swept his eyes, and the tragic injuries on several people's bodies were immediately imprinted in his eyes, making his eyes shrink, and infinite murderous intent rolled in his heart. The injuries of Yu Feng and others are already very serious. The strength of several people's blood seems to be insufficient, and there are obvious signs of damage to the foundation. I am afraid that if I leave the customs 2 days later, their cultivation bases will have to regress. It's too late. As long as you provide some panacea, it will be fine for a while. You are Yang Kai. The old man was shocked when he heard this, and stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently, not paying attention to him at all, and gave Chong Qi a look. Chong got acquainted, and immediately walked forward. The holy energy burst out from his fingertips, condensed into a sharp blade, first untied Yu Feng and others, and then checked the restraints in their bodies, frowning. Even though these restrictions were also issued by Void Return first-level warriors, if he wanted to break them, he would have to spend at least an hour or 2. Right now is obviously not a good time to break them. Bringing Yu Feng and others to Yang Kai's side, whispered a few words with him, and then stood aside with his hands down. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then looked at the old man, squinted his eyes and said, "From what you just said, you seem to have recognized me a long time ago." HMPH. So what? The old man snorted coldly. Yang Kai revealed a playful smile, and suddenly asked, "Your surname is Xie?" The old man's complexion changed slightly, he became extremely astonished, and blurted out, "How do you know?" Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded lightly, with a clear look on his face. He had guessed this when he was discussing with Wu Yi and others before. If Longshe Mountain was really implicated because of the internal struggle in Shadow Moon Hall, then he shouldn't be implicated so deeply. After all, no matter who it is, Longshe Mountain is a big customer, and it is beneficial and harmless to cooperate with it, so it will not be offended for no reason. Yang Kai instinctively felt that the one who would deal with Longshe Mountain so unscrupulously must be someone who has a gap with him. And the person who has enmity with himself and has something to do with Shadow Moon Palace is nothing more than a Xie family. Xie Hongwen is a disciple of Shadow Moon Palace, and his father Xie Li is also a steward of Shadow Moon Palace. Although his status is not as good as that of Qian Tong, he has some rights. The Xie family is another force that is independent of the Shadow Moon Palace, but is inextricably linked with the Shadow Moon Palace. The reason why they deal with themselves is nothing more than two reasons. One is that they suspect that Xie Hongwen's death has something to do with themselves. Position, and it failed to come out of the flowing flame sand field in the end, and it must have fallen into it. This is enough for the Xie family to doubt themselves. So far, no one from the Xie family has come to trouble him. It is probably because they are afraid of Qian Tong and because of the non-existent virtual level craftsman. The two, I am afraid that they are also taking the opportunity to deal with their side, to test Qian Tong. If Qian Tong still has the energy to protect Longshe Mountain, then he will definitely not stand idly by. Now it seems that Qian Tong's situation is not good. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, and he speculated about the matter according to his own thinking, but he was not sure about the truth, but it should not be much different from what he guessed, as long as he waited a little bit to inquire about it later. Figured it out. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt better. As long as it wasn't Qian Tong who came to deal with him, it didn't matter. Moreover, since it was the Xie family who took the lead, it meant that the internal disputes in Shadow Moon Palace were really raging. Not only Qian Tong was unable to deal with this matter, but his opponents did not have much energy to pay attention to this side. In this way, Yang Kai has no scruples, a mere Xie family, with the current background of Longshe Mountain, he really doesn't pay attention to it, the other party doesn't come to provoke, if he dares to provoke, he will let Xie family know what is a tiger's butt can't be touched. Old man Xie Quan. Seeing that he had slipped his tongue, the old man simply stopped covering up and said with a sneer, "Since you know that this old man belongs to Xia's family, you dare to destroy my Juyuan Hall, you brat is crazy." Xie family, hee. Yang Kai laughed for a while, touched his chin, looked at Yufeng and said, "Who beat you like this?" Yufeng was stunned for a moment, and pointed to the strong man behind Xie Quan. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his face suddenly became ferocious, and with a flick of his wrist, a golden thread shot straight out, rolling towards the strong man. Xie Quan's complexion changed, and he sternly shouted, "You can't control yourself." While speaking, the power of momentum came out through the body, and at the same time, he flicked his fingers repeatedly, attacking the golden silk with force. In his mind, he could break through a Saint King's third layer attack with just a few gestures, and the momentum he released could already be regarded as worthy of Yang Kai. But the next moment, his eyeballs trembled, because the golden wire cut his posture into pieces, and it couldn't be formed at all, and the force of the punch didn't work at all. Only then did I know that I had underestimated the other party, and in a hurry, a secret treasure like a spinning top appeared in my hand. The secret treasure was spinning, and beams of startling rainbow beams shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the strong man, formed a barrier. He sits here with a void return mirror, if he really let the other party take people away under his nose, it would be too embarrassing. A scene that horrified him appeared. The barrier couldn't stop the gold thread from entering. As soon as you made contact with the gold thread, it burst into pieces. The next moment, the strong man let out an exclamation, and his body was crushed by a strong force. Roll up and fly straight towards Yang Kai. Put it down, old man. Xie Quan's face flushed red, and the holy energy in his body burst out majestically. He raised his hand and pushed towards Yang Kai. A huge palm print shot out from his hand, as if he wanted to slap Yang Kai into patties. With a cold sound, Yang Kai pushed out with the same palm. Another huge palm print appeared. That palm print collided with Xie Quan's palm print, not only devoured the opponent's palm print, but also gave birth to a power that covered the world, enveloping Xie Quan instead. Xie Quan's eyeballs were almost protruding. He never thought that a third-level Holy King could actually confront him head-on, and even gain the upper hand. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Visual Blood Sacrifice. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1329 Revenge. In the blink of an eye, the strong man had been captured by Yang Kai's side, his bull's eyes widened, his expression full of horror. At any rate, he also has the third-level cultivation of the Holy King, but in front of this young man with the same cultivation level as himself, he has no power to resist, which makes him a little creepy. Until now, he seemed to think of resisting, but Sheng Yuan had just condensed, and Yang Kai had already lightly patted him on the shoulder. Yang Kai kicked him out again, kicked him in front of Yu Feng and the others, snatched the long whip from his hand, threw it to Yu Feng, and said coldly, "If you have a grudge, you have a grudge, if you have a grudge, you have revenge." Yu Feng took the three-finger-thick long whip, stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses, exchanged glances with several tortured companions, and surrounded the strong man with a smirk. The next moment, there was the sound of punches, kicks and whipping, mixed with the strong man's screams and cries for help. Xie Quan's face was ashen, and there was a terrifying fierce light in his eyes, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. He looked at Yang Kai and nodded and said, "Okay, the young man is indeed full of energy, the old man wants to see how long you can be arrogant." Quote. The voice fell, and with a wave of his hand, suddenly a group of figures sprang out from all directions, at least dozens of people. Those people surrounded the ruins of Juyuan Hall, staring at Yang Kai and others. Although these people did not have the void return mirror, there are many fighters, but such a number is enough to make Changqi and Hao change color slightly. Not only that, but there are still many people flying towards here from all directions in Tianyan City, and there are many strong people in the void return mirror among them. Not a moment's work. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Yang Kai and the others, who originally had a slight advantage, fell into a complete disadvantage in terms of the number of people in the realm of the warriors. Often get up and look around. His face darkened, and he found that there were 7 or 8 void returning mirrors gathered around him, and they were obviously called by Xie Quan to help him. He had already anticipated this situation before coming. After all, this trip was going deep into the tiger's den. It was impossible for the other party not to call for helpers, but he didn't expect the other party to put up such a big battle. Glancing at Yang Kai secretly, he suddenly found that he was still calm and confident, which made Changqi slightly surprised, but also infected. Secretly guess what kind of backhand Yang Kai left behind. "Brother Xie, is this the kid who destroyed Juyuan Hall?" One rushed here. The old man with a goatee first exchanged greetings with Xie Quan, his voice turned cold. Staring at Yang Kai asked. Xie Quan cupped his fists and said sadly, "I'm ashamed, it's really this kid who ruined it. I didn't expect that there were actually 2 void returning mirrors beside him. I was alone, outnumbered, and the protection was not good. This time, Xie, I will definitely apologize to your palace." The goatee old man chuckled. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Xie, it's serious, it's just a Juyuan Hall. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. My Shadow Moon Palace family has a big business. I don't care about this, but Brother Xie, you, a junior, seem to be in a bad situation, right?" Quote. As he spoke, he looked at the strong man who was beaten by Yu Feng and others, and said with a cold expression, "Since the old man and others have come, you still dare to commit murder, isn't it a bit too arrogant? Don't give the old man stop." While speaking, there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and a mighty pressure of spiritual consciousness descended from the sky, enveloping Yu Feng and others. At the same time, Changqi chuckled, and also burst out his own spiritual power. The 2 spiritual senses collided in midair, and disappeared silently and invisible. They were both at the first level of void return. Naturally, Changqi would not be afraid of him. This fight is evenly matched. Yu Feng and the others couldn't help but stop their hands at this moment, and looked up at Yang Kai. They had never been surrounded by so many void return mirrors before, and they felt a little uneasy in their hearts. "Continue to fight. When did you relieve your anger, and when did you stop?" Yang Kai glanced at the numerous void return mirrors, as if he didn't pay attention to anything, and his arrogant expression made every strong man who came here feel ashamed. He frowned, feeling displeased. The old man with the goatee seemed to be about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him, "Are you from Shadow Moon Palace?" "Not bad." The old man stroked his beard. "His Highness Yingyu is waiting for the steward, Ma Xinyuan." "Inferior stewards." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and a sneering smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Dare to ask where Elder Qian Tong is now?" "Elder Qian." Ma Xinyuan's face changed slightly. He seemed to be a bit afraid. Not only him, but when Yang Kai mentioned Qian Tong, most of the void returning mirrors gathered here looked like this. Seeing this, Yang Kai was stunned, and immediately knew that this group of void returning mirrors was definitely not the same as Qian Tong, and they were probably his opponents in Shadow Moon Palace, otherwise they would not have shown such expressions. From the looks of it, my previous guesses about what happened to Qian Tong and Shadow Moon Palace were all the same. Elder Qian naturally sits in the Shadow Moon Palace. Boy, you destroyed the Juyuan Hall of my Shadow Moon Palace, and injured someone here. Don't think that you can get away with knowing Elder Qian. Today is the Heavenly King Lao Su, you don't even want to escape. A middle-aged man on the right shouted sharply. Yang Kai glanced at him, chuckled and said, of course I won't leave until the matter is resolved. I'm here today for two things. As he spoke, he pointed at Yufeng and the others. Take them away, and collect the supplies owed by your palace. The 7 or 8 void-returning mirrors looked at each other, and they all saw the narrowness in each other's eyes, and a few of them couldn't help laughing, obviously mocking Yang Kai's overestimation. Then Xie Quan looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. The boy's tone is not small, you just leave when you say you take them away. Have you asked the old man if he agrees or not? If you dare not agree, I will hit you until you agree. Yang Kai yelled, pointed his hand, and a secret treasure like a refining furnace appeared out of thin air. He fell into the sea of flames all of a sudden, and even the air was roasted and twisted. The next moment, a sharp bird song came from the refining furnace, and immediately a firebird with a body length of more than 3 feet and a red body flew out of the refining furnace. The auras of the fire element heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by it, all gathered towards its body. No one expected that Yang Kai would be so daring, and dare to take the lead when the number and cultivation of his own party were absolutely at a disadvantage. When the fire bird appeared, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, and its size soared to more than 10 feet long, covering half of the sky, many void-returning mirror experts came to their senses one after another. Xie Quan's eyes trembled and coveted looking at the fire bird. He exclaimed, the spirit of the weapon. It is the spirit of the weapon. As soon as the words finished, Qi Ling Huo now opened its mouth, and a fireball the size of a washbasin was sprayed out suddenly, and hit Xie Quan directly. Qi Ling Firebird had awakened as early as a month ago, and it was one of the few good news that Yang Kai had encountered in such a long retreat. Even their own strength has also increased a lot. At least, the power of the flame it drives now is 3 points stronger than when Yang Kai first subdued it. Seeing the washbasin-sized fireball hit with the devastating power, Xie Quan suddenly changed color. He felt the threat of death from the fireball. He didn't dare to neglect, and hastily released his own defensive secret treasure to resist 1 or 2. At the same time, with a sway of his figure, he rushed to the distance. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball fell down, and Xie Quan's defensive secret treasure couldn't hold up for a moment, and then he lost his spirituality after being smashed. The surface was dim, and a huge pothole appeared on the ground, and the edge of the pothole was completely melted signs. This weapon spirit is fierce, let's fight together. Xie Quan knew that he was no match for this weapon spirit after a try, and immediately shouted. Hearing the words, the other void-returning mirrors sacrificed their own secret treasures one after another, wanting to work together to deal with the artifact Firebird. Everyone's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and even Yang Kai couldn't care less. They thought that the reason why Yang Kai was so unscrupulous and took the lead in the attack was because of this artifact spirit. As long as he could subdue it, how could they pay attention to a mere third-layer Saint King? Moreover, if he can subdue this artifact spirit, it will be of great help to himself, since the treasure is right in front of him. Who has the mood to pay attention to Yang Kai? Seeing this situation, Yang Kai sneered, waved his hands down, and balls of pitch-black fireballs shot in all directions, turning those warriors who did not have the strength of the void return mirror but gathered around them on their backs. Instantly, the quick-witted fighters had already scattered and fled, while those who ran slowly were swallowed by the magic flames without a trace, not even leaving their bones. In an instant, this area of Tianyan City has become a sea of flames. The fire is so powerful that it almost burns the sky out of holes. Go! Yang Kai shouted at Changqi and Haoen. The two comprehended, and immediately sacrificed their star shuttles, captured Yufeng and others, rotated the Saint Yuan, and rushed Yufeng and others towards the outside of Tianyan City. I want to leave. The old man with goatee named Ma Xinyuan saw that Changqi and the others actually ran away. How could he give up? The long sword in his hand was flickering, and he chopped out sword lights one after another, attacking Changqi and Haoen. Yang Kai sneered, and the purple shield was thrown out instantly, and under the urging of Sheng Yuan, a khaki sandstorm protected Changqi, Haoen and others, and at the same time hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Changqi. Changqi froze for a moment, and soon flew forward again, and Haoen and Yu Feng's disciples disappeared without a trace. Only one strong man who had whipped them was left, howling incessantly and staying in place, but at this moment the strong man also lost his human form, looking extremely miserable. Yang Kai popped out a magic flame with his fingers, hit the strong man's body, making him completely disappear in this world. This guy is from the Xie family, so Yang Kai will not show mercy. Chapter 13:30 Settling Accounts. Boy, how dare you kill my Xie family disciple? Seeing that the strong man was actually killed, Xie Quan was furious. Kill it, what do you do? Yang Kai looked ferocious, wrapped in magic flames, as if an ancient fierce god descended, his eyes flickering coldly. While speaking, he shot a sage element into the Void King level refining furnace suspended in midair, and the refining furnace immediately spun, and during the rotation, strange flames flew out of the furnace, transforming into the shapes of the firebirds shot all around overwhelmingly. Those firebirds, like the miniature version of the weapon spirit, look the same, but they cannot be compared with the real weapon spirit in terms of size or power. This is the fire type aura stored in the Void King level refining furnace. This refining furnace has been baked in the fire veins of the Earth's lungs for tens of thousands of years, and it is naturally not a mortal thing. Yang Kai used to only need its enough to release the magic weapon, but this time, facing so many void return mirrors, he didn't dare to be careless, and even activated the power of the refining furnace. The Keeling Firebird spread its wings at the same time, and countless fireballs took shape leisurely, smashing down like locusts crossing the border. With the cooperation of the hatchback, the complexions of many void-returning mirrors changed drastically, and they hurriedly avoided. Sky Fortune City, which was already on fire, was even worse. Within a radius of 100 feet, all the houses and shops were burned to the ground, and the land was barren and blackened. A dozen warriors could not escape and were killed on the spot. Waves of force descended from the sky, Xie Quan said violently, "Boy, those two old guys are gone, let me see how you can escape at the Holy King realm." More than a dozen layers of potential overlapped together, layer by layer, so that Yang Kai couldn't help but give birth to an illusion that he was struggling, and the two golden wires shot out in response, cutting the invisible potential crazily, so that the power of these potentials was greatly reduced. Yang Kai he took another step, and after this step, his figure suddenly blurred, and all the virtual return mirrors present couldn't see where he went. Yang Kai even used the power of space. Although he didn't directly tear the space, this step has broken through the shackles of space. When the figure reappeared, he was already behind Xie Quan. "Brother Xie, be careful." As soon as Yang Kaiyu appeared, the goatee old man exclaimed. Xie Quan's complexion also changed drastically, and a layer of white mist suddenly filled his body, wrapping himself in groups, making people unable to see his figure clearly. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and a golden thread shot out, straight towards the white mist wrap around. Indistinctly, there was a light puff sound, accompanied by Xie Quan's screams. The white mist that surrounded him condensed for a while, and then exploded suddenly, revealing his hidden figure again. But when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. I saw Xie Quan standing on the spot with ashen face, staring blankly at a golden thread protruding from his chest and abdomen. His face was full of astonishment, his eyes were also full of fear and shock, and he couldn't move. "Don't dare to move." But the other end of the golden thread was wrapped around Yang Kai's fingertips. He was subdued by Yang Kai so easily. Not only other people can't think of it, even Xie Quan himself can't think of it. He only knew that the golden thread was extremely weird and extremely sharp, and his body-protecting Saint Yuan could not resist the intrusion of the golden thread at all, otherwise it would not have been penetrated by the golden thread and easily taken down. The sharp bird song came again, and the 10-foot-long weapon spirit firebird flew to the top of Yang Kai's head. A pair of smart eyes spun around, and every void return mirror it stared at had a pale face. Although it wasn't long before we fought against this weapon spirit, everyone could see its horror. Fighting alone, no one is its opponent. Even if we unite, it is impossible to subdue it. The strength of Qi Keeling, even if it is not as good as the third layer void return realm, is not far behind. If you dare to move, you will die. Yang Kai's voice was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 nether purgatory, blowing in Xie Quan's ears, causing a chill in his heart. Seeing Xie Quan standing there honestly and abnormally, a satisfied look flashed across Yang Kai's face. He looked up at the other void return mirrors, and said indifferently, "I said, I'm here today for 2 things, first one thing has been done, now let's talk about the second thing." "What do you want?" Xie Quan's voice was bitter. "Return all the saint crystals that I paid for before Dragon Cave Mountain and were robbed by you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Your holy crystal is in my space ring, take it if you want." Xie Quan gritted his teeth and replied, he had to bow his head under the eaves. Yang Kai glanced at his finger, another golden thread flew out and circled around Xie Quan's finger, and the next moment, the finger and ring flew back to Yang Kai's hand. Blood spattered out, Xie Quan's face turned pale, he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, but he still didn't dare to make any rash moves. Yang Kai's divine sense scanned the ring slightly, a sneer appeared on his face, and he sneered, "Is this number a little less?" "More than a little less, almost half less. The materials that Longshe Mountain ordered from Shadow Moon Hall this time are worth 20 million holy crystals. There are only 10 million in this ring, and the remaining half has gone to nowhere." Xie Quan remained silent, and only cast his eyes on the old man with goatee beard, Ma Xinyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood that they had divided the saint crystal brought by Yu Feng, and the other half of the saint crystal was probably on the old man with goatee beard. Cold, looking towards Ma Xinyuan. The latter has a hesitant expression, with a look of reluctance, obviously not willing to just give up the benefits he got, that is 10 million holy crystals. If it weren't for the sake of so many saint crystals, how could these people in Shadow Moon Palace help the Xie family to deal with Yang Kai? After all, the battle in the palace is already raging, and there are not many people who can be sent out. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to return the saint crystal, Yang Kai's face turned violent, and the second golden thread flew out again, wrapping around Xie Quan's shoulder. In the flash of blood, Xie Quan's arm fell off. Everyone's face suddenly changed, and they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. They never expected how cruel and ruthless this kid was, and he made such a heavy hand without saying anything. But Xie Quan was also stubborn. First he was cut off by Yang Kai with a finger and didn't say a word, now he also didn't say a word when his arm was cut off. He just looked at Ma Xinyuan with a ferocious expression, his dry lips squirmed slightly, and said in a low voice, "Ma brother, you won't just watch Xie being torn to pieces by this kid, will you?" Hearing this, Ma Xinyuan knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million saint crystals. After all, the Xie family still had Xie Li in the Shadow Moon Palace, and his status was higher than him. Xie Quan was really going to be killed by Yang Kai, Xie Li is definitely going to make trouble for him. Gritting his teeth, he took off the space ring in his hand, took out the things that belonged to him, and then threw the space ring to Yang Kai, saying viciously, "Boy, the rest of the saint crystals are here, take the things and hurry up. Let him go, or don't blame me for fighting to the death with you." They thought this trip was inevitable, but they didn't know that a weapon spirit disrupted their plan, and this kid named Yang Kai was also very weird, and now Ma Xinyuan still doesn't know how he sneaked up on Xie Quan and subdued him. While scolding Xie Quan for being careless in his heart, he also had some fears towards Yang Kai. If the opponent can subdue Xie Quan in a mysterious way, it may not be impossible to kill him, and he is not much stronger than Xie Quan. Is this still a third-layer Saint King? Ma Xinyuan wondered if Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. After all, the other party seemed to be able to do a job with ease, obviously there was still a way to go. After taking the ring thrown by Ma Xinyuan, Yang Kai checked it to make sure he was not lying, then nodded lightly. After putting away both rings, he turned a blind eye to Ma Xinyuan's cruel words, and said lightly, "I have taken back the holy crystal, and then we will calculate another account." "What do you want?" Ma Xinyuan's expression darkened. "Don't pretend to be confused, old man." Yang Kai chuckled, "Detaining my disciples in Longshe Mountain, and even torturing and whipping them, you don't think it's just a matter of forgetting it? Do you really think I'm so talkative? Injure them." Ma Xinyuan's face was furious, and he yelled, "If you say that, boy, you ruined the foundation of so many shops in Tianyan City, and killed more than a dozen disciples. Do I have to settle with you? Calculate. That's what you asked for. In the past 2 years, I, Longshe Mountain, have cooperated with your palace in good faith and have never owed Shengjing, but you are so dishonest. No one is on your side. What are you going to do to give up?" Ma Xinyuan's face sank like water. "Compensation," Yang Kai said succinctly, coldly snorted, "It's okay not to compensate, but I don't know if you can bear the consequences." "Boy, you are threatening the old man." Ma Xinyuan's face was grim. "Yes." Yang Kai squinted at him, "I'll count to 3, if I don't agree, I'll do it." 1. Seeing that Yang Kai was so aggressive, and even counted, all void return mirrors turned cold, and felt extremely aggrieved while being angry. All of them are only at the first level of void return. They thought that there are so many people, enough to kill the Dragon Cave Mountain, but the development of the matter is beyond their control. 2. As soon as this number came out, Xie Quan shouted anxiously, "Brother Ma." Ma Xin looked at him from a distance, and said with a flickering expression, "Brother Xie, you Xie family disciples arrested him, and your Xie family disciples also injured him. This matter has nothing to do with our Shadow Moon Palace, right?" Xie Quan's expression froze, and there was a trace of sadness immediately. He didn't know that Ma Xinyuan was telling the truth. The main manpower to deal with Longshe Mountain this time was Xia's family, but it was too hurtful for Ma Xinyuan to say such words. After all, the reason why the Xie family made a move was because they were instructed by the upper echelons of the Shadow Moon Hall to take the opportunity to test Qiantong's reaction. 3. After Yang Kai reported the number, he grinned grinningly. It seems that you are really unwilling to compensate. If this is the case, then I will do it myself. While speaking, the golden thread in his hand trembled slightly, and the sky was filled with golden lights. Xie Quan, who was restrained, turned into pieces of meat without a sound. The smell of blood permeated, and all the void-returning mirror warriors were dumbfounded, with extremely weird expressions. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1331 Lord of Sky Fate City. No one expected that Yang Kai would actually kill Xie Quan, who was captured by him. The reason why these void-returning mirrors did not act rashly before was because they were afraid of the fire bird, and because of Xie Quan was subdued by Yang Kai, so they naturally let them be cautious, for fear that something wrong would anger Yang Kai. Killing people, after all, they have seen Yang Kai's ruthlessness before. If Xie Quan really dies, they will not be able to explain to Xie Li at that time. But now, this worry is gone, and the reason is actually Yang Kai himself, which is really surprising and angry, and everyone knows that they have completely underestimated the madness and arrogance of this young man. Without Xie Quan as a hostage, he thought that he, a Saint King, could stand here and talk to so many void return mirrors on an equal footing. Thinking that Xie Li would be angered by the death of Xie Quan and those Xie family disciples, everyone could no longer be at peace. Ma Xin pointed at Yang Kai from a distance, pointing his fingers, as if he was so angry that he could not speak for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you are dead, now you are really dead. Brother Ma, don't talk nonsense with him, it's serious to arrest him and hand him over to Manager Xie." Someone on the side shouted coldly. "Only by you." Yang Kai laughed wildly. If Chang Qi, Yu Feng and others were still here, he would still have some concerns, but he is the only one left here, even if there is really a void return 3-layer here. Wanting to keep him, he has cultivated the power of space, so he can tear the space and escape at any time. This time is not like the last time in the corpse cave. Not only did he bring Yang Yan, but he also faced an opponent at the level of a 1,000-year-old corpse general. There are only 7 or 8 void return first-layer realm here, and it is foolish to want to keep him. I'll take this Tianyan city first and then settle accounts with you. Yang Kai's voice suddenly turned cold. He pointed his hand, and said in a low voice, "Burn it for me." The fire bird, the weapon spirit, received the instruction, raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry. The flames on its body rolled, and the fire-type spiritual energy from the sky and the earth once again gathered in its body. In the blink of an eye, its size seemed to have grown a lot. Seeing this scene, many void-returning mirrors suddenly changed color, and they circulated Saint Yuan cloth outside the body one after another, and sacrificed their own defensive secret treasures for protection. The next moment, the firebird opened its mouth wide. A group of dazzling rays of light could be vaguely seen forming in its mouth, and immediately spewed out. An astonishingly powerful flame shot out, and the high temperature inside almost melted the space, making people creepy, flying straight to the ground. The target of Qiling is not anyone, but the largest shop nearby. Yang Kai made up his mind to really turn Sky Fate City upside down. The people in Longshe Mountain were bullied like this, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. If he backed down this time, he would only leave people weak and bully. Impression, I'm afraid it will get worse in the future. After all, this is the first battle of Longshe Mountain since it was actually built. Before the flames reached the shop was already burning with high temperature. The next moment, a ray of mysterious light suddenly shot from a distance, and shot into the shop first. Immediately, a thin film the general energy shield wraps this building tightly. This is the defensive restriction of this store, and it can also be regarded as a protective formation, as long as there are slightly larger shops in Tianyan City, but depending on the strength of the financial resources, the power of this formation restriction is not the same. The restriction of this shop is obviously not too weak. The energy cover wrapped outside is glowing with green light. Like water waves, it can be seen that it has been carefully arranged. In this way, when the fire light came into contact with this restriction, it shook the restriction for a while, and almost broke it directly. The green light dimmed in an instant, and it only lasted for less than 2 breaths before it shattered. The flames remained undiminished, and they rushed straight towards the shop. At this moment, a secret treasure that looked like a round bowl suddenly flew towards it, and it turned into a radius of more than 10 feet in midair, directly blocking the shop. The fire was caught off guard, and rushed into the round bowl. Immediately, a blue light burst out from the round bowl, gathering the fire light into a ball and suppressing it inside. A man dressed as a middle-aged Confucian scholar appeared above the round bowl strangely. With a serious face, he hit the round bowl with a few shots of holy energy, and the round bowl shrank rapidly under the urging of spiritual thoughts, returning to its original size. With a gesture of his hand, the middle-aged Confucian scholar took the round bowl back, staring blankly at the tumbling flames inside, with an ugly expression on his face. It finally came out. Yang Kai snorted coldly, did not make any other movements, but stood still and stared at the middle-aged Confucian scholar. When he first stepped into Tianyan City, he had already noticed the existence of the other party. After all, this person has the cultivation base of the third layer of void return. Besides him, there is no master in the entire Sky Fortune City that makes him afraid, otherwise he would not be so unscrupulous before. What puzzled him was that no matter what he did, the other party had no intention of showing up, but Yang Kai paid attention to him. Until now, when the shop was about to be destroyed, this person finally couldn't help showing up. Yang Kai didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but he instinctively felt that the other party should have no malice towards him, or else he would have been unable to hold back. Blue Jade Bowl, Philadelphia Lord. Those warriors at the Void Return one layer shouted one after another, and hearing them shout, Yang Kai immediately understood who this middle-aged Confucian scholar was. The owner of Tianyan City, Fei Zhewu. Yang Kai has never dealt with this person, but he has also heard his name. When he had conflicts with the Hai Kei family and the Shu family more than 2 years ago, people from the two families had come to the city lord's mansion for help. In the end, no one from the two families could see Fei Zhewu, but Ian, the patriarch of the Hai Kei family, ran into Xie Hongwen in the city lord's mansion and dragged Xie Hongwen into that conflict. Yang Kai knew him, and he heard it from Wu Yi, but he didn't expect this person to be a void return third layer. Looking at this person, Yang Kai finally showed a trace of fear. The blue jade bowl in the opponent's hand can actually take away the fire bird's attack. Obviously the grade is not low, and his own aura is also very deep. It looks like it looked no worse than Qian Tong. The fact that he can do whatever he wants in the presence of 7 or 8 first-level void returners does not mean that he can do the same in front of a third-level void returner. He doesn't plan to retreat. He still has a trump card yet to come out. Whether it is the Blade of Space or the secret technique of Lotus, they are all the reliance on his confidence to stay. The old man with the goatee and others all changed their expressions slightly after recognizing Fei Zhewu, and rushed forward to salute. Ma Xinyuan said with a flickering expression, "My lord, didn't I hear that you were practicing secret arts in seclusion? Could it be that you were done?" Quote. Fei Zhewu glanced at him leisurely, and said lightly, "Why, Manager Ma is very concerned about the secret arts of the city lord." "Don't dare," the subordinate just asked casually. Ma Xinyuan's expression turned pale, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Huh. Fei Zhewu swept his eyes away, turned his eyes on the faces of the Void Return first-level warriors, and said teasingly, "The main reason for this city is not to come out again. Did you demolish my Sky Fortune City?" Quote. "My lord, forgive me." Everyone was startled when they heard the words, and they clasped their fists. One of them took a step forward and explained, "However, there are some reasons for this. It's this kid who has no one in his eyes, killing people and setting fire here. Please let the city lord learn from him." While speaking, he pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Fei Zhewu turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and found that the other party was looking at him happily and fearlessly, without any expression of fear. He couldn't help being a little surprised, and at the same time his face sank, and he shouted, "A group of waste, even a Saint King stage you guys can't even take it down. You people have no face to live in the world, falsely claiming that you are the mirror of returning to the void. I think you have lived on dogs all these years." The 7 or 8 void returning mirrors all lowered their heads and said nothing, feeling terribly aggrieved. After training Fei Zhewu for a while, he said with a smile, "Boy, you are not a coward. If you dare to kill and set fire in my Tianyan City, you don't take this city lord too seriously, don't you?" "Senior, it's true that this group of people are dishonest and deceiving too much. The boy has no choice but to resist." Yang Kai looked indifferent. "Resist 1 or 2. Fei Zhewu's eyes twitched. He hid in the dark and saw the matter from beginning to end, only to see Yang Kai's arrogance, a group of void return mirrors being played by him in the palm of his hands. What happened? Resist? Thinking inwardly that the boy opened his eyes and told nonsense, he was simply shameless, and said coldly, I just heard you say that you are going to blow up my Sky Fortune City. Yang Kai grinned. Senior Haihan, this junior just got angry and said nothing. Senior has a lot of adults, so you won't take this junior seriously, right? Fei Zhitu took a deep breath. He sneered. I don't care if you speak freely or not, a big man will keep his words. You must really blow up my Sky Fortune City today, or this city lord will draw a line for you. Tell me, or you will never leave this place safely. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's face sank slightly, but after pondering for a moment, he smiled again. Since the senior said so, then the junior is bold, please give me instructions. With such a master here, he definitely can't continue to toss, but he vaguely heard a different kind of information from the other party's words. This Fei Zhitu seems to be really not an enemy. The other void returning mirrors are not fools, and they can't hear what Fei Zhitu said. The city lord clearly intends to turn the fight into friendship with the other party. Ma Xinyuan and the others were shocked, and when they were about to stop them, Fei Zhitu he said loudly, you have also killed people and burned down a lot of shops. Even if my Shadow Moon Hall was at fault in this matter, you can still be regarded as a bad breath. It was fine to stop here, but I can't let it go like this. Let you go, otherwise if it spreads out, outsiders will only think that the owner of this city is timid. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1332 One Move. Seeing that Yang Kai was so knowledgeable, Fei Zhitu couldn't help showing a satisfied look. He had been observing secretly before, and vaguely felt that this kid was lawless and rebellious, but he didn't expect that he was also an exquisite person, and it was worth his painstaking efforts. The shops in the city were indeed damaged and burned a lot, but they were dead things after all, and there was no need to pursue them. As long as they were rebuilt afterwards, most of the dozen or so people who died were disciples of the Xie family. Even if all the people here are dead, it doesn't matter to him. After pondering for a moment, Fei Zhitu said, this city lord will show you two paths, and it depends on which one you choose. Yang Kai made an appearance of listening carefully. First, take out the holy crystals you just got as compensation, murder and set fire. You can't just walk away like this, those holy crystals are enough compensation, what do you think? As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the old man with the goatee and the others changed slightly, and they immediately realized that their worries just now were actually true. Thinking of some rumors in the hall again, I immediately feel sad and dare not say anything more. Yang Kai's eyes showed surprise, he tilted his head and thought for a while, then smiled. Senior's proposal is not inappropriate, but please forgive me for daring to refuse. Fei Zhitu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. To be honest, he would propose this kind of compensation plan because he was the strongest in this place, and as a city lord, he felt that Ma Xinyuan and others I won't refute my own reasons. How could I know that this kid didn't appreciate my good intentions, and suddenly felt a little angry, secretly scolding Yang Kai for not knowing the heights of heaven and earth, and coldly snorted, if you don't listen to what the second road is, just dare to refuse. Yang Kai said solemnly, one of the purposes of this junior is to get back these robbed saint crystals. Now that you have them, there is no reason to go back. Seniors should talk about the second way. Quote. Fei Zhitu stared at him, and said after a while, since you are so assertive, then the city lord will not persuade you. The second way is easier, do not dodge or dodge, you take my move, as long as you don't die, I will let you go. Don't dodge or avoid your move. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, but Ma Xinyuan and the others were overjoyed when they heard this sentence. Fei Zhitu is already at the pinnacle of the void returning third layer, and is almost on par with Qian Tong in terms of strength. If such a strong man makes a move himself, even if it is just a single move, that arrogant kid will not even think about retreating completely. Will die under this trick. While Ma Xinyuan and the others were secretly delighted, they thought that they had misunderstood Fei Zhitu's meaning just now. It turned out that he had no intention of letting this kid leave safely. It was just because of the difference in status and cultivation level that it was inconvenient for the big to bully the small. But since it was the other party's initiative to choose, then there is nothing to say, and now gloatingly looked towards Yang Kai, secretly looking forward to a good show. Don't dare. Fei Zhitu looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Why don't you dare? Yang Kai's eyes flashed, shining brightly, returning to the third layer of the void. It is really impossible to deal with him with his current strength. But if he just takes one move, there should be no problem, and even if he is injured, with his recovery ability, it won't take long for him to heal. I just took the opportunity to test how far I am from a martial artist of this level. On Gloomy Star, the peak of the Void Return third layer is the strongest realm. If he can really retreat from Phase 2's hands, then he can re-examine his own strength. Boy, you have kindness. Phase 2's always gentle face suddenly showed a sneer, and he shouted, I hope you don't regret it. Yang Kai's face was stern. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand, and the fire bird hovering above his head screamed crisply, turning into a ball of fire, wrapping his whole body. It seemed that the red flames flowed, and the surrounding space distorted. Yang Kai sacrificed his own purple shield again, poured Saint Chi into it, and the sandstorm suddenly formed, and the wind and sand blew up violently, submerging his figure. The next moment, a shield condensed by pitch-black flames floated in front of Yang Kai. It was the Haoshan shield he condensed with his own Saint Chi. The 3 defenses had just been completed, and Phase 2 had already heard the extremely horrifying Saint Yuan fluctuations, and immediately he took a step forward, and came directly to the 10 feet in front of Yang Kai without anyone seeing clearly. Immediately, a tiger howl suddenly came from his body, and a huge tiger head appeared leisurely, floating above his body. When the tiger head first appeared, it was still a phantom, but with Phase 2's Saint Yuan after pouring it in, it gradually showed signs of solidification. At the same time, an incomparably ferocious air emanated from the tiger's head. Ma Xinyuan and others who were watching on the side changed their colors and retreated quickly. Although Phase 2 didn't deliberately target them, the murderous intent from the tiger's head seemed to be real, cutting them like wind knives, making them feel cold all over. The city lord is serious. Everyone was overjoyed. Boy, be careful, Phase 2 snorted, and the tiger head suspended above his head suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Like a tiger descending the mountain, with an invincible force, it rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Past. Yang Kai's face sank, and he frantically urged Sheng Yuan. The next moment, the tiger's head that had been condensed into substance touched the Haoshan shield clothed on the outermost periphery, and there was a crackling sound, and dozens of Haoshan shields were as vulnerable as paper, and shattered in response. But the tiger's head remained undiminished, and rushed straight to the second layer of sandstorm. The sandstorm was driven by the power contained in the purple shield, and the power was infinite. As soon as Hu Tuyu fell into it, he was blocked by the force of the wind and sand, and his body suddenly stagnated, showing faint signs of stopping. But Yang Kai didn't like to be shocked, and his complexion became more dignified. Phase 2 sneered, and when his divine sense activated, a cloud of light suddenly spewed out from the mouth of the tiger head. As soon as the light appeared, it burst open, directly tearing a hole in the sandstorm. At the same time, the tiger head took advantage of the situation and entered. The sandstorm can no longer stop the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the huge tiger's head attacked Yang Kai, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? During the transmission of his thoughts, the protection of the weapon spirit Firebird gathered around his body spun around, making him look like he was burning, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. The howling of tigers and the singing of birds are intertwined and endless. Ma Xinyuan and the others stretched their necks to wait and see, wanting to see if Yang Kai was seriously injured or dead, but their eyes were blocked by the sandstorm, they couldn't see anything at all, and jumped anxiously. But a few people deduced from Phase 2's unexpected look that Yang Kai was fine. With a bang, the sandstorm suddenly disintegrated, and once again condensed into a flashing purple shield, flying to the side, and at the same time, Yang Kai's figure also burst back. His face pale, surrounding him the artifact spirit Firebird has hovered over his head at some point, and although the color of the tiger's head is quite dim, it is still chasing after Yang Kai, and it seems to be chasing him to death. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned violent, and as he waved his hands, jet black space blades slashed out, facing the tiger's head. Seeing this scene, Phase 2 frowned slightly, and immediately seemed to think of something. His face changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Stop." When the words fell, the man had already sprang out, directly in front of the tiger head, stretched out with one hand, sucked the tiger head into his body, and sacrificed the blue jade bowl with the other hand. A dazzling blue light bloomed from the bowl, facing the space blade. Chi 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 chi. The blue light was instantly reduced, and Phase 2 twitched his face, showing an extremely painful expression. This sapphire bowl is a secret treasure he has refined for many years, and it is also the one he relies on most. The blue light stored in the bowl has various mysterious powers. When fighting against the enemy, he used the blue light in the bowl many times to save himself from danger. But now, he clearly felt that the blue light in his bowl was actually less, and he didn't know where it went. Reminiscent of the weird sharp blade emitting space fluctuations, his face was so ugly that he would die. It will take him at least several years to replenish the lost blue light, and he will also have to consume some precious genius treasures. At this moment, he even wanted to kill Yang Kai. Even facing opponents of the same level, no one could make him suffer such a big loss. He didn't expect that only a Saint King realm could do such a thing. Degree. When Fei Zhitu sacrificed the blue jade bowl, Yang Kai didn't make any more moves. He receded lightly, retracted his shield, took a few deep breaths, his pale face finally recovered a little rosy, and it was time to relax. Looking at Fei Zhitu, his brows were frowned, and his expression was slightly weird. Fei Zhitu looked at his own blue jade bowl, and then at Yang Kai, his expression extremely ferocious. But Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, you made a second move. Fei Zhitu's expression was stunned. He couldn't stop smiling bitterly. He stared at Yang Kai deeply, and then waved his hand in a disinterested manner. Let's go, let's go. Don't set foot in my Sky Fortune City again, otherwise don't blame the city lord for treating you. You're welcome. Thank you, Senior, for being merciful. Well, if possible, please return the ball of fire that you took away to this junior. Yang Kai looked at the blue jade bowl in his hand and said lightly. Fei Zhitu's face twitched, and Zhang Han shot out a sage element, which poured into the blue jade bowl, and a ball of fire flew out of it immediately. Got into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. It's not that Fei Zhitu is easy to talk about, it's because he thinks the fire light collected by the blue jade bowl is a bit weird, and he can't refine it at all. If it is sealed in the blue jade bowl for a long time, it will not only affect the power of this secret treasure, it may also cause some harm to the blue jade bowl, so one am naturally willing to be a favor. Farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fists, and looked at Ma Xinyuan and the others in a gloomy manner, as if he wanted to keep all the faces of these people in his heart. Fly over there. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1333 Late Night Covenant. Among the ruins of Tianyan City, Ma Xinyuan and others stood quietly in place. Their faces were gloomy, and the atmosphere was extremely dignified. They didn't expect that Yang Kai could really survive a move under Fei Zhitu's hands and retreat. They all saw the power of the move just now, knowing that Fei Zhitu didn't release the water. All the void-returning mirrors here couldn't take it safely, but it was blocked by a young man at the third level of the Holy King. While Ma Xinyuan and the others were horrified, they also felt a lot of fear towards Yang Kai. That kid is only at the third level of the Saint King, and he is so eye-catching. If he is really promoted to the Void Return Mirror, then it will be okay. All the people present are old foxes, so they naturally know the reason to nip the danger in the bud, especially Yang Kai's meaningful eyes before leaving. Everyone has no doubt that once he succeeds in cultivation, he will wait for an opportunity to retaliate. After hesitating for a long time, Ma Xinyuan clasped his fists together. Chi said, "My lord, are you really letting him go like this? If you don't let him go, what do you want?" Fei Zhitu was so annoyed that he had nowhere to vent, and stared at Ma Xinyuan coldly. "But that kid killed the Xie family. Xia's family." Fei Zhitu snorted coldly. "You also know that it belongs to Xia's family. The people of Xia's family live or die. What does it have to do with me?" Ma Xinyuan's expression was nah, and he didn't dare to say anything more. "HMPH, if you don't want to let him go, you can go after him now, as long as you are sure you can keep him." "My lord, you are joking." A group of people looked extremely embarrassed, and no one dared to mention Yang Kai's matter. "Since you don't have confidence in your own strength, just be honest. Anyone who dares to question the words of the city lord, don't blame the city lord for not being sympathetic. Also, do you really think that old man Qian Tong will not come back? Hee, you guys just pray that I made the right choice this time, or else there will be no place for you in the Shadow Moon Palace in the future." A group of people looked at each other in blank dismay, and when they were about to inquire more carefully, they saw that Fei Zhitu had already flicked his sleeves and disappeared in place. "Brother Ma, what should we do? According to what the Lord of Philadelphia said just now, there seems to be some twists and turns in the battle in the palace. Isn't it rumored that Qian Changli is old for him?" Someone looked at Ma Xinyuan and asked. "That's right, Brother Ma, didn't you say that this time Dali's affairs were safe? If not, why would we come here to cooperate with Xia's family to deal with a Saint King realm?" Someone asked again. Ma Xinyuan's face was ashen, and he said impatiently, "You ask the old man." Who is the old man asking? The old man also listened to the people above. "How do I know the specific situation? If you really want to know, you might as well ask Steward Xie, see him what will be the answer." "Thank you, Guanxi." Hearing Ma Xinyuan's prevarication, everyone didn't know that they were really fooled this time, and they regretted it for a while. Thinking about Qian Tong's ability, they all changed their colors and left with fists in their hands. On Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai returned here with a slightly pale complexion. As soon as he entered the mountain, he saw Wu Yi, Yang Yan Qianyu and others standing there waiting. Seeing him appear, the three goddesses were delighted and rushed to greet him. Are you injured? Seeing that Yang Kai's expression was wrong, Wu Yi couldn't help calling out. It's nothing serious, how are Yu Feng and the others doing? Yang Kai waved his hand and asked. They are already healing, and they should recover in a short time. If you don't come back, Chong and Hao will go to Sky Fortune City again. Yang Kai nodded lightly, tell them there is no need to go, this time the matter is over, there should be no more hands and feet in the Shadow Moon Palace, but you should try not to go out during this time, be careful people from the Xie family will take action. I know, I will watch them and not let them go out. Wu Yi responded quickly, and then said with concern, it's important that you heal your wounds quickly. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards his own stone mansion. Fei Zhitu is worthy of being a strong man at the peak of the Void Return third layer. Although that move doesn't look very good, but only after the next step will he know its ferocity, but the opponent didn't use all his strength. You can hurt yourself without using all your strength, and it seems that the gap between yourself and the third layer Void Return realm is still obvious. He took out a few bottles of pills from the ring, poured out a few pills one by one, stuffed them into his mouth, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. The injury wasn't serious, it was just a little vein. After half a day of meditation, Yang Kai had already recovered. After all, the golden blood in his body already had a strong recovery ability. This small injury was not considered a serious injury for him. Spiritual mind was released, and when he realized that it was already late at night outside, Yang Kai's expression changed. He got up quietly, opened the restraint of Shifu, and left Longshe Mountain quietly, using his body skills, and went straight to Tianyan City. After a while, he came to the city, followed the route he remembered, and rushed all the way to the location of the city lord's mansion. After a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already appeared in the city lord's mansion. Although it was his first time here, he was able to grasp the situation of the entire city lord's mansion through the investigation of his divine sense. The city lord's mansion tonight is a bit weird, the surroundings are quiet, no one is there, even the warriors who are usually in charge of guarding have been dismissed tonight. The people in the city lord's mansion don't know the reason for all this, they only know that it is the order of the city lord, that everyone is strictly forbidden to move around in the mansion tonight. If they find out, they will be killed without mercy. Under this strict order, naturally no one would dare to offend the majesty of the city lord. Aware of this, Yang Kai simply swaggered and walked in the city lord's mansion. After turning around, he came to a wing room inside the city lord's mansion. Just as he stood still, Fei Zhitu's voice came from the room. Now that you're here, come in and sit down. Yang Kai heard the words, smiled slightly, and opened the door openly. In the wing room, Fei Zhitu was sitting on a chair, looking towards the door with a half smile, and after Yang Kai walked in, he waved his hand, a Saint Yuan shot out, and the door closed again. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, he went directly to another chair beside Fei Zhitu and sat down, calmly. I knew you were very courageous during the day, but I didn't expect to underestimate you. You are not afraid that this is a dragon's den and a tiger's den. It is easy to get in and difficult to get out. Fei Zhitu sneered. Senior was joking, if you really want to deal with this junior, you don't need to be so troublesome, just do it directly. Yang Kai replied lightly. Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed brightly, he nodded and said, okay, at last old man Qian Tong saw you right, you are someone. I don't know what is the important thing for the junior to come here at this time through the sound transmission during the day. Yang Kai asked with a serious face. After he fought Fei Zhitu during the day, the other party suddenly sent a voice transmission, asking him to come to the city lord's mansion at night, which really made Yang Kai puzzled. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, he could more or less guess that it should have something to do with the recent changes in Shadow Moon Palace. If I say, I want to ask you for a favor, do you believe it? Help. Yang Kai frowned, what help? Let's not mention this matter for now, let me ask you first, what do you think of the incident in Shadow Moon Palace? Fei Zhitu asked in a low voice with a serious face. Yang Kai shook his head. This junior has been retreating in Longshe Mountain for a while, and he doesn't know much about the outside world, so please ask senior to clarify. So that's it. Fei Zhitu nodded lightly, if this is the case, then the city lord will not play around with you anymore. The reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain will be targeted this time is actually because of the internal struggle in our Shadow Moon Palace. In this matter, it is my Shadow Moon Palace that owes you. After all, you have cooperated happily with my Shadow Moon Palace in the past few years, and exchanged information with each other, and both sides have gained huge benefits. However, the reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain can exist, and they lived in peace, mainly because of the old man Qian Tong's efforts to protect him, but now, Qian Tong has encountered some troubles, and someone wants to deal with him, so let's take advantage of the grievances between you and the Xie family to deal with it first. Longshe Mountain, test Qian Tong's reaction. After finishing speaking, Fei Zhitu stared at Yang Kai, but unexpectedly did not see any surprised expression on his face, and said in amazement, "You already knew." Yang Kai chuckled. "A little guess. Awesome." Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed a hint of approval. "Since you have already guessed this point, it is much easier to say. Simply put, Shadow Moon Palace was originally divided into two factions. The old man Qian Tong is headed, and the other is headed by an old man named Feng Zhen. The two have different ideas, and there are many conflicts in the hall. Moreover, one of these two old men is in charge of the refining tools and secret treasures in the hall, and the other is in charge of alchemy and elixir in the temple, and the other elders and stewards attached to the two are basically balanced, so after so many years, although these two factions have some fights, there is no major friction, but now, because of one incident, this balance was broken. The matter of Master Green's death. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, remembering this incident. Qian Tong and Master Green had a very good personal relationship. Once Master Green died, Qian Tong would lose a heavyweight person, and in addition one faction will inevitably have some disagreements. He thought his guess was right, but Fei Zhitu sneered and shook his head. Master Green's death is just an inducement. It's another thing that really makes the two factions tear their faces apart. What? Yang Kai was stunned. Speaking of which, you've seen that thing before. Fei Zhitu whispered, "Red candle pulp. It's it." Yang Kai suddenly realized. In the Shadow Moon Palace, the master's cultivation is not considered the most powerful. The real ones are old man Qian Tong and Feng Zhen. There is only such a small piece of pulp, everyone wants it. Think about it, how will the situation develop? If this is the case, then it can be explained. Yang Kai's face flashed with surprise. The flowing flame sand field was opened 2 years ago, and a red candle fruit appeared on the 3rd floor. Although it was finally cut into several petals by the coldness of Xingdi Mountain, Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner finally grabbed one and brought it back to Shadow Moon Hall. The temptation of the heaven and earth treasure that is rumored to help void-returning mirror warriors break through the shackles is too great, and it is not surprising that the original balance of Shadow Moon Hall can be disrupted. To be continued, this text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1334 Qian Tong Trapped. Hey, in fact, the old man Qian Tong is not the kind of person who likes to fight with others. It's just that the flesh of the red candle has too much to do with it. If he can really be promoted to the Void King Mirror, then my Shadow Moon Palace will become the first in the Gloom Star. A big force, even Xingdi Mountain can't compete with my Shadow Moon Palace. Although this hope is very slim, it is a hope after all. Old man Qian thinks so, and Feng Zhen naturally thinks so. In this way, conflicts will erupt now. The interior of the Shadow Moon Hall can be said to be full of chaos. Fei Zhitu said sadly, "This matter can't be handled properly, and my Shadow Moon Hall can be hurt at the slightest, and at the worst. It is not impossible to perish." So serious. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The long-term old stewards of the two factions Qian Tong and Feng Zhen have had a long-standing grievance, and they have been suppressed by the old man of the hall all the time, so there is no big trouble, but this time, the old man of the hall is helpless. Actually, if it wasn't for the hall master's age, it would be most suitable for him to take the red candle pulp, but the hall master couldn't bear to waste the medicinal effect of the red candle pulp, so he didn't use it. If my Shadow Moon Hall really broke out internal battle, hey, boy, do you understand what it means to have an egg in a nest? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. How could he not understand what Fei Zhitu wanted to say? If Shadow Moon Palace really falls apart, then Dragon Cave Mountain will bear the brunt. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain is still within Shadow Moon Palace's sphere of influence. No one can say for sure what will happen when that happens. But soon, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent, staring at Fei Zhitu and said, "Senior, there is no need to say that it is so scary, but now I just want to know, which faction do you belong to?" "Me." Fei Zhitu frowned, couldn't help laughing, and said slowly, "It is precisely because the city lord is tired of intrigues with others that I asked the palace lord and his old man to put me outside the Tianyan city." "Lord of a city, which faction do you think I belong to?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, and said with a half smile but not a smile, I heard a lot of concerns and worries about Elder Qian Chengqi. In the words of seniors, I thought you and Elder Qian Chengqi were in the same group. Fart, that old man Qian Tong. Fei Zhitu snorted coldly, as if he wanted to scold something, but he stopped talking halfway, and waved his hand. Forget it, anyway, I owed money before. It's a big favor, so this time I want to give it back to him. What does this have to do with me? Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Why did the senior call the junior here late at night? Fei Zhitu stared at Yang Kai. His face solemnly said, Qian Tong is in trouble. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. You don't look like an ungrateful person. Qian Tong has contributed a lot to Longshe Mountain's stable development in the past few years. Don't think that he didn't take care of you. If he hadn't been in Tianyan City, you would have been eaten up long ago. There are no bones left, and a few young people who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, actually imitate others and occupy the mountain as king. It is really inexplicable. Let's not mention the matter of our Dragon Cave Mountain. The Lord of Philadelphia should tell me about the matter of Qian Chengli's old age. If there is anything I can really help, I will naturally not refuse. Yang Kai said lightly, some things don't need when someone reminded him. He also knew that the stability of Longshe Mountain in the past few years was indeed due to Qian Tong's care, but he was still a little upset when Fei Zhitu said this, and his tone immediately cooled down. Fei Zhitu didn't seem to mind, and said, not many people know what I'm going to tell you next. This matter is of great importance, so don't let it out. After exhorting Yang Kai, he immediately spoke. After listening to Fei Zhitu's explanation, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong had been missing for nearly half a year. Counting the time, almost when he and Yang Yan set off for Luluman, Qian Tong had already disappeared. As for where he went, there are different opinions. Some people say that he is studying secret arts in closed life and death, some people say that he went out to look for opportunities and encountered an accident, and some people say that he didn't want the Shadow Moon Palace to fall apart, so he hid. But either way, no one can prove it. However, at a time when the Shadow Moon Palace is on the verge of collapse and the strife in the palace is raging, his disappearance is really puzzling. It is precisely because he disappeared at such a critical juncture that Feng Zhen's faction became more and more daring. Now in the Shadow Moon Hall, although there are still a few elders who can join forces to fight against Feng Zhen, without such a key figure as Qian Tong, they have already fallen into a disadvantage. If Qian Tong doesn't come back for a while, the consequences will be disastrous. And this time Ma Xinyuan and others teamed up with the Xie family to deal with Longshe Mountain. It was also the last test of Feng Zhenyi's party Qian Tong. The death of a Xie family's void-returning mirror should satisfy Feng Zhen's faction. Qian Tong did not show up from the beginning to the end, which is enough to show that something must have happened to him, and his body is flawless. As soon as this result is passed back, Feng Zhen's faction must make another big move. Where is Qian Changeling now? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Among the ancient ruins, Fei Zhitu replied in a deep voice. Ancient ruins. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. That's right, but whether it's life or death, I don't know. Fei Zhitu sighed leisurely. The last time I heard from him was half a month ago. He used this thing to deliver the news. Saying so, Fei Zhitu flicked his fingers, and a milky white light spot suddenly emerged from his fingertips, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, grabbed the milky white spot directly on the palm of his hand, fixed his eyes on it, and couldn't help but be amazed, because this milky white spot is actually a kind of insect like a snow silkworm, only 1 inch long, and the whole body is white and round, and the tiny blood vessels inside can be vaguely seen. But when Yang Kai swept his spiritual mind across the body of this strange bug, a message suddenly came out from inside and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai's face was startled. He quickly calmed down and listened quietly. That message was indeed left by Qian Tong in the worm body, and through perception, Yang Kai immediately understood Qian Tong's situation. Indeed, as Fei Zhitu said, Qian Tong was trapped in an ancient ruins and couldn't get out. There was really no other way, so he asked the worm to come to Tianyan City with his distress message and ask Fei Zhitu for help. This worm is called a locust. It is one of the ancient alien species. It is not very useful. It is only suitable for communication. Because it can ignore all enchantments and restrictions, it is convenient to use, and don't look at its bloated appearance. The action is extremely fast. Fei Zhitu waited for Yang Kai to investigate before explaining. Yang Kai nodded slightly, with a solemn expression on his face, and returned the worm to Fei Zhitu. Judging from the investigation just now, Qian Tong's condition is not very optimistic. The information left in Shi Chong's body seems to be left after he was injured. It has been so long, and he does not know how he is. Philadelphia, I would like to ask you a question. At such a critical juncture, why did Mr. Qian Chengli go to explore the ancient ruins? Yang Kai asked puzzled. Fei Zhitu snorted coldly. How do I know what he thinks? After a pause, he continued. But I guess he didn't want the conflict in Shadow Moon Palace to really erupt, so he wanted to find a new balance to stabilize the current situation. As you know, he had a very good personal relationship with Master Green before. With the help of Master Green's prestige and connections, it was possible to completely suppress that Feng Zhen, but now that Master Green has passed away, on the other hand, there is still a virtual level alchemist on the other side, so the balance naturally no longer exists. The ancient ruins are Master Green it was discovered before, and the reason why the Master can become a virtual level craftsman is also thanks to the ruins. Qian Tong's exploration of the ruins at this time is nothing more than to let another person take this opportunity to break through his own bottleneck and reach the virtual level, the level of a refiner. Once that person successfully reaches the virtual level refiner, the initiative will be in Qian Tong's hands again. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Qian Tong also brought a person there. That person is a Holy King level craftsman, can be regarded as the successor of Master Green. Then Mr. Qian Chengqi has thought well. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a hint of admiration. Good intentions, Fei Zhitu sneered, and said disdainfully, I think he is full, originally with his methods and contacts, as long as he is ruthless, even without Master Green, he can completely make that Feng. If you really want to live, you can't die, but you choose to go far and go to explore some ancient ruins, isn't this what you are full of? Yang Kai chuckled. Philadelphia Lord and Elder Qian Changeling seem to have a very good relationship. I don't need you to evaluate the relationship between the owner of the city and him. Fei Zhitu's face turned cold. I called you this time because I want you to help fish out Qian Tong from the ancient ruins, lest he really die of old age there. Boy He Dehe can help in this matter, and please ask the Lord of Philadelphia to explain clearly. Since the ancient ruins can trap Qian Tong, if I run in with my meager cultivation, wouldn't I be looking for a dead end? You are cautious enough, anyway, then the city lord should speak clearly, otherwise you will not feel at ease. I am not interested in your strength. You are indeed extraordinary, a mere third-level Holy King. Unexpectedly being able to deal with so many void-returning mirrors is only due to the help of external forces. I am afraid that most of the blows I received were also borrowed from the power of the secret treasure and the spirit of the weapon. If you go in with such strength, it will only hinder you. But, your weapon spirit is good, I want to borrow its power. Yang Kai curled his lips, only then did he understand why Fei Zhitu specially asked him to come here late at night. It turned out that he just fell in love with Qi Ling. Among the ancient ruins, there is an icy road, which is extremely dangerous. Your weapon spirit does not seem to be born from an ordinary flame. Even my blue jade bowl can't refine its flame. If it opens the way, the city lord can lead people. It's easy to pass through that ice road. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breakdawn Update group at Dadodoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is me maximum motivation. Chapter 1335 Do you still want benefits? Chapter 1335 Do you still want benefits? It's just that, Yang Kai asked in surprise after hearing what he said. That's all. Fei Zhitu nodded slowly. As for breaking all kinds of restrictions and rescuing Qian Tong after crossing that ice road, you don't need to worry about it, the city lord will arrange it. If you can't find it a suitable fire attribute secret treasure restrains the ice path, and I won't delay here for so long. Yang Kai rubbed his chin with his hand, silent. Fei Zhitu didn't urge him, and let him think about it. After all, this matter is of great importance. Although he only used the power of Qi Ling to break through the blockade of the ice passage, it is an ancient relic after all. It is impossible to say that there is no risk at all. A strong man like Qian Tong is trapped in it and cannot escape, and Fei Zhitu can't say what he will encounter in the past. It is a matter of life and death, of course it has to be carefully considered. But he still has some confidence in Yang Kai. Anyway, as the owner of Tianyan City, he knows a lot about the nearby Dragon Cave Mountain. Even if he has never seen Yang Kai before, he has heard rumors about him many times, and he knows that he is not ungrateful. Villain. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Kai raised his head, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had made a decision, and Fei Zhitu immediately looked at him. Philadelphia Lord, Elder Qian is kind to me at Longshe Mountain. Since he is in trouble, this junior will naturally do his best to help him. Hearing the words, Fei Zhitu nodded lightly. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face, secretly thinking that this kid is finally a person who understands the general situation and knows how to repay him. However, Yang Kai changed the subject, chuckled lowly, and asked, "But what's the benefit if I do this?" "Benefits?" Fei Zhitu looked shocked, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. "Do you still want benefits?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Isn't the Lord of Philadelphia underestimating the younger generation? The younger generation has already passed the age of being desperate and passionate. This time the future is uncertain. The Lord of Philadelphia will not let the younger generation follow in a few words, right? To take risks, of course I want some benefits." Fei Zhitu frowned, with a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He said coldly, "But this time it's not someone else, but Qian Tong." "So what? If Elder Qian sent me a message in person, I would certainly be obliged to do so, but now you are the senior who invites the junior, and the junior is not familiar with you. Naturally, you have to accept what should be paid. After all, when the time comes to rescue Elder Qian is also in favor of you, and has nothing to do with the younger generation." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Fei Zhitu's face was ashen. He never expected that Yang Kai would actually ask for benefits. This is completely different from what he imagined. In his imagination, he could invite Yang Kai. He has given him great face. If the other party does not have the fire weapon spirit, with his third-level cultivation of the Holy King, he is not qualified to participate in this operation. How can Qian Tong not be grateful to him when he saves people? This kid is so shameless. Fei Zhitu's nose was crooked. Whether it is a fallacy or not, the Lord of Philadelphia has his own judgment. Yang Kai was calm, not in a hurry. Fei Zhitu looked at him angrily. After a long while, he seemed to think of something. He suddenly smiled and said with a cunning face, "If you want benefits, then I will give you benefits. Did you kill the Xie family's Xie family?" "Hongwen." Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly said, "Philadelphia City Lord, you can eat things indiscriminately but you can't talk indiscriminately. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Xie Hongwen? Don't pretend to be confused with me here." Fei Zhitu snorted coldly, "You think others don't know about this, and you think you did it without anyone noticing." Yang Kai frowned, feeling that he didn't seem to be defrauding himself, and hurriedly made an appearance of humbly asking for advice. "Senior, please explain clearly." Fei Zhitu sneered and said, "Many people know about the grievances between you and Xie Hongwen. Last time the Flowing Flame Sand Field was opened, Xie Hongwen deliberately brought 2 Xie family Saint King Realm disciples into it, just to avenge you. It is also something that many people know, but after he went in, he didn't show up again, and he clearly died in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. The Flowing Flame Sand Field is full of dangers. Even if he dies inside, what does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai looked indifferent and denied it. "Then do you know that there is a secret technique in Shadow Moon Palace that can be used by the elders on the younger generation? Once the junior encounters an accident, the secret technique will be transferred to the person who inflicted the poisonous hand. Not only Xie Hongwen has this secret technique skills, Wei Guchang, Dong's honor and those elite disciples have them. The city lord said so. Do you understand something?" Yang Kai's expression was astonished. If Fei Zhitu didn't lie to him, it means that he must have the secret technique that was transferred, and the matter of killing Xie Hongwen by himself may not be a secret for a long time. "The Xie family has never done anything to you. There are 2 reasons. One is that you are afraid of Qian Tong, and the other is that you seldom show up after you came back from the Flowing Flame Sand Field. There are many restrictions in your Dragon Cave Mountain. The Xie family's experts can't detect whether the root of the secret technique is on you, but as long as you leave Longshe Mountain once, the fact that you killed Xie Hongwen will be exposed." Fei Zhitu chuckled and said, "As long as you can go with the city lord on such a trip, I can not only help you dispel the tarsal maggot-like secret technique, but also promise you that the Xie family will not trouble you again in Dragon Cave Mountain, and even restore the previous deal between you and Shadow Moon Hall relationship. Are these benefits big enough?" While he was talking, Yang Kai had already displayed his own divine sense and checked it in his body. After a while, his face became ugly. "I don't know when there is a weak energy in my body. This energy is hidden deep in the body. If I don't check it inch by inch, I'm afraid I can't find it. It was checked 3 times before the existence of this energy was discovered. It seems that this is the transferable secret technique of Shadow Moon Palace, and it is really concealed enough. Can you find it?" Fei Zhitu looked at him in amazement, although Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he also saw a clue from the change in the other party's expression. This kind of secret technique is extremely hidden. As far as he knows, the secret technique on Xie Hongwen was planted by Xie Li. Xie Li has the cultivation level of the 2nd level of returning to the void. Even warriors of the same level may not be able to discover it. The trace of the secret technique, but how did the third-level Holy King in front of him do it? Fei Zhitu couldn't help being amazed, and secretly wondered if the other party had borrowed the power of some secret treasure. Yang Kai didn't answer his words. He tried to wrap the weak energy with his own magic flames, refining it, and suddenly found that although the energy is very weak, it is extremely difficult to refine. At least it will take several days' time to completely eliminate it. But now that he has found it, Yang Kai is not in a hurry. He pondered for a while, looked at Fei Zhitu solemnly and said, "I agree with half of the proposal just now, senior." Half. That's right. After this incident, Dragon Cave Mountain can resume its trade relationship with Shadow Moon Palace, but the price will have to be discussed again at that time. As for the Xie family, this junior has only one request. Let's hear it. Fei Zhitu squinted at him. My grievances with the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hall must not interfere. Yang Kai shouted. Fei Zhitu frowned, extremely surprised. He thought that Yang Kai was going to ask for Shadow Moon Palace to suppress Xie family, and not let Xie family go to Longshe Mountain to make trouble. How could he know that this kid's tone is so loud? Listen to him, the meaning in the words. He seems to be taking the initiative to deal with the Xie family. After trying to understand this point, Fei Zhitu suddenly showed interest. Although the Xie family is not a top-notch family, there are quite a few strong void-returning mirrors, and the patriarch is even at the second level of void-returning realm. With the current strength of Dragon Cave Mountain, can it compete with it? The boy must not have woken up, right? Of course, Fei Zhitu didn't want to pay attention to the grievances between Yang Kai and Xia's family, and he didn't even bother to think about whether this kid had the courage to let out such wild words, so he nodded immediately. It's no problem, as long as Qian Tong can come out, I can guarantee that even if you destroy the Xie family, Shadow Moon Palace will not say anything. Of course, the premise is that you have this ability. He was not optimistic about Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai didn't go to argue with him, and after discussing properly, he agreed on the date and place of the rendezvous and left the city lord's mansion alone. After Yang Kai left, Fei Zhitu frowned. That's not right. Why didn't this kid let the city master help him get rid of the root of the secret technique in his body? Does he have a way? After thinking for a while, Fei Zhitu slowly shook his head. He was too lazy to bother. Anyway, the Xie family already knew that Xie Hongwen died at Yang Kai's hands, so it doesn't matter if the secret technique is expelled or not. Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai also did not disturb anyone when he returned. The date he agreed with Fei Zhitu was 3 days later. After all, he had to make some preparations, and he couldn't reveal his whereabouts, otherwise he might be discovered by someone who cared. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Yang Kai wanted to refine the weak energy in his body. Although according to Fei Zhitu's words, this secret technique was only used to determine who the murderer who killed the elite disciple was, but who knows if it does anything else. Such a thing exists in the body. Yang Kai is not at ease. Fortunately, the characteristics of the magic flame are extraordinary, and the Saint Yuan in the body of ordinary warriors cannot be compared. Cooperating with the Firebird, the artifact spirit, within 2 days, Yang Kai completely refined that energy, and after checking himself again, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, Yang Kai summoned Yang Yan, Wu Yi, Qian Yu and Chong Chi Haoan, 2 priests, and carefully told them not to go out during this time, so as not to be targeted by the Xie family. After getting their guarantee, he returned to Shifu to make some preparations. In fact, there is nothing to prepare, but the kind of spherical holy crystal purified and compressed by stone puppet. Yang Yan gave Yang Kai a lot. This kind of holy crystal that was born by accident, no matter in quality or internal storage, the amount of spiritual energy in the body is not comparable to that of top-grade holy crystals, and it is very useful for recovery, healing, and fighting. Yang Yan called this kind of holy crystal made by stone puppet the holy crystal source. To be continued. Chapter 1336 Confluence. At dawn in the east, it was the darkest time before dawn, a figure shot out from Longshe Mountain silently, and disappeared in an instant. Half an hour later, at a place thousands of miles north of Sky Fate City, this figure appeared again. It was Yang Kai who had come by appointment. He looked around for a while, and immediately flew towards a small hill not far away. At this moment, 2 people on the hill had arrived ahead of schedule and were meditating cross-legged. Both of them were men, and they didn't look very old. What's surprising was that they were only at the 3rd level of the Holy King. Shouwei. Yang Kai didn't hide his figure. He rushed directly to the hill, and just stood still. The 2 opened their eyes and glanced at him lightly. One of the men who looked a bit older had no intention of speaking. He closed his eyes indifferently again. It was another person who looked at him with great interest and nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai also nodded at him, but neither side had the idea of talking. The area on the hill was not small. Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, and quickly found a place to sit cross-legged. He had heard Fei Zhitu say that this operation was dangerous, and he thought he would bring a lot of void return mirrors. After all, the other party had already stated that if he hadn't taken a fancy to the power of the Firebird's weapon spirit, he would not be qualified to participate in this operation with his strength. Action. How could he know that as soon as he came to the agreed place, he saw two warriors with the same level of cultivation as himself? Suspicion is suspicion, but Yang Kai also knows that since Fei Zhitu wants to bring them, he must have his own plan. These two people either have some special ability for Fei Zhitu to rely on, or they are the elite of the elite. Looking at it now, the former is more likely. On the hill, none of the three made a sound, and it was extremely quiet for a while. After waiting for about half a stick of incense, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance, where a rainbow light was quickly approaching. This place is obviously also a martial artist who came here to meet. Because Fei Zhitu's action this time is very confidential, everyone is scattered, which is also expected by Yang Kai. When the rainbow light approached and landed on the mountain, a beautiful figure appeared. It was a woman with a charming figure, pretty face, black hair and shiny black hair, which was really eye-catching. However, this woman's cultivation was still at the third level of Saint King, which made Yang Kai feel puzzled. Counting myself, 4 Saint King third-level warriors have gathered here. Where did Fei Zhitu go? He shouldn't be counting on his 4 Saint Kings to rescue Qian Tong, right? At this point, Yang Kai's face sank. But after the woman landed, she suddenly found that the 3 best positions in this place had already been taken, and she couldn't help frowning. The man who had expressed friendship with Yang Kai before stood up happily, clasped his fists and said, "It turns out to be Miss Cece. The last time we said goodbye, it's been a year since Miss Cece, don't worry about it." Hearing his tone of voice, it seemed that he knew this woman, and looking at his expression, he seemed to be very interested in her. The woman named Cece glanced at him, and said indifferently, "Kai he. You're here too. The Lord of Philadelphia's vision is not very good. Even a formation master like you is here. It seems that this trip the future is uncertain." Despite being teased by her, the man named Kai he didn't feel annoyed at all, and said, "Actually, the Lord of Philadelphia invited my father, but my father is in retreat, and he is inconvenient to go out, so I will do it for you. I'm afraid I will have to cooperate more with Miss Cece, and please give me some advice." "Huh," the woman named Cece snorted coldly, her pretty face full of arrogance. "I don't dare to teach you, although your Kai family's research on the way of fighting is not as good as our Du family's, but it still has something unique. Just don't hold me back once." That's that. Kai he was still smiling, as if he had no bones at all, which made the other man show a hint of disdain. After listening to their conversation, Yang Kai finally understood why Fei Zhitu brought these 2 Saint King third layers. It turns out that these 2 people have studied the way of formation, and the whole family is like this. It seems that Fei Zhitu is still somewhat prepared. Du Cece looked at the indifferent man and Yang Kai again, and asked arrogantly, "Who are these 2 people? Are they also here at the invitation of the Lord of Philadelphia? Why are they cultivated like us?" Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as she looked down on Saint King realm warriors, knowing that this woman should be the kind of arrogant person. Kai he sneered, "Brother, you doesn't know the origins of these 2. If you don't mind, why don't you introduce yourself? Anyway, we will go on the road together in the future. Getting to know each other better will be good for future cooperation." Compared with Du Cece, this Kai he's temper should be very gentle. When talking to Du Cece, he is gentle and elegant. When he asked Yang Kai and the other person, he also smiled, making people feel close to him. Feel. Lian Guang. The indifferent man cherished his words like gold, and after saying his name, he didn't continue. The surname is Lian. On the contrary, Du Cece and Kai he couldn't help but change their expressions slightly after hearing this, and looked at Lian Guang with some fear, as if the other party's surname had a lot of history. Yang Kai couldn't help but glanced at him curiously. Because the Lian family is very famous in this area, and even in the entire Gloomy Star, the reputation is not weaker than the general sect. Even Yang Kai, who is so ignorant, has heard of it. One can imagine. The Lian family is not very powerful, and the population is not very prosperous. It is said that the entire family only has 100 people. Such a family, there are 800 if not 1000 on Gloom Star, but only the Lian family is widely known. There is no other reason. The Lian family is proficient in the art of puppets. It is said that the disciples of the Lian family are good at refining and driving puppets. Their cultivation may not be too high, but their combat effectiveness is far superior to warriors of the same level, because they have countless puppets they have refined to assist them in fighting. When people fight, it will form a spectacular scene of several puppets fighting one by one, or even a dozen puppets fighting together. Moreover, I heard that the Lian family still has several strongest puppets whose strength is comparable to that of the Void Return third layer. The existence of these puppets alone is enough to deter many Xiao Xiao's generation. There used to be a family whose strength far surpassed the Lian family's, coveted the puppet technique of the other party, and wanted to destroy its entire family and snatch the secret technique of refining puppets. Unfortunately, they tried their best, but failed. The family of the clan cut the weeds and eradicated the roots. It was also that battle that brought out the reputation of the Lian family. A few puppets whose strength was comparable to that of the third layer Void Return realm shined brilliantly in that battle, killing countless enemies, making people covet but also extremely fearful. But the Lian family is also smart, knowing that everyone is innocent and guilty. Since then, they have found the Shadow Moon Palace as a backer, refining some puppets for the Shadow Moon Palace for free every year, and they are safe under the protection of its wings so far. No one has dared to make an idea of it. So after hearing this self-introduction of Lian Guang, Du Sisi and Kai He were taken aback. The families of the two are not small, they can be regarded as famous families, because they are proficient in the way of formation. Still a lot worse. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Phasia too wanted to bring Du Sisi and Kai He together, it must be to break the prohibition and formation in the ancient ruins, it is understandable. But why did you invite someone from the Lian family to come over? And after Na Liangguang reported his name, he stopped talking, as if he was naturally taciturn. After Du Sisi and Kai He came back to their senses, they looked at Yang Kai together, and after Yang Kai reported his family, the expressions of the two suddenly became strange. Kai He looked Yang Kai up and down, and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, you must be the one who made a big fuss in Sky Fortune City a few days ago, right?" Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "If there is no second person to go to Tianyan City to make a fuss, then it should be me." Kai He immediately shocked Yang Kai into a heavenly man, and even that Du Sisi's haughty look restrained a lot. Not only that, Lian Guang even opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai again. Although the families of the three of them are not considered weak, no one has the courage to go to Tianyan City to kill and set fire. The picture was invited here to participate in this action. This surprised the three of them, wondering what kind of agreement Yang Kai had reached with Phasia too, so that the latter did not hold him accountable. However, the three of them knew that it was better to keep some things secret, so they didn't get to the bottom of it, but after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Kai He felt like he hit it off with Yang Kai, and no longer remained silent as before, but had a relationship with him. Talked and laughed. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai understood why his attitude suddenly changed a lot. It turned out that there were many conflicts between the Kai family and the Xie family, and he even suffered a few times under the Xie family. After killing a void-returning mirror expert from the Xie family, after the news spread, many families and warriors who had enemies with the Xie family applauded, and the Kai family was naturally among them. Yang Kai beheaded that Xie Quan, it was tantamount to helping them vent their anger. How could they have any reason to be unhappy? Kai He is a member of the Kai family, so Yang Kai is naturally quite pleasing to the eye. But Du Sisi found a place to sit down casually, closed her eyes and adjusted her breath. After waiting for about half an hour, several figures suddenly appeared on the small hill strangely, which shocked the three Saint King realms except Yang Kai. Noticing it, he looked calm. After seeing that it was Phasia too who came, Kai He and the others heaved a sigh of relief, and stepped forward to salute. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1337 Falling Emperor Mountain. Wuba Group. 7,462,006. Wuba Bar Affairs Group 1 wish everyone a good mood every day. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai looked at the warriors who rushed here with Phasia too, 3 void return mirrors. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked about the same age as Phasia too, and the other 2 returning to the first layer of the void as an old man and an old woman. However, although these 2 people only have the first level of void return, their aura is quite deep and far away. It is not comparable to the kind of void return mirror that has just broken through. They should have been immersed in this level for many years, and their skills are powerful. The appearance of these void returning mirrors made Yang Kai feel a little more at ease. It seems that Fei Zhitu was not unprepared, and, with the current situation, he secretly gathered these few void-returning mirrors. Nor is it an easy task. After all, he was in charge of rescuing Qian Tong, and it was inconvenient to transfer manpower from Shadow Moon Palace. At the same time, he had to hide the truth from others for this operation. It was beyond Yang Kai's expectation to have so many void-returning mirrors involved, let alone, and he himself, a void-returning third-layer expert, led the team. There should be no problem with safety issues. What needs to be worried is whether there is any danger hidden in the ancient ruins. After Fei Zhitu spoke a few words with Kai He and the others in a pleasant manner, he smiled and said, "It seems that you guys should already know each other, so that's fine. This trip, you all have if you want to do your own work. You need to know something in advance to cooperate, and this time, no matter what happens or not, the city lord has written down your favors, and when you go back, tell your patriarch that if it is useful to Fei in the future, just say hello." Kai He, Wen Ducisi and Lian Guang heard the words, they all showed a look of joy at the same time, and thanked them quickly. "Okay, since everyone has arrived, let's go." Fei Zhitu waved his hand, and he sacrificed a low-grade star shuttle, leading the way. Yang Kai thought that he was going to introduce the other 3 void return mirrors to himself and others, but he didn't know that the other party had no such plan at all, and after a moment of stunned, he quickly sacrificed Star's shuttle to follow. When chatting with Kai He before, Yang Kai had already learned from him. This trip to the ancient ruins. Just to rescue Qian Tong. But where the ancient ruins are, Fei Zhitu did not reveal the slightest word. Now that everyone has gathered, he still has no intention of explaining, which makes Yang Kai slander endlessly. But did not take the initiative to ask. Just follow behind him. Hurry up. The 3 void-returning mirrors who came over with Fei Zhitu seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, looking at him with their consciousness or eyes from time to time. Especially that old man. When Yang Kai couldn't help but look back at the past, the other party nodded with a smile. His amiable appearance made Yang Kai very puzzled, not knowing what the other party was selling in the gourd. What medicine? Although the void-returned second-layer martial artist and the old woman did not show such obvious affection, they still had the intention of being close. Although he knew that these 3 people should not have any malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai still felt a little hairy in his heart. He kept silent and hurried on his way. For him, one more thing is worse than one less thing. He is now entangled in all kinds of things. If Qian Tong hadn't encountered trouble this time, he would not have left Longshe Mountain, and would have gone to retreat to continue practicing his various secret techniques. Especially since the awakening of the Firebird artifact spirit, the efficiency of refining the Dragon Bone Dragon Ball has greatly increased, which shortens the time for the Dragon Bone Dragon Ball that was expected to take several years to completely refine. The power of the furnace is enough to completely refine these 2 treasures. There were 8 people in the group, all of them were taciturn. At the beginning, there was Kai He joking to please Ducisi, but after getting frustrated, he also wisely stopped annoying the beautiful lady. After flying forward for 4 consecutive days, when a continuous mountain range appeared in front of him like a crouching dragon, Fei Zhitu suddenly turned around and flew downward. The remaining 7 naturally followed closely behind. After a while, everyone landed on the outskirts of the mountain range. Fei Zhitu took out a yellowed animal skin map from his space ring and observed it carefully. "Isn't this Luodi Mountain?" Kai He clicked his tongue in amazement, and said in surprise, "Could it be that the ancient ruins are hidden in Luodi Mountain?" "No way. I don't know how many people come to Luodi Mountain every year. Even you and I have come here a few times. If there are really ancient relics, how could there be no news about them?" Ducisi shook his head slowly. While the 2 were talking, Yang Kai was observing the so-called Luodi Mountain. It was the first time he had heard of this mountain range, and it was also the first time he had come here. Vertical and horizontal, I don't know how many miles long, the mountains are lush and green, but the strange thing is that this mountain is actually quiet, not even a sound of insects and birds can be heard. Moreover, there were no traces of animals or birds, which made him feel puzzled. Hee, this is the first time for my little friend to come to Luodi Mountain. Just when Yang Kai was puzzled, the old man suddenly came to him, stroked his gray beard, and asked with a smile. "Well, this junior is indeed coming here for the first time." Yang Kai frowned, not understanding why he took the initiative to talk to himself. "It's no wonder, little old Ning Shangchen." The old man actually changed the subject and introduced himself with a smile. While Yang Kai was suspicious, he also had to greet him, after all, he was so old. This is not over yet. The old man Ning Xiangchen pointed to another old woman and the strong man who had returned to the second layer of the void and introduced it to Yang Kai. Both of them also greeted Yang Kai with smiles on their faces, and repeatedly praised the younger generation. A few masters of the void returning mirror here took the initiative to show their favor, which naturally made Kai He and others look surprised. They didn't understand why Yang Kai could be favored by so many masters, and Du Sisi showed even more embarrassment, as if thinking the limelight was stolen by Yang Kai. Several seniors, what's so wonderful about this fallen emperor mountain? Yang Kai took advantage of their silence and quickly changed the topic. Now, he can see that these three void returning mirrors are probably if there is anything I want to ask of myself, otherwise, I wouldn't pay any attention to it and take the initiative to show my favor. But no matter what they ask for help, and they actually have this meaning, it must be troublesome for him. Yang Kai will not let the topic be led by them. Hearing his question, Ning Xiangchen's expression suddenly turned serious, and he asked instead, "Do you know why this place is called Luodi Mountain?" Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, then asked suspiciously, "Could it be related to the legendary Starry Sky Great Emperor?" Ning Xiangchen couldn't help showing a hint of approval, and the old woman next to him also smiled and said, "Yes, this place is indeed related to Emperor Xingkong, because it is rumored that this place is the place where the emperor fell." Yang Kai's face changed, and he lost his voice. "Really?" Ning Xiangchen chuckled. "Whether it's true or not, no one can prove it, but everyone knows that there is a trace of emperor's prestige in this fallen emperor mountain." Emperor prestige? Yang Kai frowned. "You have also seen that there are no birds or beasts in this Luodi mountain. It is not that this place is not suitable for their survival. It is also a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters and full of aura. Even if it is the foundation of some sects, it is not bad. But this place is not only there is no foundation of any sect, not even monsters, because there is the power of Emperor in this Luodi mountain. The invisible power of Emperor covers the whole Luodi mountain. The closer it is to the center, the stronger it is. Those birds and beasts, it is impossible to live under Emperor Wei for a long time, so you can't see it. Yes, a long time ago, Luodi mountain was also favored by a not weak sect, who wanted to establish the foundation of the sect here, but even the strong of the void return 3-layer couldn't stay in Luodi mountain for too long. Under the subtle influence of Emperor Wei, no matter how strong you are, you will end up with only one crazy and tragic end." The old woman took the words and explained. "De Wei is so powerful." Yang Kai was extremely surprised. "Don't underestimate Emperor Wei. I also came here to practice back then. If I hadn't quit in time, I'm afraid I would have gone mad." The strong man at the second level of returning to the void said seriously. "Can you still practice here?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Hee, this is exactly what the little old man will tell you later. Yes, there is Emperor Wei in Luodi mountain, which is not suitable for any living thing to stay for a long time, and the closer the power of Emperor Wei is to the center of Luodi mountain, the more the stronger it is. No one knows what is in the center, but it is quite suitable for tempering the power of the gods. Therefore, every year, many warriors come to the Luodi mountain to use the power of the emperor here to cultivate the gods. Not only that, but the understanding of the power of the emperor's prestige also has the effect of fueling the flames. The little old man sees that the aptitude of the little friend is extraordinary, and one day he will advance to the void. When that time comes, why not come to Xingdi mountain to understand the power of the power? Then you will naturally find that cultivating here can get twice the result with half the effort." Yeah, basically, 6 out of 10 of the void returning mirrors of Gloomy Star have come to Xingdi mountain to condense their own potential, and although no one has verified it, the potential condensed in Xingdi mountain is much higher than the general situation. It seems that the momentum that I comprehend seems to be a bit stronger, so don't miss this one and only chance in the future, little friend. There are such good things. Yang Kai was very surprised, and quickly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you 3 seniors for clarifying the confusion. When that day comes, the kid will definitely come to Xingdi mountain to temper his strength. Even if the 3 of them don't remind them of this kind of thing, Yang Kai will definitely find out about it from other channels, but after all, Yang Kai has to show 1 or 2 of others' good intentions. It's easy to say, easy to talk." Ning Xiangchen smiled. If the little friend needs someone to escort him at that time, he will tell the old man directly, and the old man will definitely do his best. Not only Ning Xiangchen said so, but also the old woman and another warrior who had returned to the second level of the void said so, which made Yang happy, and felt more and more that they had something to ask of him. To be continued. P.S. I wish all book lovers a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1338 Underground River. While the few people were talking, Phasia too seemed to have seen some clues. After putting away the animal skin drawing, he moved his hand and swayed into Luodi Mountain. Hee, my little friend goes first, and the old man is the queen. By the way, try not to resist the power of the Emperor's might in the fallen Emperor Mountain, just feel it silently. Ning Xiangchen once again reminded him kindly. Thank you senior for reminding me. Yang Kai nodded lightly, rushed into Luodi Mountain together with Kai He, Du Sisi and Lian Guang. When the 4 Saint Kings entered, Ning Xiangchen and the 3 void returning mirrors followed behind. In Luodi Mountain, it is true that you will not encounter such troubles as ferocious beasts and poisonous snakes, but here, you can often encounter some crazy warriors who attack indiscriminately. These warriors all came to Luodi Mountain to practice, but due to various reasons, they stayed here for too long, resulting in their minds being defeated by the power of the Emperor and falling into a state of madness. Every year, countless warriors come here, and accidents happen frequently in Luodi Mountain. In addition, there are some warriors with unruly intentions who regard this place as a good place to kill people and rob goods. Some dirty tricks. However, among the 8 people including Yang Kai, there are 4 void returning mirrors, and there are strong people like Fei Zhitu leading the way, so there is no need to worry about encountering these problems. As soon as you stepped into the Luodi Mountain, Yang Kai felt an invisible force covering his whole body. Under this force, the speed of his Saint Yuan suddenly became a little blocked, and when the spiritual mind was released, it can only detect the situation within a few hundred feet nearby. Under the influence of the power of the Emperor, his own consciousness was actually suppressed to such an extent. Yang Kai couldn't help being a little horrified. The power of the Emperor was everywhere, as if there were a pair of eyes staring at him, observing his movements, which made Yang Kai very uncomfortable, giving birth to a feeling of being watched for nothing. Live the illusion. This is just a trace of imperial prestige. If the Starry Sky Emperor really came, how terrifying would it be? Up to now, Yang Kai no longer doubts whether the Star Emperor really exists. The 2 Star Emperor tokens he got are rumored to be left by the Star Emperor, and the rumors of the Star Emperor Mountain are also related to the Star Emperor. The same goes for mountains. There is nothing wrong with everything. The Starry Sky Emperor probably really existed. Facing Emperor Wei, Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist 1 or 2, but remembered Ning Xiangchen's kind reminder, and then observed Kai He and others, and found that they were all calm, and simply held their breath and turned a blind eye stand up. This is still the outermost area. The power of Emperor Wei is not too strong. Even if it is not resisted, it will not cause any harm. Following Fei Zhitu all the way forward, he did not meet any warriors on the road. Fei Zhitu can perfectly lead everyone to bypass the vision and spiritual coverage of those warriors who came here to practice. After all, this trip is extremely confidential, and Fei Zhitu doesn't want to create any complications. This walk takes 2 days. As he got deeper and deeper into Luodi Mountain, the power of Emperor Wei shrouded in the surroundings became stronger, but Yang Kai was not surprised but happy now, because it was only 2 days, and he felt his divine power. The power of consciousness seems to have increased a bit, and under the subtle influence of the power of the Emperor, the sea of consciousness has also become clearer and purer. This is indeed a good place to practice spiritual consciousness. He didn't do anything at all, just staying here. He has these benefits. If he really finds a place here to practice spiritual consciousness or soul skills, it will definitely be more effective with half the effort. It's a pity that the power of the Emperor's prestige in Luodi Mountain is only suitable for warriors to temper their spiritual power. In addition, it is to condense their own momentum, and the effect is unavoidable. Otherwise, this place will definitely become a holy place for cultivation. It is not impossible for the major forces in the world to fight for the ownership of this place. After walking forward for another 3 days, Yang Kai faintly felt a little strenuous, and there was no other reason. Although the power of the Emperor here can purify the sea of consciousness and make the power of the martial artist's consciousness stronger, but this kind of tough one-sided however, the purification caused the warrior himself to bear a certain amount of pressure. If he couldn't hold on, it would definitely affect his own mind. Yang Kai is not bad. Until now he has not resisted the power of the Emperor's prestige, has been following Ning Xiangchen's reminder, silently comprehended all kinds of wonders contained in the Emperor's prestige, and gained a lot. But the other 3 Saint King realms couldn't do it. As early as yesterday, they had unanimously mobilized their spiritual powers to slightly resist the invasion of the Emperor's prestige. Comparing the 2 sides, the cultivation level of the spiritual sense can be distinguished. This scene not only surprised Kai He and others, but also amazed Ning Xiangchen and others. You must know that although Kai He and the other 3 are also at the 3rd level of the Holy King like Yang Kai, Two of them are proficient in the formation method, and the other is proficient in the technique of refining and driving puppets. No matter what kind it is, the requirements for the cultivation of spiritual consciousness are extremely harsh, especially the puppet art of the Lian family. Lian Guang can drive up to hundreds of puppets in battle, and each puppet has his own spiritual sense. Possession, the requirement for spiritual consciousness is even more terrifying than studying formations. It can be said that the cultivation base of these three people's spiritual consciousness surpassed that of warriors of the same level. But now compared with Yang Kai, it is still slightly inferior. How can this not surprise them? He secretly guessed in his heart what kind of cultivation technique Yang Kai had cultivated to be able to have such a powerful spiritual cultivation. Of course, Yang Kai didn't know the tricks in it, he just felt that if he resisted, the benefits he got here would be weakened, so he opened his body and mind to feel the Emperor's prestige. And after Ducisi realized this, she immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. After all, since she practiced, because of studying formations, she has always been much stronger than martial artists of the same level in terms of spiritual strength, but now she is in Yang Kai. She was deflated in front of her, and she was so proud that she was not willing to accept it. Gritting his silver teeth, he bent his heart and let go of the defense of the sea of consciousness. It wasn't until her face turned slightly pale that Kai-he noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask for warmth, but he touched the ashes on the nose again, and in desperation, he smiled wryly. There is a swamp in front of him. Fei Zhitu looked at the swamp solemnly, and took out the animal skin drawing for comparison. After a while, he said in a low voice, "We're almost there, right here, you all follow." Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help but cheer up and quickly followed his pace. Strictly speaking, this swamp in Luodi Mountain is formed in a huge valley. No one knows why there is a swamp here, but the ubiquitous miasma and puddles make warriors seldom set foot here. After all, the warriors who come here are all to sharpen their spiritual consciousness, and they all want to find a comfortable place to practice well. Who would want to come to such a place to suffer? Following Fei Zhitu forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, it took more than half a day for Fei Zhitu to stop suddenly, staring at a huge puddle in front of him, groaning silently. This is it. Ning Xiangqian took a step forward, stood side by side with Fei Zhitu, and asked. Well, according to the message from Qian Laogui, it should be right here, but we need to move a little bit. Saying this, Fei Zhitu took out a bead, and immediately spit it out, throw the bead towards the center of the puddle. In the attention of everyone, when the beads fell into the puddle immediately became choppy, as if something underneath was stirring the water in the puddle. Moreover, wisps of white cold air suddenly emerged, and in an instant, the temperature in the surrounding area of 100 feet dropped sharply. Ka-cha-cha! There was a burst of noise, and the huge puddle condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only in the middle, there was a passage that went straight down, and it was dark and bottomless. Yang Kai's spiritual sense was released, and there was no way to detect the bottom. After waiting for a while, until the rattling sound stopped coming out and the passageway was completely stabilized, Fei Zhitu shouted, "Come in, Brother Ning, you are still the queen, I will take a few little guys down first." Okay. Ning Xiangqian nodded slightly. Fei Zhitu glanced at Yang Kai and the others, and when he saw Ducisi, who was pale and sweating, he couldn't help frowning, with a look of displeasure on his face. Why couldn't he see that Ducisi was talking to himself? It's because of anger that he made it like this. This operation has a lot to do with it. If he couldn't find a good formation master, he wouldn't let this girl come over to help. When the blue light was released, Fei Zhitu had already wrapped the 4 of Yang Kai with his own Saint Yuan, and immediately jumped into the passage. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai guessed that he and the others fell at least 1,000 feet before they suddenly landed on the ground, and there was a sound of stream flowing in his ears, and with the blue light shining, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Looking around, I suddenly found that this place is actually next to the channel of an underground river. Moreover, as soon as he came here, the power of the Emperor's prestige that enveloped him all the time also disappeared. There is such a place underground. Kai-he also looked around in amazement, obviously not expecting that there is a cave under the Luodi mountain. HMPH, if the ancient ruins are so easy to find, they would have been turned upside down long ago, and it's not the turn of old ghost Qian. Fei Zhitu snorted coldly, glanced at Ducisi and said, "Take a break, if this happens again next time, you don't have to follow into the ruins." Ducisi bit her red lips lightly, and nodded in agreement. Although she was proud, she did not dare to disobey Fei Zhitu. After waiting for a while, Ning Xiangqian and the others also went deep into this place. After the 8 people reunited again, they took a short rest. Yang Kai stared in one direction, silent, not sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that from that direction, there was an ancient and desolate aura. That aura was inexplicable but quite charming. Seeing him staring in that direction, Phasia too couldn't help raising his eyebrows, because the direction he was going to move in later was exactly that position, and he didn't know if Yang Kai had discovered something. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Team at Dadudoum. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1339 Ancient Ruins. About half an hour later, when everyone recovered, Phasia too greeted them, "Let's go." After all, he followed the underground riverbed and walked towards the direction Yang Kai was staring at just now. As they went deeper, the ancient and desolate atmosphere that Yang Kai felt before became more and more intense. Even Kai He and others noticed it, and they looked at each other, and they couldn't help but see the excitement in each other's eyes. The things that can emit this kind of aura are obviously old things, and several people have been out and about for many times, so they are most sensitive to this kind of aura. It seems that there are really ancient ruins here. Although they knew that Phasia too couldn't deceive them, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it when they were about to approach their destination. For them this time, rescuing Qian Tong was naturally the main thing, but if they could go deep into the ancient ruins and get some benefits, that would be their wish. Especially in this kind of ruins where almost no one has set foot, there must be a lot of good things. But after a while, when a space magic circle appeared in front of everyone was stunned. Because the desolate aura I felt before was emitted by this space magic circle, and looking at the appearance of this space magic circle, it seems to be a little different from those gates on the gloomy star today. Although it is generally the same, there are still some subtleties. There are many differences. Yang Kai has also seen a lot of space magic circles, and he has cultivated space power, and immediately understands that this space law circle should be something left over from a long time ago. That's why it is different from the current space magic circle on the dark star. After all, the magic circle on the dark star has been repaired and changed a lot over the years. At this moment, in the pits at the base of the formation, there are a few high-grade holy crystals that have lost energy, obviously because they were consumed by opening the formation. Phasia too picked up a discarded holy crystal and felt it for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's right, old ghost Qian should have been transported to that ancient ruin through this magic circle, and these holy crystals have only been used for a short time. That being the case, let's go in too," Ning Xiangqian said anxiously. Phasia too shook his head slowly. Going in is definitely going to go in, but we don't know what's on the other side of the space magic circle. The message sent back by Qian Laogui is too vague. I was lucky to find this place. But since the ancient ruins can trap him, the interior must be no small matter. After you guys go in, don't act rashly, and follow us closely. If there is any danger, we will naturally take action to deal with it. Do you understand? Naturally, Kai He and others did not dare to refute, and quickly said yes. Seeing that the four Saint Kings looked obedient, Phasia too nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, pieces of high-grade saint crystals were thrown into the grooves of the formation base, and then Sheng Yuan urged, "Put everyone as shrouded in it, with a space law circle." The next moment, the light of the space magic circle flickered, and a group of 8 people disappeared in place amidst a whirling sound. When the 8 people reappeared, they were already in another place. The statue has just stood firm. Phasia too and several void-returning mirrors have already protruded their spiritual thoughts and swept around vigilantly. After realizing that there was no danger nearby, Phasia too and the others relaxed and began to look at their location and surrounding environment. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, and after a while, he couldn't help showing a strange look, because he found that after passing through the space magic circle, the place where he and others came was actually in a strange space. At this moment, the aura of heaven and earth seems to be stronger than the outside. Even the current Longshe mountain cannot be compared with it. Moreover, the sky is blue and white clouds, the sun is shining brightly, and the sky is clear. And the location of his group is actually in a large building complex, and this place seems to be where some sect is located. But in the perception of divine sense, there are no other living people here except the 8 of us. Is this an ancient relic? Ning Xiangqian and the others couldn't help but look at each other, revealing a trace of suspicion. Don't doubt, there is no doubt that there are ancient ruins here. Phasia too replied in a deep voice, as if he had discovered something, pointed his hand forward and said, "These words have evolved on Gloom Star now, only tens of thousands of years. It was even used hundreds of thousands of years ago." Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked at an attic not far away. The attic was quite exquisitely built. A plaque was hung on the second floor. How to look at it, I don't know what these words are, even Phasia too can't recognize them. In addition, there are some attics or buildings that also have plaques with engraved words. Without exception, these words are not recognized by everyone. Sure enough, it's an ancient relic, and it's so well preserved. Ning Xiangchen was so excited that he couldn't help but turn rosy, and the same was true for the old woman and the second-level void-returning warrior. It's not that ancient ruins have never been found on Gloom Star, but there really isn't such a complete one. If it is kept intact, it means that no one cares about the good things inside. As long as Qian Tong is rescued, there will be a lot of time to explore here. Thinking like this, the void-returning mirrors suddenly warmed up in their hearts. It's important to find old Ghost Qian first. As for the ruins, it's not too late to explore them at that time. Phasia too finally knew the priorities of the matter, and after the order was given, everyone agreed. After all, this place respects his strength, and Ning Xiangchen and the others have a close relationship with him, so naturally they will not refute anything. At that moment, Phasia too began to search for the marks left by Qian Tong. Fortunately, Qian Tong was cautious. After entering the ancient ruins, he left secret marks along the way. Otherwise, even if Phasia too wanted to find him now, he would have nowhere to start. After a while, Phasia too identified a direction and headed there. Everyone followed behind him, looking at the wing rooms and attics that passed by him, all of them sighed. If they had to rescue Qian Tong, they must have gone deep into these buildings to search by now. With so many wings and attics, there's always something good in there. But now, they could only resist thinking about it. After walking for about a stick of incense, to everyone's surprise, everything was safe and sound. There seemed to be no danger inside the ancient ruins, but the more this happened, the more dignified everyone's expressions became. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance floated into everyone's noses, and everyone couldn't help but look shocked, and instantly felt as if they were enlightened. This is... Ning Xiangchen's eyes widened, and he pointed his hand. The fragrance is coming from the front. Phasia too's expression also lifted, and he couldn't help speeding up his pace. Something that can produce such a strange fragrance must be a good thing, so he naturally wanted to see what it was. After a while, everyone stopped in front of a flower bed. There were many exotic flowers and plants planted in the flower bed, but most of them had no real effect and were just for people to watch. Only in the middle of the flower bed was a plant Ziying is a foot tall, straight grass like a sharp sword, which is really eye-catching. The aroma that everyone smelled before was exactly from this purple grass. Sword soul grass. And it's already purple, the old man Ning Xiangchen exclaimed, looking at the purple grass with fiery eyes. Not only him, but even Phasia too couldn't hide his excitement. Sword soul grass is the main medicinal material for refining a kind of sword soul pill. It is most suitable for warriors who have cultivated the supernatural powers of the sword. Sword soul grass itself is a mid-grade vanity medicinal material. Looking at the entire gloomy star, it is also a rare spiritual herb, and even if sword soul grass is mature, it is only light blue in color, but if the medicine is old enough, its color will be slowly get darker. The purple soul sword grass is at least tens of thousands of years old, so one can imagine how precious and rare it is. If he really used this sword soul grass to refine a pill and let a warrior who had cultivated the supernatural powers of the sword swallow it, then the benefits he would get would be incalculable. This is definitely a priceless and precious spiritual herb. It is also very useful for Phasia too and other void return mirrors. Although they are not majoring in kendo, everyone has dabbled in this comprehension more or less, and each of them has mastered some martial arts and moves of kendo. Naturally, they also have a desire for sword soul grass, and even if they don't use it, they can exchange it for a lot nice one. Brother Fei, Ning Xiangchen turned his head and looked at Phasia too. Although the things were good, they were not enough to turn good friends like them against each other. What's more, they just came to this ancient ruins and found such a thing. As long as you stay here for a while, I'm afraid you won't find something good. So Ning Xiangchen greeted Phasia too, and wanted to hear his opinion on how to deal with this sword soul grass. Everyone should not rush to explore those attics and wing rooms, so as not to cause complications. Let go of the truth. If you believe in Fei, I will keep the sword soul grass for my safekeeping. We will discuss it carefully after we go out. Phasia too said loudly. I have no objection. The old woman expressed her opinion immediately. We can still trust the character of Lord Philadelphia, so let's do it like this. Another void return two-layer warrior also nodded in agreement, and the rest of Ning Xiangchen would naturally not refute. Seeing that the negotiation was done, Fei Zhitu immediately took out a jade shovel and walked to the sword soul grass. It seemed that he was going to pick it by the roots. Brother Yang, why do you have such a serious expression? Kai He suddenly approached Yang Kai and asked. He inadvertently noticed that Yang Kai's brows were tightly wrinkled, as if he was preoccupied, so he couldn't help but ask with concern. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his question, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he suddenly shouted, "No, this is not sword soul grass, Lord Philadelphia, stop." Kai He was taken aback by him, and quickly looked towards Fei Zhitu, but Yang Kai's words were a bit late, and the jade shovel in Fei Zhitu's hand had already shoveled on the soil in the flower bed. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1340 Light Splitting Cloud Sea Formation. When Fei Zhitu's jade shovel shoveled on the soil of the flower bed where the sword soul grass was located, a pure white halo centered on the sword soul grass, rippling strangely, and at the same time, there was a burst of abnormal energy all around fluctuation. Fei Zhitu's complexion changed drastically, and he hastily pulled back. The old man and another void return two-layer powerhouse also surged with holy yuan, covering the 4 juniors of the Holy King realm under his protection. The sword soul grass, which was originally purple and straight like a sword, suddenly twisted at this moment, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, endless dazzling rays of light rushed out, and the rays of light squirmed and changed, forming a blossoming clouds of different colors surrounded everyone. After 2 breaths, the surrounding environment has undergone a huge change. Looking around, there are no attics and wing rooms that I saw before, and there are no flower beds and sword soul grass in front of me, and there are no exotic flowers and plants for viewing. There is nothing but the chaotic sky and the strange and unpredictable earth. And everyone's current position seems to be standing in the clouds, in all directions, up, down, left, and right. There are clouds of different colors and sizes, and there is nothing else. Formation. Fei Zhitu's face was ashen. At this moment, he didn't know that the sword soul grass that everyone saw before was just a trap. Once he touched the sword soul grass, the formation would appear immediately. People are stuck in it. However, the skill of the formation was far beyond everyone's imagination. Among the 8 people present, almost no one saw the flaws. Only Yang Kai yelled at the last moment as a reminder, but that yell was too late. Thinking of this, Fei Zhitu glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, as if he didn't understand how he saw the flaw. After all, even the 4 void return mirrors didn't notice it just now. Yang Kai naturally knew what he was thinking, and before he could ask, he took the initiative to say, "This junior has a little research on pharmacology. Since the color of the sword soul grass just now is purple, the medicinal age must be very high. Reaching that level of sword soul grass, the fragrance emitted will have a slight spicy feeling, which stimulates people's sense of smell like an invisible sword blade." Fei Zhitu's expression was surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. Now that this trap has been triggered and surrounded by formations, it is meaningless to ask these questions. He turned his head to look at Kai He and Du Sisi and asked, "You guys are more proficient in formations. Do you see any eyebrows?" Du Sisi and Kai He began to observe carefully after the surrounding light suddenly lit up and the clouds formed. Hearing this, Du Sisi said with an ugly face, "If this junior reads it right, this should be a kind of ancient strange formation, splitting the sea of clouds. The formation is a formation that has long been lost. This junior also means the same thing." Kai He nodded aside, agreeing with Du Sisi's conjecture. Splitting light cloud sea formation. Fei Zhitu looked at the other 3 void returning mirrors with a dazed look on his face, as if he had never heard of this kind of formation, and asked quickly, "Is this formation difficult to crack?" "What's the matter, Power?" Du Sisi smiled wryly and said, "Let's not talk about its cracking method. Junior, let's talk about its formation principle. Have you seen the clouds around here? Naturally, this cloud doesn't seem to be an illusion, and it doesn't seem to be formed by the accumulation of any energy. It's very strange." The old man Ning Shangchen nodded. "Because they are all real clouds," Du Sisi said surprisingly. "What?" The faces of Fei Zhitu and others changed drastically. "You said they are real clouds?" "That's right. The reason why the light-splitting cloud sea formation is lost is because the arrangement of this formation requires refining the clouds in the sky, and now the strongest fighters on the Gloom Star do not have this ability, so naturally they cannot arrange this formation law. Refining the clouds in the sky." Rao Shi, Fei Zhitu and the others were well informed, and were also stunned by Du Sisi's words, and they couldn't accept it for a while. What kind of strong man is it? To have such a shocking method, even to refine the clouds in the sky, this is simply unbelievable. Du Cece turned a blind eye to their ugly expressions, and continued to speak leisurely, refining the clouds is just the first step. The people who set up the formation will fuse the energy of various attributes in the clouds, and then extract the spirits of monsters and beasts into them, so that these originally dead the clouds of objects have the effect of changing and attacking. The clouds in the split light cloud C formation can all be transformed into cloud beasts. Depending on the level of the monster spirits drawn by the people who set up the formation, the level of the cloud beasts is also different, but these cloud beasts, no matter what level it is extremely difficult to be killed. You mean these things can transform? Fei Zhitu pointed his finger and floated around. The countless clouds of different colors had an extremely ugly expression. There is no need for Du Cece to answer. When Fei Zhitu asked this sentence, the dozen or so clouds scattered around the crowd suddenly twisted and squirmed, and the next moment, they turned into monsters with different shapes but hideous appearances. They look like beasts, but these cloud beasts don't have flesh and blood. They are all composed of clouds, but they incorporate a lot of pure energy, which is stronger than real monsters. Everyone's spiritual thoughts swept over the bodies of those cloud beasts, and after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Du Cece patted her towering chest with her hands, her pretty face turned pale, and said happily, "It seems that we are lucky, they are all cloud beasts with only asterisk level strength." She couldn't help being unhappy. Since this formation was set up in ancient times, who knows what the means of the people who set up the formation are. If 1 or 2 cloud beasts of the 10th rank are left here, everyone will be buried here. Even if Fei Zhitu and the others are defiant, they can't fight against the 10th order monster, which is equivalent to the powerhouse of the Void King realm. Just stepping into the ancient ruins, they fell into such a formation, and everyone felt heavy all of a sudden. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Fei Zhitu sternly shouted, "Du girl and Kai Shaozi find a way to break the formation. Let us deal with these clouds." Yes, Kai He and Du Cece nodded quickly, knowing that it was time to play their roles, and immediately lifted their spirits. Fei Zhitu glanced at Yang Kai and the taciturn Lian Guang again. "You also take care of yourself, don't accidentally fall here." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lian Guang still didn't say a word, but took out palm-sized puppets from his space ring. The puppets were thrown out, and immediately one after another holy yuan was shot out, pouring into those puppets without any mistakes. The next moment, these puppets suddenly became bigger, which made Yang Kai's eyes light up and was amazed. It was the first time he saw someone using puppets, and Lian Guang, as a warrior of the 3rd level of the Holy King, the puppets driven by him all exuded the energy fluctuations of the 1st or 2nd level of the Holy King. There are about 5 or 6 of them. They have different shapes and sizes. The small ones are like spirit snakes, and the big ones are like houses. Each one looks very useful, and they must be very powerful when combined. Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason why the Lian family's reputation spread far and wide was not in vain. With Lian Guang alone, he could remain invincible among warriors of the same level, even if he encountered the Void Return Mirror. The strong ones may not have no chance to escape. On the other side, Fei Zhitu had already sacrificed his own blue jade bowl, and the round bowl suddenly turned into a size of more than 10 feet in a radius, covering the cloud beasts that were stalking nearby. The blue light gushed out, enveloping a 9th level cloud beast that was showing off its power and had not yet had time to attack, and then the blue light retracted, ignoring the struggling and howling of the 9th level cloud beast, and put it into the blue jade bowl middle. This time, Yang Kai's expression froze, and he realized that he had underestimated the power of this blue jade bowl. At the same time, the old man Ning Shangchen let out a soft whistle, and a crutch-like secret treasure appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his arm, the crutch suddenly turned into a shadow of a stick in the sky, attacking the cloud beast, but the old woman drove a like a net-shaped secret treasure. The large net spreads out and emits dazzling 3-color light, which not only makes the cloud beast covered by the light stagnate but also has some indescribable killing effects. As soon as a few people made a move, the cloud beasts were completely enraged, and the roar of the beasts came out. Except for the 9th level cloud beast that was taken away by the blue jade bowl, which was still missing, the rest of them all stalked towards this place fiercely. They rushed towards them, but before the shadow of the beast arrived, beams of energy sprayed out from their beast mouths, hitting this side overwhelmingly. This scene caused Fei Zhitu and the others to change their expressions slightly, and the blue jade bowl turned around again, emitting azure blue light from it, covering Kai He and Du Cece in it for protection. "Brother Wen, Du girl and Kai boy will be handed over to you." Fei Zhitu left his own blue jade bowl, and after telling the male warrior who had returned to the 2nd level of the void, the majestic Saint Yuan burst out. The cloud beast greeted it. Ning Xiangchen followed closely behind with the secret treasure of the crutch and the old woman, and the three of them formed horns, instantly smashing 7 or 8 cloud beasts to pieces. But the Wen Jing strongman stood there without moving a bit, and shouted at Du Sisi and Kai-he who were standing there stupidly, "Haven't you broken the formation yet?" Oh, Kai-he and Du Sisi came back to their senses, and they simultaneously took out a piece of tools for breaking the formation from their own space, and sprinkled them around after entering the Saint Yuan. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they were already studying the light-splitting cloud formation, and he felt relieved. Having stayed with Yang Yan for a long time, he naturally knows that the things the two of them have just thrown out are called formation plates and formation bases, and they will be used not only when forming formations but also when breaking formations. And if this kind of thing is refined, even people who are not proficient in formations can use it to set up formations. Yang Kai wanted Yang Yan to refine a few sets of powerful formations for him before, but he couldn't find the opportunity and time. It seems that she has to help this time when he goes back. Although the formations arranged with the formation discs are not as powerful as the orthodox formations and cannot exert 100% of their power, they can be recovered. As long as the formation discs are not damaged, they can be used unlimited times. Said, is undoubtedly a very good thing. R.S. S. Chapter 1341 Cloud Beast. In a flash of thought, Yang Kai saw that Lian Guang was already driving his puppet to meet one of the 8th order cloud beasts deliberately left behind by Fei Feijitu and others. The clouds are refined and unpredictable, and immediately after rushing up, they fought with Lian Guang's puppets in full swing. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and with a flick of his figure, he stopped in front of another 8th order cloud beast that wanted to help. Fei Jitu and the others deliberately left these two 8th order cloud beasts. Firstly, they were flawless and had too many cloud beasts to deal with, so they couldn't deal with more. Secondly, they also wanted to test Yang Kai. He and Lian Guang's fighting strength will prevent the two of them from being ostentatious and dragging their feet on the road ahead. The 8th order monster that Yang Kai stopped looked like a mighty giant tiger, with a clearly recognizable king character on its forehead, a long tail that was made of fine steel, cold light flashing, and its body was 3 feet high. But its body is emerald green, which looks extremely strange. During the action, a gust of wind hit the face, making people want to vomit. Yang Kai immediately understood that this cloud beast was probably fused with a highly poisonous thing. Yang Kai didn't wait for it to react, and shook the golden thread away, turning it into a golden light, cutting its body continuously, and the sound of roaring came out, and the body of the giant tiger fell into pieces instantly, and was cut into countless pieces. Block, as if vulnerable to a single blow. But after Yang Kai saw this scene, he was not happy and surprised, because the aura of the other party did not weaken because of his own cutting, but became more violent. After the golden thread was retracted, the severed body of the giant tiger, in a burst of wriggling and fusion, unexpectedly returned to its original state, with no trace of scar or even weakening of breath. This cloud beast is indeed difficult to kill. If it was an ordinary 8th order monster, Yang Kai would have died without a place to bury him. But the opponent is not a flesh and blood body. Even if it is broken up, it can be reorganized body. It seems that what Du Sisi said before is not false. After figuring this out, Yang Kai directly retracted the golden thread, and as soon as his divine sense moved, a crisp bird song came out, and the next moment, a red firebird weapon spirit appeared leisurely. It spread its wings, and directly transformed into the giant bird, which was more than 10 feet long, immediately rushed towards the giant tiger under Yang Kai's instructions. Juhu's eyes seemed to reveal a hint of fear. He instinctively felt that Qi Ling was not to be trifled with, no longer the arrogance and disdain he had when he faced Yang Kai just now. He opened his mouth, and a large cloud of green poisonous mist was blown away. It sprayed out, enveloped it in it, and covered its figure. The fire bird, the weapon spirit, looked disdainful, and rushed into the poisonous fog without hesitation with a high-pitched bird song. For a time, the green and red rays of light entangled into a group of tiger roars and birdsong one after another. Yang Kai stood aside with his arms folded, watching with cold eyes. It took only a moment for the wisps of emerald green color to be evaporated by the scorching high temperature, and the emerald green poisonous mist that enveloped the giant tiger became lighter and thinner, and the figure of the giant tiger reappeared. At this moment, the firebird weapon spirit completely occupied the upper part, and hot flames spewed out from the bird's beak, continuously burning and evaporating the poisonous mist of the giant tiger, turning the helpless roar of the tiger suppressed by it into a wail. Every time it was burned by the flames, the giant tiger showed a frightened expression. However, the firebird weapon spirit seemed to be in full swing. The flames spit out from the bird's beak became stronger and stronger, looking like it was about to drive the giant tiger to death. This scene made the martial artist surnamed Wen, who was protecting Kai Hadu Sisi nearby, look brilliant. Staring at the firebird who was showing off his power, he couldn't help showing a look of envy. Yang Kai made a big fuss in Sky Fate City and killed a void return mirror from the Xie family. After the news spread, many people knew that he had an incredible artifact spirit, and that artifact spirit was still of fire attribute. This is also the reason why the old man Ning Shangchen and the other three kept showing favor to Yang Kai along the way. Without him, the strength has reached the void returning mirror. Each of them has several void-level secret treasures in their hands, and they are secret treasures that have been damaged in battle. The weapon master makes a move. On Gloomy Star, how rare are virtual-level craftsmen. The only Master Green in the Shadow Moon Palace passed away half a year ago. Those void-returning mirrors want to restore their secret treasures, but they have no way out. After learning that Yang Kai had the Firebird artifact spirit, they were immediately moved. As long as Yang Kai can borrow the Firebird artifact spirit for a period of time, with their own strength, they may not be able to repair those damaged artifacts. Even if they cannot restore them to a perfect state, it will definitely be of great benefit. If it wasn't so, how could the three void-returning mirrors have handed over to Yang Kai all the way? They are not full and have nothing to do. Now the warrior surnamed Wen is overjoyed when he sees the ferocious power of this Firebird weapon spirit with his own eyes. Such a weapon spirit was definitely born from a high-level refining furnace, and it is said that it was born during the riots in Tianyan City. Yang Kai did sacrifice a secret treasure like a furnace. If it is not bad, then it should be the hidden treasure of Qiling. With artifact spirit and artifact refining furnace, it doesn't matter if you are not proficient in artifact refining. But it is definitely not an easy task to find someone to borrow this kind of treasure. You must first let others feel at ease with you, and you must have a life-threatening friendship. While Wen Shouwei was taking care of Kai He and Du Sisi, he was actually looking for opportunities to help Yang Kai, wanting to sell his favor. How could he know that Yang Kai didn't need to intervene in the battle with the Cloud Beast, which surprised him? While the weapon is powerful, it is also a little regretful. While he was thinking wildly, the giant tiger's body had actually shrunk to 2/3 of its original size, and after being chased and killed by the firebird Qiling Yidong, less than half of the clouds forming its body had been evaporated. After all, it also fused with the spirit of a monster. After realizing something was wrong, the giant tiger roared sharply, and its huge body suddenly swelled, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from inside. Yang Kai's expression froze, and Qiling's eyeballs rolled around, and immediately flew high, away from the place where the giant tiger was. The next moment, the giant tiger's body suddenly exploded. Amidst the crackling sound, green rays of light flew in all directions, scattered in 5 chapters, but those green lights turned into the shapes of miniature giant tigers in an instant, scattered and escaped. Firebird Qiling was stunned, and flew into a rage. It thought that the giant tiger was invincible and wanted to explode its soul, so it ran away, but it didn't know that the opponent was just bluffing to escape. Spreading his wings, groups of scorching fireballs flew out, attacking those green figures with incomparable precision, directly purifying those green figures. But after the giant tiger's body exploded, there were too many scattered and fleeing green figures, and Qiling couldn't take care of all of them. There were always a few who avoided its fireball attack and survived by luck. Yang Kai grinned, and with a wave of his hands, large nets formed by pitch-black magic flames shot out, enveloping the escaped figures. None of them failed, and the emerald green figures who managed to escape the firebird's attack were all wrapped in these big nets. Luo Tianwang is also a kind of Nine Heavens divine skill, which is just suitable for this time. Although the Nine Heavens divine skill is a martial skill on the Tongshuan continent, with the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the power that can be displayed is not the same, not to mention that this net is formed by the magic flame. There was a stabbing sound. No matter how hard the green figures struggled in the net, they couldn't break through the net, but were burned to death under the scorching power of the magic flame. Just a moment later, the giant tiger cloud beast disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai breathed out a sigh of relief, knowing that if the firebird weapon spirit showed its power this time, it would be difficult to kill such a cloud beast by his own means alone. Although the magic flame also restrained its poisonous mist, but Yang Kai himself is not afraid of poison like Qiling. If he fights alone, he must be tied up, and there will be some changes in his life. Calling back the artifact spirit, Yang Kai looked to the side, just in time to see Lian Guang's eyes looking towards this side, and the battle on his side also ended, and the cloud beast that was entangled by him with the puppet was also killed at this moment. Scum. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't know what method Lian Guang used to kill a cloud beast in such a short period of time, and the other party also didn't know Yang Kai's ability. However, after seeing the Firebird artifact spirit standing on Yang Kai's shoulder combing its feathers, a trace of understanding appeared on his face, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, obviously thinking that killing the cloud beast was the work of the artifact spirit. Immediately, both of them raised their heads and looked not far away, wanting to see how the battle of the void returning mirrors was going. At a glance, their faces darkened. Because when the two of them killed their respective cloud beasts, another cloud beast popped out of the clouds running around in a burst of wriggling, and this time, this cloud beast exuded the aura of a 9th level monster. After realizing this, not only Yang Kai and Lian Guang looked ugly, but even Fei Zhitu and others felt a headache. He teamed up with the old man, and finally managed to draw with the remaining cloud beasts and maintain an unbeaten situation. If there is another 9th level monster, they have no way of determining how the situation will develop. The martial artist surnamed Wen obviously also saw this, but he was responsible for protecting Kai He and Du Sisi. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to leave their side easily, otherwise if something happened to them, no one would be able to solve it formation. And seeing that there are so many clouds around, presumably even if they try their best to kill this new cloud beast, there will be more cloud beasts appearing. This is simply the rhythm of killing people in this formation. Only then did everyone understand the sinister intentions of the people who set up the formation. It was extremely vicious to let people see a little hope, but ruthlessly snuff out this hope. Just when the warrior surnamed Wen looked cloudy, Yang Kai pointed his hand and drove Qi Ling to meet the cloud beast, turned his head to look at Lian Guang, and said with a smile, "Brother Lian, how about holding it together? See, in this situation, there is no way to continue killing, and we can only delay time. You don't need to remind me about this kind of thing." Lian Guang replied with a cold face, and drove his puppets to meet him. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1342 Array Card. Although the 9th Order Cloud Beast is very powerful, neither Yang Kai nor Lian Guang is an ordinary 3rd-layer Saint King. Needless to say, Yang Kai himself, it is commonplace to fight over the ranks, and the few puppets driven by Lian Guang are not ordinary. It should not be underestimated. With the cooperation of the weapon spirit Firebird, it was easy to entangle the 9th level monster, making it unable to harass Fei Zhitu and others. If it weren't for the weirdness and many changes of the Fengguang Cloud Sea formation, the two of them would probably be able to kill the 9th level Cloud Beast in a short time. Seeing how easily the two Saint King realms dealt with each other, Fei Zhitu and the others were also overjoyed, and felt a bit more at ease. And after witnessing the formation of Cloud Beasts, they also understood that in this formation, they could only procrastinate for time, and immediately change their previous strategy. Instead of killing Cloud Beasts, they only wanted to hold them back. In this way, the pressure on several people was greatly reduced, and they were able to handle it with ease. During this period, Kai He and Du Sisi kept injecting holy yuan into the foundations of the formations, prying into the various mysteries of the split light cloud sea formation, trying to find such things as the eyes and gates of the formation, but this formation is ancient and strange. Formation, the two were born in a family that is proficient in formations, and they were helpless in a short period of time, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads in a hurry. Regardless of the current situation being stable, whether it is Yang Kai and Lian Guang, the two Saint Kings, or Fei Zhitu and the other three void returning mirrors, they all deal with it with ease, but once time drags on, something will happen. God knows in this formation will there be more cloud beasts appearing. So the two of them put in all their strength, took out what they had learned in their lives, and kept deducing the various changes of this formation. A stick of incense. Time has passed. Half an hour has passed. An hour has passed. The complexion of the martial artist surnamed Wen gradually became dignified, while Fei Zhitu and the others were also not relaxed, but Yang Kai and Lian Guang, who were relatively weak in strength, looked satisfied. For Yang Kai, the main contributor in this battle was the Firebird, the weapon spirit, and he was just casually displaying the 9 heavens divine skill to restrain the 9th order cloud beast. In terms of the amount of Saint Yuan stored in his body, it was absolutely impossible. It can't consume too much, but Lian Guang is driving the puppets to meet the enemy. Although the spiritual consciousness is consumed a lot, after taking some pills to replenish the power of the spiritual consciousness, he is calm and his face is as usual. But after such a long time of entanglement and fighting, Fei Zhitu and others were a little bit overwhelmed, and the Saint Yuan consumption was huge. If this continued, the situation would be worrying. Fei Zhitu couldn't help feeling anxious, and kept looking at Kai He Du Sisi, and the two looked over, wanting to see how they were progressing. Seeing this, the martial artist surnamed Wen had no choice but to urge Kai-he and Ducisi, and they lived up to expectations. After an hour of deduction, they finally found a flaw. A ray of mysterious light suddenly shot out from the countless formation discs and formation bases, circled twice in place, and then shot leisurely towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious light hit a group of fiery red clouds floating in midair. After being hit by the mysterious light, the fiery red cloud that was originally moving suddenly settled there. Ducisi's pretty face was filled with joy, and she quickly yelled, "The eye of the array is right there, break it and you can break the split light cloud sea array." Hearing her yell, everyone showed joy. Although after entering, everyone had already guessed that the eyes or gates of the formation might be hidden in the countless clouds, but no one dared to touch these clouds easily, lest if something bad happens. Now that the eye of the formation has been found, this worry naturally no longer exists. "Brother Wen," Fei Zhitu suddenly shouted, "leave it to Wen." A stern look appeared on the face of the warrior surnamed Wen. Staring at the cloud hit by the mysterious light, he flicked his wrist, a long golden needle that was half a foot long, and suddenly appeared on the ground. Putting it between his fingers, he immediately poured the holy yuan into it, and the golden light was shining brightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "Go." After saying that, he flicked his hand, and the golden light went straight towards the cloud. In midair, the golden light seemed to transform into a fanged snake, which opened its mouth wide, full of power. Seeing that the golden light was about to hit the clouds, a surprising scene happened. The cloud unexpectedly turned into a squirrel-like fiery little beast in a burst of wriggling and changing. The little beast's eyeballs rolled around, revealing a look of disdain, and it disappeared strangely in place while shaking its figure. The spirit snake transformed by the golden light came close to it, but suddenly flew into the air. The warrior surnamed Wen's face darkened, his expression was ugly. Although he knew that the cloud must have changed, he never expected that the cloud beast transformed by the other party would disappear just like that, and he couldn't feel any breath when his divine sense was released. The presence. When he was annoyed, he saw that Yang Kai's body was like a gust of wind. He rushed directly to the place where the little beast disappeared, opened his hands coldly, and grabbed there. Poof! Yang Kai's big hand seemed to have caught something, but no matter how the martial artist surnamed Wen looked, he couldn't see anything, but a burst of squeaking sound came from there. Immediately there was a stream of light flickering over there, and the little beast that disappeared before unexpectedly reappeared strangely, and at this moment, the little beast was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. It didn't go away, but it didn't know what method it used to hide its figure, and that method was enough to deceive the spiritual detection of the martial artist surnamed Wen. How did this kid find out? The martial artist surnamed Wen looked at Yang Kai in amazement, really wondering whether the other party was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse or really targeted. Just when his thoughts were turning sharply, a group of pitch-black magic flames appeared in Yang Kai's hands, burning the little beast mercilessly. No matter how the little beast struggled and resisted, it couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's shackles. The cloud beast, as the eye of the formation, had no combat power at all. It seemed that it could only hide its body, and perhaps had other magical abilities, but it didn't have time to display it. In the blink of an eye, the little beast was burned into a ball by the magic flame, and a wooden token-like thing appeared in front of Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai's expression was startled, and he grabbed the wooden sign in his hand. While the little beast was being destroyed, the cloud beasts that had been entangled with Fei Zhitu and others, as well as the cloud beasts that had been circling with Huo Nao and Lian Guang, and even the countless clouds floating around all turned towards the wood. The cards came pouring in. As if there was an astonishing suction force coming from the wooden sign, all the clouds were sucked into it. After just 3 breaths, the crisis was lifted, and the world that was originally full of clouds and seas suddenly collapsed. After everyone came back to their senses, they suddenly found that they were still standing near the flower bed. On the flower bed, the purple sword soul grass still straight as a sword. The light-splitting cloud sea formation is completely broken. But at this moment, no one opened their mouths to speak. Instead, they all stood there in a daze, looking at the fast wooden tablet in Yang Kai's hand, showing envious expressions. Even Fei Zhitu and others were no exception. The eyes of Kai-he and Ducisi can even be said to be extremely fanatical. At this moment, the thing like a wooden sign actually exuded a pure white light, which made it impossible to look directly at it. Array card. Could this be the legendary array card? Ducisi called out, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out to be a formation card. Fei Zhitu's Adam's apple twitched, his expression a bit complicated, although he had guessed just now, but he was not sure. Now hearing Ducisi's shout, he immediately knew that his guess was right. This turned out to be an extremely rare formation card. And all the people present had obviously heard about the rarity and value of array cards, and the martial artist surnamed Wen was very depressed when he thought that this rare treasure was lost to him and was obtained by Yang Kai. If he had gone directly to capture the little beast just now, the formation card might have been his own. Such a formation card is undoubtedly much more valuable than a virtual level secret treasure. Brother Yang, Kai Heong shouted, and just as he finished speaking, he was stunned to see Yang Kaiyan calmly put the array of cards into his space ring, and stood there blankly. Cough. Phasia too coughed lightly. Since Yang got it, it is also your chance, so keep it well. Hearing what he said, Ning Shangchen pondered for a while, then laughed and said, Congratulations, little friend, for getting this rare treasure, your strength has greatly increased. The old woman and the martial artist surnamed Wen thought about it, and they all congratulated, obviously agreeing with Phasia Tu's words, and didn't mean to snatch or share the array of cards with Yang Kai. After all, he came here this time mainly to rescue Qian Tong, and getting this formation card was just an unintentional act. It is obviously not wise to have a conflict over this formation card now. What's more, the three void returning mirrors are all determined to make friends with Yang Kai and borrow his Firebird artifact spirit. The opinions of many void returning mirrors have reached a consensus, and the remaining three holy kings dare not have any opinions. Du Cece almost pursed her mouth to the sky, looking at Yang Kai with an extremely resentful expression. This guy doesn't understand the way of formation at first glance, let alone the preciousness of formation cards, but he actually got formation cards, which is really unreasonable. If you let yourself get the formation card, maybe the Du family's formation method can be taken to a higher level and completely suppress the Kai family. Kai, he thought for a while, and he could only congratulate Yang Kai resignedly, but the smile on his face was extremely bitter. If he was caught by something, he didn't care, but this array has too much to do with it, especially for them. A famous family is even more meaningful. Yang Kai frowned slightly, although he had never heard of array cards, but from the reactions of these people, he seemed to have obtained something incredible. But he didn't bother to ask these people, he was only going to ask Yang Yan what was going on with the array of cards when he returned to Longshe Mountain. When they encountered a sword soul grass by chance, they suddenly encountered this difficulty. Everyone immediately understood that this ancient relic was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface, but instead full of dangers. If one was not careful, it would fall into the restraining formation. Everyone naturally dared not show any negligence. Let's rest and recover here first. If you encounter something on the road again, don't act rashly. After Phasia Tu said, he went to the side and meditated. Everyone nodded one after another, and took out the holy crystal and the elixir to start recovering. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1343 Array Master. Although Yang Kai didn't need to recover, but in order not to be too conspicuous, he also dealt with it a little bit, and also found a place nearby to meditate. The aura of heaven and earth here is much richer than that outside, so recovery is naturally more effective. After a while, a few saint kings who did not contribute much will recover completely. Sensing a burst of footsteps coming towards him, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Kai He and Du Cece walking hand in hand. Du Cece still looked the same, Kai He had a smile on his face. Is there something wrong with you too? Yang Kai waited for them to get close before asking in a pretense of confusion, although he didn't know what they were looking for him for, but Yang Kai felt that it should have something to do with the array of cards. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kai He clasped his fists and said, Brother Yang, don't blame us, we are all of the same generation. Kai will not tell you anything false. I came here this time just to ask Brother Yang, I don't know how you plan to deal with the situation you just got. The array card, do you have any plans to sell it? When he asked this question, Du Cece also stared at Yang Kai eagerly with beautiful eyes, looking eager to try, as if once Yang Kai said he wanted to sell, she would immediately ask for a price. Yang Kai smiled, shook his head and said, Sorry, I still have plenty of money, and I don't plan to sell this item for the time being. A look of pity flashed across Kai He's face. Even though he had some guesses, he was still disappointed when he heard Yang Kai's answer. On the contrary, it was Du Cece who snorted coldly and said, Seeing that you have never been in contact with formations, do you know what formation cards are and what are their uses? Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Do you know that it has nothing to do with the girl? It is in my hands, and I am free to deal with it as I want. You. Du Cece's chest rose and fell, and she shouted coquettishly, but you can get the formation card, and it's all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Otherwise, do you have this ability, and you can find the location of the formation, or me and Kai he credit, even if the card is in your hand, it should be mine. Oh, Yang Kai touched his chin and looked at her with a half-smile. Hearing what you said, you seem to want to snatch my formation card. I didn't say that, don't spout blood. Du Cici's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but glanced at Phasia too. After all, Phasia too said just now that since Yang Kai got the formation card, it is his things. If Yang Kai really wanted to take such a big hat off, it would be hard to explain it to Phasia too. What does that girl mean? Yang Kai's face turned cold. He has never had a good impression of this kind of self-righteous woman. It's fine if others don't provoke him. Once provoked, he doesn't bother to give the other party any embarrassment. I just want to represent the Du family to buy your formation cards. Du Cici gritted her silver teeth. I told you, array cards are not for sale. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Until now, he still doesn't know how precious array cards are, let alone a mere Du family. Even if Shadow Moon Hall came to buy them, he would not buy them. Will let go. How could he give up so easily before he understood the function of the cards? And Du Cici brought up the name of the Du family, obviously wanting to suppress herself, which made Yang Kai feel a little disgusted. Hearing Yang Kai's refusal, Du Cici sneered, and said slowly, don't refuse, it's not too late to hear the price. Our Du family bid 30 million Saint crystals. 30 million, a lot of Saint crystals. Yang Kai chuckled. I'm afraid this little girl doesn't know the background of Longshe Mountain, right? You want to impress yourself with just 30 million Saint crystals. On the contrary, it was Kai He, who seemed to have heard about Longshe Mountain, and sniffed at the side. Are you still not satisfied with this price? Du Cici was obviously taken aback. After all, she heard that Yang Kai was just a guy who occupied the mountain as king. How could such a martial artist who came from a grassroots team have seen so many Saint crystals? Numbers, even if the Du family wants to get them together, is not a simple matter. She has no right to make this decision, but the cards are very important, and after returning home, she will tell the family. Presumably the family will only agree and will not object. Even if you sell everything you want, you will still be able to make up this amount. Du Sidai frowned, thinking that Yang Kai felt that the rare goods were worth living in and wanted to raise the price, secretly scolded this person for being too hateful, rolled his eyes and said, well, if you can sell the formation cards to my Du family, not only will we pay you 30 million holy crystals, but we can also make several sets of powerful array discs and foundations for you by the formation masters of our Du family. Is this enough? Not for sale. Yang Kai still shook his head. Du Cici looked at Yang Kai like a fool. To be honest, the price she offered was indeed not low, but she didn't expect to be able to impress Yang Kai at all. To bid again. Yang Kai interrupted her chatter with a wave of his hand, frowned and said, girl, please go back. Even if your Du family offers the best conditions, I will not sell array cards. You will regret it. Du Cici was extremely angry, stomped her feet, turned and left angrily, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yang Kai. Kai He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to comfort her, but he remained silent in the end. After Du Cici left, he smiled wryly. Brother Yang, don't blame her. Cici is usually spoiled and has a bit of a young lady's temper. If she offends her, Mr. Kai is here to accompany Brother Yang on her behalf. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile, nodded and said, it's okay, I don't have the same knowledge as her. Then thank you, Brother Yang. Kai He felt relieved, and said again, but looking at Brother Yang's appearance, it seems that he really doesn't understand the preciousness of formation cards. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and he said, I would like to hear the details. Kai He chuckled, sat cross-legged across from Yang Kai, and chatted with him. Listening to Kai Hei's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood why Du Cici was so persistent in facing the cards, and also realized the rarity of the cards. Formation techniques are broad and profound. Even if a warrior spends his whole life, he may not be able to study the essence of formation techniques. Formation disc, formation foundation, formation eye, formation gate, and all kinds of magic are created by formation masters. And array cards is one of the outliers. Today's formation masters on Gloomy Star can no longer make such things as formation cards, not only because the method of refining formation cards has been lost, but even the people who refined formation cards no longer exist. It is rumored that a long time ago, there was a special branch among the formation masters, called the Formation Masters. From this title, it can be inferred that an array master is not only proficient in the way of arrays, but also proficient in the art of refining weapons. Only by combining the two and possessing certain attainments can one become an array master, and only an array master can refine play cards. Generally speaking, formation mages know some ways of refining weapons. After all, formation discs and foundations need to be refined by the formation mages themselves. Similarly, an alchemist also knows some ways of formations, and the spirit formations used for refining equipment belong to the category of formations, and this is also applicable to alchemists. It's just that the two have not dabbled deeply in each other's fields. The formation method is already extensive and profound. How can the formation master still have too much energy to study the refining tool? So over time, the special existence of the array master has also disappeared in the long river of history. Strictly speaking, the formation cards refined by the formation master contain the three characteristics of the formation base, formation disc, and secret treasure. It doesn't need a cumbersome formation base, it only needs a brand, and it can perfectly play the role of a formation. In other words, Yang Kai has the formation card of the light-splitting Cloud C formation in his hand. As long as he refines it, he can arrange the light-splitting Cloud C formation as he likes. Hearing what Kai he said, Yang Kai couldn't help but shine. He has personally experienced the power of the split light Cloud C array. The cloud beasts contained inside are not weak, and they are invincible. Even Fei Zhitu and Ning Shangchen are trapped in it. With the assistance of this team, his strength will indeed increase greatly, and he will have one more way to deal with the enemy. What's more, when everyone was trapped by the light-splitting Cloud C formation just now, the power of the formation has not been fully exerted. After all, there is no one to preside over it, so it is good to be able to exert half of it. If it is laid down by Yang Kai himself, and then the power of the formation is driven, even if a strong man like Fei Zhitu breaks in, he will undoubtedly die. This kind of lost array card is of great significance against mages. If you get it, you may be able to spy out the refining method of the array card. Cards are also a kind of existence similar to secret treasures, which can be refined into the body, sent and received at will, without worrying about being snatched away. There are many benefits. He was explaining these things to Yang Kai. His face was full of excitement and envy. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. Although he didn't make the same bid as Du Cixi, the other party obviously had this intention, but he didn't say it out of face. In this way, Brother Yang understands the rarity of formation cards, right? He looked at Yang Kai enviously. Yang Kai nodded. Understood. Thank you Brother Kai for clarifying the confusion. If Yang is down and out in the future, if he really wants to sell this card, he will definitely give priority to the Kai family. When he heard this, he was overjoyed, and quickly cupped his fists and said, then I would like to thank Brother Yang for your kindness. Although Kai also hopes to get the formation card, he really doesn't want to see this day come. Yang Kai chuckled, understanding what he meant was that he didn't want to see himself having a down and out day, so he couldn't help but have a better impression of him, thinking that this person is indeed a good friend. What happened here at the Three Saint King realms, naturally did not hide from the perception of Fei Zhitu and others, but the few void return mirrors didn't care about it, and after he left, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. I frowned. Array masters, there are such special people in this world. Although it can't be found anywhere else, isn't there one in Longshe Mountain? Yang Yan is not only proficient in refining weapons, but also proficient in formations. She is clearly a formation master. Doesn't this mean that array cards can also be refined with her means? Moreover, when Yang Kai got the array card, he faintly felt that there was a faint familiar aura on the array card, but when he carefully recalled the aura, he couldn't remember where he saw it before. He couldn't help feeling suspicious. To be continued. This text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.